North over here in the dual lane once again. Zihi is going to get silenced, going to get pulled. Has to use the double jump and the blink, but it doesn't matter. Neff's going to snipe him down, put him on the board, F6.
Toasty blinks forward, finds the skewer. Toasty pulls him back, and the villains pull ahead.
Big shield slam from Nitro onto Free, knocking them all up once again to send them back down. The Professors will secure their spot in tomorrow's semi-finals.
The Shinbi spotted off into the offlane. I think this is going to be a trigger because now they have the numbers advantage. They might lose an in-hit, but if they get this neutral objective, they can easily get the pressure back.
But look at Rebel Oasis. He's in on the core. You fought, you lost. The chefs with the back door take game one.
The back door on the first game of semis is absolutely criminal. As we do see a Fang-Tooth fight gonna happen, all 5v4 here.
Blink forward, skewer comes through, and the villains steal it away. But good God, the damage is insane coming out. The villains are getting shredded. Bry matches the effort, and with a flamethrower burns their lives away. A 2 for 3, the Fang-Tooth to the villains.
It looks like an Orb Prime fight is about to break out, while Import is going over there to take a consolidation prize. Snoop is in a bad position. He is getting Coliseum. He is locked out of this game, even with the shield slam coming down to try to escape. It's actually going to help making Shin get a kill onto 6.
Professors get nothing. They lost a 3v4. EWT wants everything on this map, and they are going to get it.
Appy Picker, Toasty, and Briar all on the way. They're going to look toward the collapse onto Import. Make It Rain just blocked by a well-timed wall coming out from the steel. Even the long arm of the law can't get the kill on towards Import. Even worse timing, stay alive. Warber still frontlining to the go in, sees opportunity, going to throw Pablo back into the mixer, and Pablo is gone from the play. Lorber comes up big. We've got a grand finals on our hands, folks. The villains answer back 1-1 in this best of 5. But even worse timing, still pushing forward. Import with the up, down finds 2 with the knock up, and this might be the fight they were looking for. Toasty next on the chopping block, going to take him down, and that means there's no one left to stop even worse timing taking this core. The crown's on the floor, pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head. Even worse timing are your 2-time PCC champions.
Welcome in, everybody. PCC Day 2 of PCC7. This is the group stage. Shout out to Tedium. That's the first time I've seen our PCC6 highlights from our main event. Boy, was he cooking with it. As I said before, my name is Lance. This is PCC Groups. I am joined today by Mugi, Wawa, and yours truly. How you doing today, Mugi?
I'm doing wonderful. Ready to watch some great games.
Perfect. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing fantastic. Ready to see some spicy games ahead of us.
I am ready as well. We've got some really good ones for you today, but before we get into what is happening today, we need to talk about what happened yesterday. If any of you missed it for some reason, yesterday was our Swiss Days, the first day of PCC7. We started with 26 teams. We have whittled them down through a rigorous process of 5 rounds of Swiss. We now have 16 teams remaining. Those 16 teams were split into 4 groups today. They will play double elimination, best of 1, like round robins within them to find out who our 8 final teams are. We're going to get rid of 8 of them. So we want to talk about the 16 teams that qualified. Group A today is the Professors, Hive, Phoenix Value, and Sunder. Group B is Flow State, Roguenin, Dirty Lake and the Boys, and the classic Bronze Army. Group C's got the Chefs, Press Tab, Midnight Anthem, and Space Cadets within it. And then Group D's got Indecisive, What If, Jumping Jacks, and Speak Easy within it. Congratulations to all 16 teams that have qualified today, and good luck being in the top half of your group to be able to make our main event that will be happening in 2 weeks, April 20th and 21st. Today, we're going to be following groups 2 and group 3, and we're going to start in group 2, which was just on the screen. The first game of the day that we're going to look at today is Team Roguenin versus Dirty Lake and the boys. Joe, what do you have to say about Team Roguenin in this matchup that we have coming in front of us next?
Yeah, so if the name Roguenin sounds familiar, it's because actually 2 teams joined hands together in this like PCC7. This is Ronin and Team Rogue joining together with Bonju, Jax, Wangu, Howard, Penguin, and Tekken Kid. So very kind of interesting backstory to these 2 teams. Coming into PCC7, both teams were missing their key players, but they really want to get into action on the PCC7. So they both look at each other and be like, let's enter a mutual contract together so we can make it through this tournament together right here.
It's kind of like that person that you met in like your like late teens, early 20s, and you get along with them really well, but there's not like quite that connection, and you're like, if we're both single at 30, you hit me up, we're gonna get married for the benefits. That's like a lot like what we have with these 2 teams here, the way that they came together. But they're going up a team. I talked about them a little bit yesterday because I was on the desk for the game that we showed for them in round 1 and 2. DLAB, they were the villains in our last one. We saw they went by the name villains in our last event, PCC6, but they've been DLAB for every other event. They've made so many finals, they've made so many semifinals, haven't quite gotten over the hump and gotten that crown put on their heads yet. Mugi, what do you think makes them able to do that in PCC7?
Well, to be fair, there is a long-standing team with all the same players as we have seen in previous events with Lauber, North, Happy Picker, Laconator, and Toasty, and so they have this experience under their belt, and that's something that is very valuable because a lot of good synergy, and especially in those formats, best of 1 elimination after like with a loser bracket, like it's very tense matches, so you need to be very confident and be able to pull it off afterwards. And that's already like what you can see the resilience from that team. Yesterday, they had to face against a very like tough struggle. Like the first 3 games, they didn't get their offlaner, which is one of their main playmaker, Lauber, because of like the power outage in Canada. And so suddenly, like you're in a team, you're playing best of 1, and you have like to survive that situation. And they actually did. True, they didn't place like as high as we were expecting, but they still managed to pull forward and be there today. And also, yesterday, when Lauber was not available, they actually already faced Roguenin, and they lost. So here, I think they're kind of thirsty for blood, and they want to show that yesterday was just a fluke, that Lauber wasn't available, but with the full squad, they look unbeatable.
I also have a lot of suspicions that Lauber is really motivated today. I saw Lauber in a couple of Twitch chats yesterday. He was taking a lot of the blame for the performance that DLAB had. I believe they lost 1, maybe 2 games yesterday, and he was not feeling like this is the type of team that should have been losing games within our group, like maybe 1 or 2 to one of the other top teams. But DLAB has high expectations of themselves. They expect themselves to get into the finals. They expect themselves to win PC7. But speaking about getting into it, we've got our first draft of the day ready. We're going to pull that up and we're going to get going. What are you expecting to see here, Mugi, for these drafts from the side of DLAB?
Well, on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys, they have a very interesting strategy that in every single of the 5 games they got, they were like second ban and second pick, and they always like pick the Drongo as their first 2 pick, which is something we see absolutely no other team do. Like Drongo is a priority pick, but normally like team prefer to prioritize like the Rictor, the Argus, that we see that is getting banned here, like Rampage, Quang, those type of pick, while Dirty Lake and the boys are actually like very, very happy to just like pick more unconventional stuff, and this Drongo is actually like a very important focal point for them.
Yeah, so we see Roguenin just going for the generic ban on August, which if you watched yesterday's tournament, August just been like kind of a menace pick 90% of the time. And I say that because the 10% he was actually play, he actually kind of got steamrolled by the Bellica mid, because that's sort of like what the professors were saying for a while now, is that they don't believe in the August just 100% guaranteeing a win every single game because he does have some really bad matchups, and professors have figured that out already. So it's very interesting to see how these teams will kind of adapt going to the second day, because a lot of these teams definitely take notes as the tournament progresses to see what professor's been cooking up, and they're like, maybe we can sort of, not steal, but kind of adapt that to our own play style as well. But of course, Roguenin seems like they don't want to deal with the whole like mess with the Argus, so they're gonna like just throw the ban on that him. But we see DLAB actually banning out the Chimera. Not like Chimera is not really a high prior pick or ban for the most part. It's always go to more like the Quan, the Argus, etc., etc. So it's very interesting to see DLAB going for the Chimera ban right there. But I think that's sort of more aimed towards the comfort pick working inside right there.
And we can see that on the side of Roguenin, when it comes to jungle pick, they either pick the Rampage or the Chimera. That's the only two pick we have seen like from the jungle side of Roguenin during like the previous event. So maybe like Dirty Lake and the boys catching up a little bit on that and maybe want to force Roguenin onto the Rampage. It's like their only pick that they pick like 3 times out of 5 games, so it's like something that they kind of comfortable with. We know that Jax like really loves that pick, but maybe Dirty Lake and the boys. And as we have seen, like a lot of teams decided to not opt for the Rampage, so maybe a lot of teams were expecting the Rampage pick because it's still like a very strong jungler, but they have put the Cake Strike to counter it. And here we can see Roguenin, like maybe they know something is coming up, but Rampage is just too good for them. Chimera is already like removed, and so they kind of feel pressure to pick it. And immediately, like we were saying, Drongo available. That's the first pick of Dirty Lake and the boys every single draft so far, and it's secure once again for Lakeinator here in that first match.
Yeah, it seems like Roguenin got forced to do the Rampage pick, as you said, with that jungler only playing the Chimera Rampage. So DLAB seemed like they're trying to cook up a counter team to go against the Rampage, because although Rampage is really strong like the Argus, he definitely has some counter matchups. And that's sort of like the winning strategy in some of these drafts for these teams. Well, they let go of some of the really high prior picks because they have a way to answer them and in a sense like bait them to picking those kind of picks, so they can just completely shut them down. So again, DLAB just picking jungle just like seems really weird, but for their winning strategy, it seems like it's been working quite well right here. And then they're gonna pick up Quan, who's gonna be most likely the offlaner, but can also be flexed in the jungle as well. So it's very interesting to see, like, again, like the Drongo being first pick on the DLAB. Quan is kind of like an expected pick for the most part. I don't think Quan is like going to be that like 100% like counter pick to the Rampage. I think Drongo is actually quite well going against the Rampage because of his Silence Grenade can really shut down the walks. But as the Rampage tries to jump on the backline, Drongo has a very good way to create that distance again to keep himself safe.
I really like the idea of the Quang with the Drongo, because like Quang is a very strong front line, very flexible, like we have said, can be jungle, can be offlane. You have a lot of opportunity with that, but it also like the tether into the knock-up like works wonderfully with the gag grenade damage, because a gag grenade, true, it's a silence, it's a wonderful ability, but if you get stuck into the gag grenade for the full duration, you actually deal an insane amount of damage, and tether allows you to do that very easily. And so here we see Roguenin decided to answer immediately with the Belica and the Murdoch. So Belica can be flexed in the mid lane or the support role. And to be fair, Belica and Murdoch can be like a very aggressive, good poke lane, because you have like the Void Bomb combined with the Buckshot, and suddenly like your opponent is at half HP and they can't really fight back because they just got pushed back. And also, like, of course, keeping your draft option open is something that is important, especially since they don't know where this Quang is going to go. So they kind of want to not like be completely like blocked out here.
Yeah, it seems like Roguenin is grabbing the Murdoch just because they see the jungle hand by DLAB. They want to make sure that in the second bans that the ADC roster doesn't get banned now. So I kind of like the early pick, the master jungle pick right there. Also like the Belica for the flexibility in both mid and support. If that's the Belica mid and DLAB doesn't pick a mid lane right here, for example, Roguenin can potentially look at banning out the mid lane roster to make it a little bit more limiting for DLAB to try to do the pick right here. And yep, DLAB is going with the Gideon pick, which is not too surprising given how strong Gideon is, and those team fights also just staying super safe. And they just have to pick the mid lane right now because Roguenin would definitely ban the Gideon out if they didn't pick the mid lane going into this second half.
And I kind of remember like a match of Dirty Lake and Buzz that we have watched yesterday that I've gone for a very aggressive dive comp. And here we see like the Quang, we see the Gideon, we see the Drongo. It's kind of like of the recipe of what they love to do. And usually they love to complete it with the Zarus. And we have seen that they also play the Zarus support to kind of fit with that playstyle. But here the Zarus could also be jungle or offlane. Everything is still open on the table for the Zarus. And so I wonder if Dirty Like and the boys kind of want to go like into like this very, very aggressive dive comp type. That is, like, to be fair, Belica and Murdoch are good at receptioning that, but Rampage is not really good at defending against that. So that's something that can be actually like quite troublesome for Roguenin to deal with. So here we got the Richter ban actually, so we decide to not deal with that amount of CC, and of course like denying the potential Richter Drongo lane, the double silence, that would be very, very strong. And here a Howitzer ban to kind of try to probably force this Belica onto the mid lane, and we don't want to see the Belica support. So kind of targeting a little bit like the support positioning of characters here with those two bans on each side.
Yeah, so both teams just going for the bans on specific players because Tosi on Richter is actually a very scary kind of support play right there, so it's definitely really smart for them to ban that out so they worry about the skills coming in. But DLAB is thinking like, hey, I think that's the Belica support, let me kind of like shorten that mid lane roster a bit more. So they kind of sound like they're very comfortable putting the game mid against their Belica mid, and to make that happen, they have to like try to see if they can target ban some like mid lane picks, so they kind of like force this Belica. They have to go mid because the other options at this point it's just not going to be subpar compared to the Gideon. But DLAB picking up the Kalai right here, and Kalai is like a very like spicy pick coming into this PCC, which is not like a high fire pick or ban, but some players can do some nasty work on the Kalai, like 6 jungle for example. So DLAB feeling very comfortable to just pick up the Kalai and see who they can like eliminate on Team Roguenin.
Can see also like Crunch being picked on the side of Roguenin, and maybe like that was like an idea. That's why maybe we see also the Richter ban to offer like a little bit more space for that Crunch to excel at, because Crunch is a very strong character that when it's left unchecked will completely like run down your team. But there is a lot of like very easy counter, like for instance Murdoch is very annoying for a Crunch because of the static trap and buckshot, Belica as well because of the seismic assault as soon as you go in, Richter is absolutely horrible because of all the CC and the silence. And here we can see like all of that has been removed, which can open up that Crunch pick. True, though, there is still like the Drongo on the side of Dirty Like and the boys that can go for that. And here we have like a little like Wangle special trying to pull out the Morigesh and say you bind the Howitzer, but my hero pool in mid lane is that deep that I don't care, and we're gonna try to make the Morigesh happen. To be fair, I feel like that's super ballsy because against a Kalari Gideon as Morigesh, like I don't know how you survive, but maybe it knows something that I don't.
Yeah, Team Roguenin is picking 2 picks. We don't normally see that often. Like I don't know how I feel about the Crunch being picked into the jungle, but given that they have the Kalai, Crunch is someone that can make the Kalai's like playstyle just super hard to execute right there. So I kind of like the ballsy pick on the Crunch right there. Then Morgus, like you said, it's just like it's very much a Wangle kind of pick. He doesn't care about like who's facing. He's gonna pick something that he's feels the most comfortable on, and that is like Morgus. So we're gonna be able to see some gameplay from the 2 heroes we don't normally see a whole lot in the PCC. So I'm very curious to see what DLAB is going to pick as their last pick, and they're going to go for the Decker. So if it's not Richter that Toast is going to grab, it's definitely going to be the Decker right there. So very good way to round out the DLAB team comp right there, securing that CC, but they're sort of lacking that front line a little bit. So it's very much on the Quan to really be the bulky frontline defense against the Crunch and Rampage.
I want to talk about these last 2 picks that we picked up here really quick before we go, boys. So the Decker, we were spending some time, Mugi was talking about all of the different heroes that's hard to play Crunch into. One of the big ones I felt like that hadn't been mentioned because they hadn't come up in this draft yet is Decker. The cage, the ball, the slow, there's so many things that Decker can do to shut down a Crunch. But mostly I want to focus on Wangle on the Morigesh here. Wangle has been trying to convince me for a couple of weeks now that Morigesh does not need Megacosm. Joe, I know you're a big build cooker. Is there any legitimacy to that statement?
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to go mega custom on Mortgage to make it work. A lot of times people will go like combustion first because what Mortgage kind of lacks is good wave clear, and that can be kind of hard to either pressure mid lane or go to this rotation. So a lot of Mortgage players will pick up combustion first, so they have that little burst damage when they do hit people, but more importantly, they have a bit better way to clear that wave. So especially with mega custom where it's not like always like a first pick on a lot of these like dark mages. As anything, it's like a kind of like a tech option if they have to go in. And looking at DLAB's comp, the only person that's very tanky is Quan, so the Mortgage can actually drop the mega cost and go for more pure penetration or damage kind of items.
Okay, and then Mugi, do you think that the Decker's going to be enough to hold the crunch down, or is he going to have free reign because of all of his counters being picked?
Well, I feel like Decker is always this character that is a little bit weird. If someone can make it happen, it's Toasty, because currently Decker is sitting at 15% win rate in the Swiss round, which is like very, very poor. But overall, I feel like Dirty Lake and the boys, they have the potential to snowball this game out of control, and Decker is very good in this type of situation. But they do have to be careful, because if they wait too long, like that Murdoch, that Crunch, that Mortgage are going to start eating at that very squishy group of characters, and they're just gonna end up like on the scaling side losing a little bit if this game take too long.
Perfect. Well, there's only one way to find out if the game is going to take too long, and that's to get it over to our casters to get us on to the map. F6 and 10 will be joining us for our first one. We are very lucky to kick it off with them. Take it away, fellas.
Is going on, gamers? I am F6. I'm joined here today with my co-star, the big man himself, Tang. How are we doing today, Bubba?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you, F6?
Oh man, I'm good. I'm excited. Game 1, day 2, groups, trying to figure out who the Elite 8 is going to be. And as soon as we jump into this map, man, I am excited to see. We see the spicy Mortgage pick up here. Des talked about it a little bit, and I'm really trying to see how that one plays throughout this game.
Yeah, definitely have to see what Wangle decides to pick as well. Playing into the Kalari that North is piloting. Won the last 2 games, picking that hero as well. So definitely something DLAB is confident in piloting. Now, Wangle, sort of looking at this draft, is the main target for that Kalari. So, the desk mentioned it, right? Like, you don't necessarily need Mega Cosm. Maybe he goes for something like an orb, maybe a bit more survivability, because otherwise North is going to have a field day on that hero.
I agree with you there 100%. We really got to see how Wangle's going to be able to be wangling today, as well as that Quang matchup. We kind of see it into the crunch here, and not a lot of times you see the crunch really be that powerful inside the off lane, and especially with this Quang matchup. Do you really think that's going to go over too well for Boundary?
I think if it stays in isolation, then the Crunch has the sort of favorite matchup. But then again, like Bondred can barely ever use the right Crunch to actually engage, right, the dash, because he needs it in case the Kalari comes. That's the strength of the Kalari jungle. Like, you can just cheat so much pressure. Like, the enemy team, like it's really hard to track the Kalari through the jungle. So even in a comp setting, even when you are on voice, that's sort of the hidden strength of Kalari. You can never be too certain where she is. She can just go invis, she can go into the Cyan buff, gank from behind, she can be everywhere and nowhere at once. So definitely gonna be interesting to see where she decides to be in this game.
She's definitely that assassin's type with that camouflage, allowing her to be just a complete menace inside this game. And we do know she's going to be wanting to try and get a lead due to that fact of being an assassin. She does not really want to fall behind, but piloted by North, I think we're definitely going to see a very strong start coming out there. But with that, comparing to the going against the Jax here, I know he's on that rampage. It's an assassin versus more of a tankier bruiser type hero. Does that really fare too well, or just Kalari just going to stomp if she's able to get that early game lead?
Honestly, it should be a decent matchup for the Rampage, especially having that setup on that Crunch, on that Balika in the dual lane. He should fare pretty well, but we see him actually start on the blue side. Quang is invading. He does know, give information over that Rampage is actually clearing towards his duo side. So it does look like Ronin mainly wants to play around that duo side, right? With that Murdoch and that Balika wants to get some kills early with that setup from the Rock together with a Seismic Assault. That's always one lane you can quite comfortably get kills on.
I mean, that rock, we saw it all day yesterday when Rampage was picked up, just being able to build that cooldown, able just to get all those rocks in the right places. So Jax is going to have to be on point today to really get these ganks off. But within the first 3 minutes here, we see kind of the standard start, just kind of farming, looking and waiting for our opportunities. But it looks like this first river buff might be a little bit of a contention, especially with Jax just sitting all by.
Yeah, Jax gets one. We didn't see who the other one got. North is close by. Does spots out Jax. Epi picker in the middle lane should be safe. Got the shield buff now. A bit of an engage.
And they're going straight at it, being aggressive with that torn space, but unable to really get too much damage off. But Jax does take the brunt of that damage. He's going to have to back up here. But this kind of allows Kalari, as you see, North here, have that advantage to go after this 2-camp.
It's greedy. 2-camp being started. Jax is trying to contest it. It goes over to Jax, actually. That forces North away, and that's a big win, actually, for the Jax. North couldn't really leverage that HP advantage he gained before. Now Jax can just finish his clear, and Kalari is set at least a tiny bit behind.
We definitely see that advantage of the passive coming there for Rampage, able to just regen a little bit more health inside the jungle to allow him to contest there. So he's going to be able to still be okay, but North already showing the aggression going into this game. And now we're just kind of sitting up and looking at this dual lane matchup. Who's really in the prime position to kind of have the best matchup here?
I think that's mainly about like who gets the jungle intention, right? Like I think the Decker jungle lane could get some easy kills, but Murdoch and Bellica as well, just so strong. So I think both teams need to be cautious. They need to play around the jungler. We see North now making the way over in his blue side. We see Rampage make his way over to the offlane. Bondru though, pretty low. He's gonna get engaged on by Lorba.
He's going to have to force that blink right on, and Lauber has the pressure, but here comes Jack looking for an opportunity. Lauber does still have his blink up, should be able to escape here using that blast flower as Rampage is down, but he's not going to have too much kill potential, but he does hit that rock. But it looks like Lauber's going to be able to use his shield here unless Jax is almost just quite there. He blinks after, but the blink for a blink is just going to thwart that action. But Jax keeping up that pressure with a great gank coming in.
He saves the lane for Crunch that was there, but now North is gonna hunt for Jax that has no blink up, tries to get the Scion secured, but if North has the blink, it should be a kill. Blinks forward, goes on to Jax, first blood secured, the Kalari gets it.
Oh my goodness, what a great rotation coming out of North there. I just said he's going to have that pressure. Jax getting a little bit too greedy, and first blood does go over to the side of DLAB as they take that first lead.
And that's the lead on the Kalari as well. Gives extra gold and puts the Rampage a bit behind. That did so much for his offlaner, forcing the blink out of Kwang, even chasing into tower to make sure that the Crunch can potentially all in the next chance he gets. But he has to pay with it with his life. So definitely not something that Roguenin was actually looking forward to. DLAB with the first blood.
Great start off to the day. We do see that the Fangtooth is up here, but it's been up for about a minute waiting for that first initial push. Wangle's actually doing fairly well into this Gideon matchup. A lot of rocks have actually just been missing here from Appy, so it might just be where Wangle's just being a little bit more dominant. When do you think this Morgus is really going to come online, though? Because we know she has a little bit of rough time with the clear, as Joey said on the desk here.
I think Morigash's main strength is just denying the enemy carries from really playing the game. With the Mark being on one of those mid laners or carry players, it's really hard for them to do something, but Lorba is getting engaged on North. Is there a big black hole actually connects onto 2. Bondrel is getting lower by the second, drops to North. So is Rampage, and Wangle is just there to watch.
And he's going here looking for that Lauber, just a little bit low in HP, but a 1 versus 3 is not looking good for him as the hunt is on. Wangle needs to get out of here, but North is on the hunt. One more rock, one more little death mark, but they're not able to get it, and Wangle looks like he just escapes this one.
And it's just a jungle offlane gap at this point. Lorba looks like he's caught, but he is the one doing the catching. They get the double kill onto Bond, and Jax falling again. That's a bit rough for Ronin at this point. DLAB, the Kalari, just super far accelerated at this point.
This is what they were scared of a lot of times when you see that Kalari ban, is just because if it's a target ban towards Northern 6, they're able to utilize her just so well. And in this dual lane, it's pretty quiet. Like and Toast used to be able to just kind of hold their own. Haru and Penguin here just looking to push on in. And we're just still kind of just waiting for Team Ronin to kind of just get a little bit of momentum back together, because right now, DLAB has all of it.
Yeah, it's all DLAB at this point. And the dual lane, like, it's two sort of kill lanes, but they're respecting each other so much that it is not any, there's no kills happening so far. Also, the junglers are playing for that off-lane side. So, yeah, really sort of skewed matchup at this point. Kalari super far ahead. Rampage has to catch up in the jungle, is a level down at this point as well. But yeah, I think for Jax, he kind of needs to play around the dual lane with the Bellica knockup, with the Rock connecting. Maybe there could be an easy kill setup on that lane.
Looks like he's prioritizing a little bit more farming on hand, probably trying to push himself to level 6 here, get the big behemoth, and start to be a little bit more impactful in these fights. But with the Kalari so far ahead, do you think she's going to try and match that pressure in the dual lane, or is she going to look over here into this offlane, potentially at Bundred?
Bondrewd might be the target again. Is gonna get engaged on dashes away, but is it far enough? Deathmark on him. North is just gonna basic attack him to death. And your answer has been answered by North securing that kill.
And another great pressure gank. You see him just being so active, already pushing himself over to this mid lane. Jackson Wangle, though, looking like they're possibly rotating over towards DLAB. But I think they're just going to be able to be spotted out. And now they're going to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. As we do see North, Appy Picker rotating throughout that jungle. Might be trying to look for possible engagement as they sneak around this wall, biding their time. Morgus just spotted, though. Is going to wait for that rock. Goes in for the guillotine, but it actually misses. So this is going to be thwarted out, and they're going to put the retreat button on.
That's a big cooldown blown, actually, before the Fangtooth contest has even started. So that's a big teamfight ult that is not available for the side of DLAB. A small win for Ronin. They definitely need it. 4 kills to 0 so far. DLAB has been showing off in this game, especially on the top side with Kalari pressuring around that side. But now on the dual lane, we see the Kalari gank again.
She's definitely looking for an opportunity over, and she actually going to be able to help pick up Penguin over there on that side of the map, and that might be able to potentially open up this Fangtooth.
Doesn't even need the guillotine for this one. It's just gonna get the kill onto the Bellica. That puts the dual lane behind now as well. Jax trades it out for the mini prime though on the other side of the map. Crunch and Morigesh are gonna help out with that one, so at least they're not bleeding too much.
Yeah, great pickup to at least try and trade there. Lauber did spot it, so they do know that trade's going on. Bonju does not. The red buff secures the Meteor Prime for Jax, so he's going to have that to whichever lane he needs to go. I don't think he wanted to initially do that.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an oopsie. The red buff plus hunt tick damage does that to you sometimes. It's a bit of a bummer though. Now Rampage can't really use it to contest the Fangtooth because obviously it's down. So we are just gonna have to watch where he impacts the lanes. But the problem is his entire blue side is up, so is his red side in a second. So he is most likely just gonna clear, and that just gives the advantage over to DLAB again, because if Rampage can't really use the mini prime, then what is it really for?
That is a good question. We're going to have to see how he's going to be able to use that to impact his team. We haven't seen too much action from Jax going in here. He's definitely going to need to pick up the pace just a little bit. But over in this duo side here, you see that Haru and Penguin have a little bit of pressure, even though they got the gank over by North early on.
Yeah, they do have the pressure at times, right? We see also the tower HP bar being pretty low for the side of DLAB already. But we do not see the blink situation, at least not for Ronin. We see Lakenites and Toasty have blinks up. They've been pretty secure on that side. So you highlighted Jax hasn't really made the rotation over so far. That could all change. We see Jax in the river now, maybe fishing for something. No wards close by.
Yeah, I just saw the flash there coming out of Crunch from the potential gank. The rock misses here. Gonna have to use that shrapnel blast to get on out. But with this mini or prime buff on this side of the map, he's showing here that looks like they're trying to possibly push in this left-hand side here to try and get that first tier 1.
Yeah, but as you highlighted, they lose so much on the other side of the map. They don't even have mini prime, but that's gonna be the tier 1 secured for Kwang. They're shutting down the turret now.
Yeah, and able to pick up tier 1, trade it 1 for 1, and DLAB now still in that driver's seat. We see over here inside the red buff jungle, Norv is actually able to pick up a 2 camp, trying to skyrocket his lead, trying to keep himself ahead to make sure he's still impactful on this map. But Jax here, he still needs to get online. What does he really need to do here? Because we see he's not really getting the full-on potential when he's getting to those ganks.
It's just a bit tragic, isn't it? Like, all the Rampage ganks just fail, and Kalari is just on point at this point. North getting all the kills or assists, right? 100% kill participation so far, 3 and 2 at 5 kills in the game. Also got a few good invades off, so the CS and XP lead also grows. At least both are the same level now. Jax, though, has the setup, right? He has the tankiness. He just needs his carries to come online, especially looking at Wangle having the first item finish, but Happy Pick has close by.
Yeah, and here comes Jack. He hits the boulder, looking for that potential, but the damage is huge. Is he going long? Actually hits, and there's the stab to the heart as they're able to pick up their first kill for Roguenin here. And now they're going to take on that retreat, but Lakener and Toasty close on by. And man, they finally are able to put themselves on the board there.
Yeah, and Epipicker doesn't know what his R button does, or at least he doesn't know what the cooldown is. He just teleports in. We see him try to go for the black hole, but it is not off cooldown yet. So he just looks a bit silly. Takes a Rampage Rock for his Jarvis, a long arm of the law, and a Morrigan ultimate as well for good measure, securing that kill, and that shows us what they want to do now on the dual lane. Fighting happening. Lakenator has to blink away, actually ult away. Haru on the chase. Toasty is playing bodyguard for him right now, gets lower as well, but forces Haru to back off.
And here comes North with the possible gain. The guillotine goes, but the blink swap, and he actually uses the Liberator to save himself from that death mark. What a play coming out. Great attempt there by North.
Misses the guillotine with a good sidestep by Haru, but then has to use the crest regardless because he steps up again. Loba having to flash away. Penguin overstepping. Wangle tries to do something, but it is too late again. Doesn't have the ultimate up to actually get a return kill. But yeah, that leaves Gideon to push in the mid lane.
That's going to be free, but here's that crunch rotation. It looks like the Cybersteam Ronin are looking for another pick on Appy here. They're going to be able to actually stop that to not be able to go down, but not just quite enough as there's just too much minion waves in there. And with this next Fangtooth coming up, is Ronin back in it, or they're still just a little bit too down bad here?
So one good thing is that Gideon at least didn't get local tower gold, so his back is gonna be a bit worse than it would have otherwise. But honestly, like, this second Fang should be pretty impossible for them to get unless there are some cooldowns that are missing, right? Kwang doesn't have his ultimate now, trading on that offlane still there. Kalari doesn't have the guillotine. We see more trading in that offlane. Crunch should be able to disengage though, so it is most likely just going to be a 4v4. We see all the members close by. Black hole up for Gideon, but no guillotine for the Kalari.
That's right, there's a lot of resource already spent, but they are looking to try and contest this right now. Ronin have the primary on this pit. They're actually going to choose to kind of back off here. They don't want to get picked out. They're cornered between two sides here, trying to find an opportunity as they look for the full retreat, and DLAB forces them out of that pit.
But Crunch is making the rotation, as we see here in the mid lane, but ends up going back to the off lane. Neither team really feels confident enough to actually push it down. They don't have vision on the Crunch, so the side of DLAB doesn't really want to go it. Blink forced by Wangle though, but Kwang is caught on the other side of the map. Crunch should be able to actually hunt him down, uses the flower to get a bit of distance. Lorba is playing with Bondrewd, but ends up dropping regardless, and that's a good pickup by Bondrewd on the off lane.
Ronin being able to pick up that kill off in the offense, huge for them. Crunch trying to get himself back in this game. We did see the gank over there matching jungler for jungler with Jackson North, but unable to get any kill potential. But with this pressure now that DLAB has, they're looking towards this Fangtooth. There's a lot of wards over here. I do know they know it's going to be happening, and I don't think that Ronin wants this for free. Jax takes the boulder in hand, looking, waiting for an opportunity to get something off. He's looking for a great stun comes out of Toasty here, and the black hole rips out on top. Jackson in the back of the line, and they're able to pick it up. North is looking all low, but the long arm law is just not quite enough as they're looking for the retreat on DLAB, but Wangle on the hunt, and inside that pit, they're able to pick up on Penguin, but down goes North, down goes Appy, and look at DLAB running for their lives as Team Ronin is looking to try and pick up some more kills here.
They're looking. Kwang is close by now as well. Might get the catch onto Wangle. Dashes in, but not quite enough. But 3 for 2. But Fangtooth goes over to the side of Ronin that had no business winning any of that fight at all, being so far behind at some point. But they managed to claw their way back. Good steal by Jax with that Rampage. Silence was used, stuns were used, but it's not enough to get the Fish Monkey out of the pit. And with the Smite, he secures that Fangtooth.
And Jax being able to get back online here, trying to get Team Ronin back into this game. Great objective steal. Now they're turning their attention towards the Meteor Prime, trying to get another objective secured. If they're able to get this for free, which it looks like they have the numbers and should be in their pocket.
They get the objective. Now Lorber caught in a bad spot, doesn't have his blink up, but the rest of his team is there to bodyguard him out. They don't have perfect vision on North either, so it's always a bit scary for them to actually push in. We have a bit of a lull state. It would be nice to maybe see the build that Wangle actually chose to go. I did see he had a rod before, so most likely not Mega Cosm as the first item. Right, we're seeing it now, so it's the combustion. Yeah, and the Wraith Leggings. So actually, right? It is a lot of damage, but again, the Kalari should be able to just Omega one-shot Wangle at this point.
There's just so much going towards him. See that Basilisk pick up as well on Jax here, trying to go into a little bit more of a damage than that tankier build. Should be able to give him some cooldown. Should be able to do a little more there. But the CS score, though, down here, it's a pretty even, not too much of a lead when it comes on that side.
And it's a surprising looking at the early game, right? It was 5-0 for DLAB. It was DLAB all the way. It was North picking up those kills. It was Lorber destroying on that off lane. But it didn't really look like they managed to actually do much with that lead. Now it's pretty even. Ronin actually in the objective leads, stealing away that Fangtooth and securing that second mini prime for themselves. So definitely still all in their hands. Kalari still though. In the late game, quite the strong hero, especially against heroes like the Morigesh, but not really against the other heroes. Murdoch with that buckshot can always buy a bit of distance. We're going to have to wait and see how North plays it. We know he's very proficient on that hero.
I mean, it has to be his target, right? The Morgus is trying to, like you said before, trying to take care of those carries, trying to take care of those big, just squishier targets, just to be able to blow them up. And it's going to have to be the job of North to make sure she's not in those fights. As we see Lauber here taking that trade into Bonju, but is this the one-on-one that he wants? As you see the rest of the team rotating in, unable to hit their fury there. But Jax near on by, able to hit that rock. As see the conversions happening over here on this whole lane.
Might just be baiting North and Epi.
Going to be able to go into the black hole here on the back on side. And actually going to be able to pick up Wangle in the back by North, but it's a low health on the other side. And they're going to pick up Lauber as well. But here comes that big rotation. Bonju trying to run away, but North picks it up on the back end, and Jax is now in trouble. He's now cornered, he's pinned, and he's going to go down here. And that's going to be a pickup of 3 members if they can hit on ability, and down he goes.
And down he goes. Lorber just completely baiting the side of Ronin, missing everything on purpose, so they think they have a window, and then they flip the switch, they activate the trap card, and it is 3 kills going over to DLAB that have a decent push on that offlane now, securing that tower. So definitely a big game changer for them, getting rid of the mini prime on that rampage as well. Just really stellar performance by them.
There's a great rotation coming out of them. You just thought that Ronin had the advantage with just that early rotation, but with that just counter gank coming in with North and the rest of the team, Toasty, I just want to highlight, came all the way over from the duo lane on this reset just to look back over there.
Yeah, now we are looking at the Fangtooth timer, right? Like, it's gonna spawn in a second. It's gonna be the third one. No team has 2 of them so far, so priorities are not really 100% on it, but we still see 4 members of DLAB around that pit. We also see the members of Ronin slowly but surely looking towards it, but maybe they look for Wangle first.
Forces the blink out early on top of Wangle there. She's kind of out of that fight and needs to be careful in the next positioning, but this third Fangtooth is that Fangtooth. It is important to get yourself a little bit closer to the third one to get that permanent buff. And here, DLAB starts with the strike to first attempt it, but what's on the other side of the map? They're just completely avoiding on the side of Ronin, so this should go over towards DLAB.
Tier 1 secured. Now Loba in a bad spot. This is gonna get knocked up. The rest of the members are close by. So is the Morigesh. Jump over by Penguin. Is gonna try to get the knockup, but blink away from Loba is gonna keep him safe. So no really trade in kills are gonna be happening, but the kill squad is moving over.
And there comes the rotation. Here comes the reinforcements. And Penguin actually forces the blink early, and they're looking for a pick here, but they're running away on the side of Team Ronin. Definitely don't want to get picked out. Lauber, though, is still aggressive. looking for any type of hit on that tether, but does not get it, and they're just going to back out here.
Yeah, just a casual 5v5 on that side of the map, on the off lane. Just 22 minutes in, because why not? No kills happening though. A bunch of blinks forced by the Bellica, by the Quang beforehand. But it is the Fangtooth being secured by DLAB. Now Wangle in the bad spot is just gonna be said goodbye to Epipicker, and Toasty with the good catch.
Man, Stasis Ball into the Ion Blast, just locked down Wangle there, and they're able to pick that up easy peasy, and now they have a 30-second advantage here, and if they're able to pick up on somebody else, this might be a big early play for them.
Yeah, it might be, but I think they had to take those recourse though, because they, after that Fangtooth play, they immediately rotated all the way to offlane, ran there, so they do not have the item buys to actually pressure around that prime that we would expect teams to want to go for 23 minutes in the game. Remember, all the small objectives at this time have timed out, so now it's about that prime buff on that offlane side and that primal fang that is gonna spawn in about 2 minutes time on that other side of the map. So definitely have to watch out to not get caught now, because those buffs, they are scary, I tell you, F6.
Definitely scary indeed, especially going on into this later part of the game when those death timers are just skyrocketing and you're just sitting on that gray screen, nothing else to do. But let's take a second here. Since we have a little bit of lonely action, what does Team Ronin really need to do here to get themselves back in? And I know they have some objective secures, but on that kill lead and a little bit on that CS side, they're just kind of just ahead there.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think they have a lot of hard CC, right? With the Bellica and the Rampage linking up through the jungle, with maybe Bondroot being close by as well. And then with that hard CC chain, it should be impossible for the side of DLAB to actually get out of that CC chain, right? So that is one of the ways, but the prerequisite is, right, that they need to find North, because if North is left alone on the map, you can just chew through the squishy backline of Ronin, and he's definitely proving it this game as well. But for Jax, the target is Lorber. There might be a personal vendetta there, because the amount of rocks that Lorber had to take this game, just out of this world.
Yeah, we're seeing trying to get those ganks off inside that off lane, but just has not been working out for them. Meanwhile, North has just been able to stack up bodies left and right throughout this map. But these big orb prime plays, though, seeing these wards coverage come out, we're looking for an opportunity inside of DLAB. They're getting the aggression off since they've opened this map up, but there's really just waiting for that opportunity. Do they pick off Jax first here, or are they trying to pick somebody else off?
We see North make the rotation over to Murdoch. That is a bit overextended. Is gonna jump over. Blink, Guillotine misses, but not the death mark. It's gonna go in next. Also used, but Haru has to blink away. North used everything as well, though.
And that's a lot of resources. They're almost able to get that kill and lock it down there. Jax has to run away. Doesn't want to get caught out too much, and the pressure is just fully on the side of Team Ronin. They're looking for something, but DLAB is not allowing them as they look for potential engagement here. No CC able to be locked down, but they're still waiting. They're waiting for their opportunity to get a nice little team fight off, nice little pick off to get themselves that advantage into this big objective.
And we can see the amount of map pressure they have at this point. Wards littered in the enemy's blue side, and also them just deathballing there, like doing the Fnatic Death Brush behind sort of the wall to make sure that if anybody overextend, they are gonna capitalize it on pick the kills up, right? But it was a good sidestep by Penguin, dodging out on that Decker ball. We see them now regaining the vision and actually starting up the prime with Gideon being on the left side.
I mean, that is just their call right there, right? They saw that one member is all the way on the other side of the map. As now North is here, though, the rest of the team converging, looking for their opportunity. They might be able to stick this, but Lawber's here, and now the rest of the team. Jax actually turns away from it and looks towards his backside, but they're not doing too much damage. But hello, here it is, the Eon Blast, and on the backside, North picks up Penguin, and Jax is trying to chase North away, and he's going to be able to get stabbed in the heart right after that, as Wangle's able to pick up another kill, and the fight is still on. Haru goes down as well in the backside. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and DLAB looks to have this pressure as Lawber goes on in, and now goes Jax, and no, there's only 2 members left as DLAB comes out and win that team fight.
It's all DLAB, it's all DLAB all the way. It's North securing the kill on the Bellica on the backline and forces the side of Ronin to split the fight, to turn around, try to catch him, which they did, but at what cost? 3 member falling. They're doing Prime now. They're catching onto Wango.
And they're going to be able to take him out of the map as they got the pit off, and he's going to have to sit there and think about his decision. Bonjude is the only one left, and he's not going to be able to do too much. Although they're low, they should be able to pick up this big ore prime buff 28 minutes in.
28 minutes in, they're still going for the Prime. Penguin has respawned, but they should have the damage to secure it, and they actually don't. It's going to be a steal. Ronin, Penguin just steals it away.
There is absolutely no way that he comes back in and able to get the Void Bomb off to pick that up. Huge steal coming out of side of Team Ronin.
0, 4, and 1, but 1 Prime buff secured, and Penguin is the MVP for Ronin at this point. 17 and 6 Prime buff empowered. All members except for Wangle should have that now. So definitely just an insanely clutch play by Ronin. Didn't have the smite on the side of DLAB, and then the support Bellic actually steals it away. What a play.
Oh my goodness, I know right now DLAB is fuming. They are angry, but they still have a pretty nice lead. But with this buff on them, Team Ronin is actually quite back into this game.
They definitely are, and we can see it and where they position, right? Like suddenly Bondrod is not as scared anymore from the side of DLAB. Knows he can push in the middle and has those extra resistances, can buff up those minions as well. We see Ronin slowly but surely regain vision, regain map pressure, regain sort of the control around that primal Fangtooth pit. We see DLAB though not wanting to give it up either.
They don't want to, they can't, they already lost one big objective, so they have to fight for this next one. Now both teams looking for their prime opportunity to maybe get themselves back in this game, as DLAB is looking just to kind of play a little bit defensively. We do see that Kalari is shown on the opposite side of the map. Team Ronin is getting their 5-man ready to go, still waiting for that opportunity.
They don't really can catch the Kalari, right? On that side, Kalari is so slippery with the Invis as well. It's hard to actually send members over to deal with that. So they're just going to leave it be. Push in the mid-wave, play around that. Right side is pushing naturally for them, but it's going to take a while. They don't feel confident enough to actually shove in the mid-wave. So without it being buffed up by the Prime buff, it's just going to be an insta-clear for the side of DLAB. And with Ronin actually feeling a bit too afraid to actually contest the map at this point, it's most likely just gonna be the Prime buff to stall out the game, but it doesn't really give Ronin any way back into the game.
I mean, we see Jax over here trying to farm for that level 16, get the full max availability on that behemoth. But they're just, like you said, they're just wasting their time away with the big orb buff here. They're not really getting too much pressure. I think it might just be them just trying to talk to themselves like, hey, that was a great steal. And like, we kind of just need to farm up here, making sure we just aware of what's going around with the Fangtooth pit.
Yeah, but with those objective steals, right, we can actually see XP leads on the side of Ronin. Even with a 17-6 core lines, we see the offlaner being ahead, we see the jungler being ahead, so is the mid laner, at least slightly in terms of XP. Money, though, is obviously the difference with DLAB picking up those kills. They are quite comfortably in the lead. Checks in the pit, most likely just gonna clear this out, but we saw that Ronin is not afraid to press the trigger.
Not indeed. It looks like they actually got started by Toasty being able to hit the Primordial Fangtooth there, and they're going to be taking a little bit amount of damage before they start this, and it looks like they're still just clearing as both teams are looking forward. They do have the pit control pit on type of Ronin, but here comes Jax going to big behemoth. Oh, but the black hole comes over on top and they just destroy Haru, and Jax is now in a bad position trying to take away Lauber, but there's just not enough damage. They're just completely separated. Down goes two, down goes Bonjude, and Wangle and Penguin are the only ones left in this fight, as now DLAB has turned their attention towards Primordial Fangtooth and pick it up and hunting back down that back line. They're using that torch space, so they actually pick up the 5-man, and they now have everything they need to get towards this core.
Yeah, they have everything. They have the Primal Fang as well, giving them extra true damage, but getting the full ace as well is going to buy themselves so much time. They can push in the tier 2, maybe go for inhib, and then look for the core as well. 20-second death timers on Murdoch. That might just be the way for them to end the game. They're going to get the inhib. They're going to get the next wave, and F6, it looks like it's just a wash for DLAB.
I mean, 5 more seconds. There's really not too much that Ronin can do in this game. They're just going to be able to push this wave in. Haru tries to actually use the Long Armor Lord to clear the wave, but it's just not quite enough as they go on down. And there it is, ladies and gents. Game 1. Dirty Lake and the boys actually able to pull that through with a great steal.
Just buying so much time for themselves, but they didn't capitalize on it really. They just let the prime expire. And at that point, we just go back to a state where it's DLAB all the way. They have the money, they have the map control and the wards. And with that, they secure the fight around the Primal Fang turf. We saw a very split fight coming in from Ronin. And in the end, it's DLAB all the way.
All the way indeed. But that's going to be it from us here at the casting desk. We're showing all the way back over to the analysts and so they can break down this game for us.
Thank you so much to F6 and Tang. It does look like DLAB gets their revenge for the loss they suffered to Roguenin yesterday. Mugi, what did you see in that game?
Well, as expecting, the Calari pick on North was like kind of demon. They managed like to dominate early kills. But to be fair, Roguenin did a good job of still staying into the match because like they kind of traded objective. They got a very nice steal into the second Fangtus. And then of course, like that steal on the Ore Prime kind of make me a believer a little bit. But in the end, we didn't have enough peeling in the backline. Mortgage plus Murdoch, too easy to pick up for that Calari. And just like a clean team wipe, Primal and GG for Dirty Lake and the boys.
That's right. What about you, Joey? What are your observations from that?
Yeah, it seems like the main win condition of their Lake and the boys was just getting that early lead, but more importantly, getting those like dirty picks in the back line. Because to be fair, we're gonna have like a good team gun for peeling. They have like the Bellicov, the Wempace, even the Crunch knockup. However, Nova was just too sneaky in those team fights. They could never track him, and every time like a big team fight happened, North is just already on one person to lead them out to oblivion. So very well played by North on the Collide pick. Very risky kind of team comp, but he made it pull off very, very well.
That's right. So that is game 1 of the day. We will be back soon with game 2 between Midnight Anthem and Press Tab from Group 3. But before we do, I want to remind all of you, if you like the content, we are here all of the time. Follow us on Twitch. Subscribe to us on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Join our Discord. Follow us on Twitter or X. Find us on TikTok. Find us on Instagram. If it exists on the internet, Prime Championship Circuit is there bringing you the best competitive Predecessor content that is available not just on Earth, but also the moon. We will be right back after this quick break. Welcome back in, everybody. Real nice, short, quick break because we are trying to get to you action after action after action today. And the next game we have for you should have plenty of that in it. We're going to show you Press Tab versus Midnight Anthem. But before we get into this, I just want to highlight a couple of the players and a little bit of the history of these two teams as far as competitive Predecessor is concerned. This Press Tab team, we've seen them make it to a finals within a PCC before. They made it all of the way to finals in the very first PCC ever, where they ended up losing to Team TOS, or just TOS, because I think the team might stand for team. I think it doesn't stand for anything, actually, if I'm recalling correctly. But TOS won our very first PCC ever. They had Feppy on their team, who is the mid laner for this Press Tab team. Now, he's kind of gone full circle, joined the Evil Empire. But before that, Epps and the original Press Tab roster had won the very first Predecessor tournament ever in the very first Law Lobby, which was actually the inspiration that our head of operations had, Jolster, to create the PCC. So big full circle moment right now, which is pretty cool about it. One of the things about both of these teams is they heavily prioritized Zaris yesterday. They both did 5 games. Of the 10 games they played total, Zaris was picked in 9 of them. So we're going to take a second quick look at some of the stats of that hero. Mugi's our big stat doctor here, so he's going to break this down for us.
So as you can see, Zaris has been played in 40 games, which on total we had 51 games yesterday. So a lot of appearance. The win rate is only at 48%, so it seems that the pick has its strengths, but it's not like this all-out super duper strong pick that works in every single scenario, but it's still good enough that it warrant this high priority percentage. In a sense, I would like to have a little bit of feedback from Joey as well, because he's a main offlaner and Zaris is a very good component there, and I would like you to break down what is his strengths and his weakness as you see them.
Yeah, so at least in the offlane, he's just that one hero that's always a good blind pick. A lot on offlane, especially in this kind of drafts, it's all about countering the other offlaner for the most part. But if you pick up a Saris, most of his matchups are favorable or more like a skill-based matchup. He has very few actual bad matchups going to the offlane, especially since we have some really strong offense like 1-1. Saris popularity just skyrocketing even more so in this kind of tournament right here. But the whole win rate being a little bit lower is probably to the fact that a lot of times offlane, although it's I love to say offlane is a huge important part of some of these tournaments, it most of the time comes down to the mid jungle, even duel, to really carry the lead. So as long as the offlaner can do well, it's up to the rest of the team to really pull in through right there.
It really is. So we've taken a second, we've talked about Zaris, but we have some other heroes that we think are going to be highly contested or really favored by these teams. For Midnight Anthem, we talked about how both Indo Complex and Wumba really like Richter. Wumba, one of the only people that's really taken Richter to the off lane nowadays. Do we expect that Richter will be a contested pick within the draft?
Well, definitely something that the Richter is always a priority pick. It feels like he has this X factor of being able to dominate the game by itself. But I've noticed that Midnight Anthems, they kind of have kind of a set schedule when it comes to their hero. The Zaris pick 4 out of 5 times, but also the Steel 4 out of 5 times. They kind of love that double front line. And of course, because they got that double front line of the cage and the shield slam, they also prioritize a lot the gadget. 3 out of 5 of their game, they pick the gadget. And so they kind of have this initial synergy that they love to pull out. And so I'm curious to see if they are going to bring that to the table. On the side of the Press Tab, there is one outliers that we don't really see in the tournament, but they use a lot of Narbash. 3 out of their 5 games, they bring this Narbash support, which is actually a very strong pick that I feel is a little bit slept on. And so I'm quite curious if we're going to see that happening also in that draft. And to be fair, when it comes to Press Tab, I'm very curious of what they're going to bring to the table, because yesterday they had tough opposition. They faced against Roguenin, Flow State, What If, all teams that ended up in the top 8. And I can't wait to see them play, because it's gonna be blast.
Well, luckily we do not have to wait much longer to find out, because I believe that the draft is ready and we can get into this. Joe, do you expect the Zaris to be the first contested thing that we see?
Yeah, given the fact that both these teams seem to really love the serious pick right here. I'm expecting there's going to be a pick or ban. Maybe not on the ban necessarily, but it depends on who they prioritize first in the draft for the most part. Because on Press Tab side, they seem like they really like the Sailors just being able to only pick them in the jungle for the most part. But for Midnight Anthem, they pick 4 or 5 times in the offlane, with one game just being in the offlane right there. So both of them really like the Sailors pick, but have different goals for them. And we see Press Tab actually banning out the Rampage, which is honestly really surprising given that Bad News Bear is known to be a Rampage enjoyer. So it's very kind of weird that they're kind of banning out the Rampage from himself. However, he's been doing a lot of Sailors jungle, so maybe he decided that, hey, I want the Sailors jungle, but I do not want to go against Rampage on the other side, so let me take away my own comfort pick so I can pick my other comfort pick, and that's the Sailors jungle pick.
Like a question for Midnight Anthems, like we know we had like a lot of discussion around the Argus. Is it going to be banned? Is it going to be left open for that draft, and maybe we get the chance to like watch another Argus game? It's a question. Of course, we can also like try to remove like another priority tank. Could be a Quang, can be a Rictor, and we keep that Argus open. Naturally, like Argus is annoying to play if you want to play Zarus, as we said, and so we see the Argus ban immediately to be removed, because that means every time you jump in as a Zarus, yeah, you jump in, but you're very, very easy to CC when you reach the ground, and then you can get absolutely obliterated as you touch the ground. So a pick like Argus could be like actually like very dangerous. But here it kind of has the question like, okay, you have the Zarus open, but do you want to first pick it when there is like option like Quang and Rictor that can be like very, very valuable? And sometimes that if you pick the Zarus, you offer like both options to the enemy side. Also like the Drongo maybe that some teams seems to love a lot and seems to be like the #1 carry in that tournament. So I'm quite curious, options are open, and I can't wait to see what Press Tab is going to select.
Yeah, I really don't think Sailor's first pick is that bad, because we know some people sometimes even prioritize the Quan first pick, but we know that Sailor is actually a very good matchup in the offlane against the Quan. So if anything, if Press Tab picks up Sailor's first here, well, Quan is still open, but do you really want to pick a Quan knowing that the enemy team has a Sailor that you're potentially going to be going in the offlane with? But gonna do the flip around, because Press Tab is actually going to prioritize the Quan first pick, and we know that Midnight Anthem really loves the Sailor's pick, so it's actually kind of very like interesting to see that Press Tab just going for the flip around, be like, I actually don't want the Sailors, never mind, let me pick up the Quan first pick. So it's actually really interesting to see this kind of strategy that Press Tab is always trying to form right here.
Maybe like they have the idea that if they do pick the Zarus, then we can still like move the Quang into the jungle and have maybe like a counter matchup for the Zarus. Or if they decide to not like risk it on self-midnight anthem, they still like secure it for themselves afterwards. I guess like maybe here Steel is still also open. That's a pick that they kind of love on the side of Midnight Anthem. A lot of options. Can also be a Rictor jungle lane if you want to already like have a super strong dual lane and you feel confident on the Rictor, which can also like be open. The Bellica, of course, like always like at the top of the priority in picks and bans for a lot of team. And here it's actually like a Chimera Steel. So the Steel has been secured. They want like to have this strong front line, maybe also like a solution to the Quang in offlane and have like this like matchup that is a little bit like Resident Sleeper, but in a sense like allow the Steel to be like strong later on. And we secure the Chimera when the Rampage is being banned to have like a very, very strong presence in the early game, and that Chimera can actually like go for a lot of invade because it's probably one of the strongest like jungler early on.
Yeah, so it's looking like Press Tab has some few options they can go with, because both teams actually really like the Richter. We've seen Banners Bear sometimes picking up the Richter from time to time, and they can always go support as well. So I feel like if you're going against like the Seal right here on Midnight Anthem, you kind of want to match that front line and CC kind of tank with your own Richter pick right there, because if it's not picked up right here, I can imagine Midnight Anthem just banning that out, so it makes the front line CC kind of combination for Press Tab even more limited what they can do with all that. But again, like I really thought the Sailor is going to be more priority pick, but we see the Winter is picked right here, very good solid pickup, but we see the Howitzer being locked in early for going, not going the beginning of Bellica right there.
It's interesting that we go like for the Howitzer, since like the Bellica was also open in a sense. I guess we don't want to have to play the Bellica into the Howitzer, but Bellica is very good at receptioning a Chimera, for instance, and making like the life of a Chimera a little bit complex. We do have the Rictor that is picked with the Howitzer, because of course, if you have a Rictor into the enemy team and you get the Howitzer in your own team, like Howitzer is a big fridge, and we have a new big fridge that is going to come like soon in form of Grim. But here, like the big fridge is very, very easy to grab, and so it's very important that you kind of remove like those potential counter pick when you play Howitzer, because Howitzer that is not contested can be like actually like very, very, very dangerous. If we look in terms of ban, of course, on the side of Midnight Anthem, like we got our own carry, and Press-Tab doesn't have a carry yet, so maybe we can like try to focus on that. And here, Press-Tab decided to remove the gadget. As we have seen, it's something that Midnight Anthem kind of like to do. And I don't think here like there is any reason to go for any Zarus, because we already have probably the off lane and the jungle. Even though I'm saying that, the Steel can still like go support now that we have seen the Rictor, but the Rictor can still be support or jungle, so there is still like a lot of little option open, and I guess like each team is trying to keep the card in their hand here right now to not like reveal everything.
Yeah, really, there can be just a lot of stuff that can be changing around last minute to just show the other team off right there. And the gadget ban is pretty interesting. Like you said, it seems like the target ban on Midnight Anthem. So it's kind of like saying that Press-Tab rather wants to go against the beginning or Belica Med, for the most part, for the House and mid lane matchup. But also maybe the gadget ban is sort of like they throw it out there because the potential like combination of like a Sailors and gadget being picked right here on Midnight Anthem. But seeing that Midnight Anthem going for the Narbash ban, sort of thinking that the Witcher is actually going to go off in the jungle, and Press-Tab hasn't yet locked in support pick right here. But the game pick into the Howitzer is going to be quite interesting. I think Howitzer sort of have an edge in the range, but more importantly, as soon as game press ultimate, Howitzer press ultimate, get away, and it can do a lot of single high target damage to the gating right there.
And so it's interesting that we see that the Kira being picked because you're faced against a Drongo, which means that naturally the ultimate is going to be like not that valuable, and also like we have like a lot of aggression, very dive heavy comp. So yeah, we got ban of the gadget, but I feel like this Gideon complement perfectly the draft of Midnight Anthem with the camera, with the Steel, with the Drongo. Like camera doesn't like to play classical front to back, he loves to go in and that his whole team can follow him on the aggression, and Gideon was perfect for that, while gadget was a little bit slower. So I feel like maybe Press-Tab trying to counter what Midnight Anthem loves and maybe like shot themselves in the foot. And here we have the Decker Kira being selected and the last pick Zarus. So in the end, both teams were interesting by the Zarus, but we had to wait for the last moment. And here we have like I said, like this round comp of hyper aggressivity, hyper dive comp. And yeah, Rictor, Howitzer, Decker, you have some solution to reception that, but I have the impression it's a little too much maybe.
It might be, but we do have these drafts finally finished up now. A lot of synergy between both of them. I do have a lot of questions about picking Kira into the Drongo already selected. What do you think about these in total, Joe?
Yeah, so I really I don't know why people keep picking the Kira into the jungle when they always see him, but I guess some people really value the Kira ultimate so much to the point that even if she's gonna get silenced here and there, like the time she can get the ultimate off can do some really deadly damage. But you are talking about going against a Sailors again, a Chimera Steel. It can be really hard and challenging to get your ultimate off while getting CC or just blown apart. But at the same time, Press-Tab have that nice peel for the Decker, the Witcher, and even Quan Howitzer. So it seems like all is going to be on her team to peel for her and create the space for her to get the ultimate to do some really deadly AoE damage.
All right, I'm putting you on the spot, Moogie. Pick a winner.
For me, like from the draft and the hyper aggression, I will have to pick Midnight Anthem. I think they just like have a well-rounded things that works together and it's very easy to execute.
All right, first game of Group 3 ready to go. The draft is locked in. The only thing that is left is to play the game out. We're going to throw it over to Mana Class and Noctisera, who's going to be on the mics for this one.
Hello, everyone. I am Noctisera here with Man of Class. How's it going? How are you thinking about these drafts? I'm excited.
I am excited. I mean, there's just always so much going on in these drafts. Once again, we see the arc is banned out. No surprise there. But this back and forth between these teams was a really fun one to watch. And I do think that Mugi put it well, that Midnight Anthem did feel like they got the better end of the deal, at least in terms of their play style with the way that they like to play these games. But Pristab, it's not like they've got nothing on the board. I mean, the Kwang a very desired pick. This one they got away with. Their duo lane, while not too tanky, has Escape, has CC. Definitely things to work with Kira and the Decker. And of course, Howitzer mid lane has been super solid as of late. So I am not too worried about their effectiveness. But they do have to obviously still show that they can do it against Midnight Anthem. That I think they pretty much got everything they wanted.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree. I think that Press Tab and Midnight both sort of maneuvered the draft in a way that is beneficial for them. I think Midnight Anthem came out with a bit more aggression, though, especially in that Steel and that Chimera. Both of those characters really like going in early and going in often to try and snowball that lead.
Yeah, and of course, with the battlegrounds being set, with the minions having spawned, there's no real weird invades happening early in this game. We sometimes see teams be a little bit cheeky, especially around that red jungle on the orange side. But it's not happening this time around. It's gonna have a classic go at it. It does look like we're gonna have a little bit of a spread here for Midnight Anthem.
Yeah, and both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map too, which means that we're probably not going to see one of those early counter ganks, maybe a 2v2, both trying to look to their stronger lanes. In this case, you have the Richter looking more towards that Kwang setup, and in the left side, you have that Chimera trying to get that dual lane ahead.
I do wonder how this dual lane is going to pan out, because of course we do have the Steel that isn't, he's very tanky and he's in the way, but you're going to be able to shoot at him as both the Decker and the Kira, manipulate a wave a little bit more like that. That's not going to be an option as easily for the side of Midnight Anthem. So that's also I see Press Staff having the advantage over there in that lane in terms of pressure. Risbro and Wumba just locking heads a little bit, smacking back and forth as they should. The micro is going to be very important between those two in the early game, but if one of them gets ahead, you're going to have a easier time getting the other one down. Complex now on that side of the map, invading that blue jungle. The orange jungle, but the blue jungle for the orange side, of course.
Yeah, so maybe not going for those cross-mapping, maybe just going for a bit more of a vertical style, and possibly coming in for a gank here early. You can see Risbro gets the knockup. It's really good damage down onto Wumba, but Indo's already here to answer back. Wumba goes in with the stun. Indo to try and follow up, blinks on him, gets the ambush. He's swinging those axes, and Wumba finishes him off with a spear thrown from far away.
Nice combination, both having to use their blink though, so that is going to be down for the Chimera, but also for Kwang, of course, which is a pretty big deal. We'll always have that blink up as much as possible. Bad News Bears just going to clean up their own blue buff. But yeah, rotations around the map are happening, and we do see this rotation from Gideon going over potentially to the dual lane. I think they're just picking up their river buff and then going back. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, and I'm not shocked. You have your jungler on the other side of the map. You don't really want to risk it. You haven't seen the Richter yet, and he'll probably show up on a ward soon, especially if he moves over to that 3 camp. They put a nice little deep ward down there. But Epps and Zavi right now having pretty full control over the lane, going for that gold buff, and just trying to keep the pressure up that they have from their jungler being on their side of the map.
Get that gold buff and going to be able to... they're probably going to go for a back here with their lane being pushed in this far. They have some time to work with, and then there's going to be some freedom to work with from the Midnight Anthem dual lane, especially if you're going to let your Drongo do it by himself. It gets a lot more XP and gold that way than if you have to share it, which is always nice.
Yeah, it's definitely really nice. That Drongo is one of those picks that can snowball really, really hard, and the Rad Rounds makes it sort of hard to tell how much damage you're going to take, so you can really get caught off guard sometimes, going for those all-ins, thinking you're safe, not using your blink, and then just dying out of nowhere, giving him a free kill. So definitely have to be careful of that, especially when he has that peel from the bazooka and all of his abilities. Can be really hard to stop that snowball once it gets going.
And now we have the Chimera as well on this jungle side. Just be ready for a potential engagement there on that dual lane. He's going to be looking for it now. They've got some extra XP, and the lane is pushed in, well, kind of neutral again, pushing into the orange tower at the moment. But, of course, Richter also on that side, so if an engagement starts to happen here, it's going to be a 3v3.
Yeah, and Bad News Bears now coming in, looking for something. He pops the electrocute, goes for the wave, looks for the hook. Not going to land on a cursor. The cage is nice, but without a hook follow-up, you're not really going to get anything out of that. And now Midnight ambush on the back on Fangtooth.
They almost bamboozled them into trying to get the dual lane and not trying to chase down the steal, but it's going to be a free Fangtooth. I don't think anyone's going to be near enough on time. You see Bad News Bears does come in, will sneak a peek, and of course does have the hunts, but is not able to steal it away.
No, goes in, but now Indo Complex going in, looking for some more damage. Big Z portals in, gets a nice rock down. Bad News Bears forced to blink out, and a nice 4-man cage to stop any more plays being made.
I love heads-up decker plays like that. You don't always see them, but Feppy might not be selected to get away. Level 6, though, will have the ultimate to work with if they really need an out. Don't think they're going to be getting to. No, they might actually.
Ooh. Big Z getting very low. Really nice by Feppy, and Bad News Bears finishes him off with the hook.
Bad News Bears, right place at the right time, and all these sort of sloppy, well not sloppy, but these really aggressive and more dynamic rotations coming out from both of these teams, really leading to an exciting early game. Only 2 eliminations though after 6 minutes. It's kind of weird if you see that all of that happening and only 2 go down. It's a lot of restraint, I guess, from both teams. Not overextending too much, not trying to walk away too late, basically recognizing when their fight is lost. It's a good dynamic and a good trait to have as a team, to like decide, no, we're going to chase this or we're not going to chase this, and also recognizing when you can and cannot fight. Obviously, let's hope that doesn't lead to inaction that then leads them to a deficit, either of these teams, but for now it is a very good sign that this is going to be a good game.
Yeah, and something that happened in the mid lane, Big Z really thought that they could chase out, but he didn't have the 6, which is really the big thing. Not having any that extra damage from the black hole, and then eating a full howitzer ultimate, that's going to do a lot of damage, and that level disadvantage means that Bad News Bears can just come in, pick up that kill, and Feppy is now going to even extend that XP lead, which is going to be really big. The mid lane XP leads tend to be more important than a lot of other roles because you can get that push off, get those rotations, and help out your team.
Similarly, though, Wumba with the ultimate and Risbro not having it yet is pretty good pressure that you can put in on the solo lane. We do have both junglers on that blue buff on that side, though. Inno Complex has not been spotted by Bad News Bears, I think. They might just go for the 1v1.
Yeah, it goes in, but now Big Z with the black hole, blinking in onto Feppy with the portal. Feppy gets out just barely. He's going to look for a bit more rocks. He's not going to find the right click. But the Gladiator Coliseum has been dropped. Bad News Bears popping very low, but Indo Complex forced to back out. Wumba gets the kill and blinks out just in time. Risbro now trying to chase down, looking for some more damage, but Wumba might be able to make some space. If he lands the sword, it could be disastrous, but he's not going to. Blast Cone now for Wumba, looking to get out and just taking the back, but on the backside of the fight, Feppy in the enemy jungle taking out Indo Complex. Wumba pops the Blast Cone to go over. Risbro looking for some more, gets the chase down, but without the sword, he's not going to be able to get it. 1 for 1 in total from what looked like an amazing fight.
I really, really, really love that dynamic though between the Kwong and the Xerath there, just in terms of I'm on the flower, I can jump up, then you walk into the flower, but do you have enough mana to stun me afterwards? It just keeps going back and forth in that way, and eventually does get out. But yeah, really nice. I just honestly, I'm really impressed that they only didn't manage to die, like either of them on that side, because that 2v2, a lot of low health bars there. And then a Kwong that can just chase you down and does not manage to. That's exactly how you want to see it, but it's going to be very frustrating for Press Tab.
Yeah, not great. And this is the big thing with Kwong, is that it's a very mind-gamey hero to play, because once that sword lands, it's very hard to get out of it. You get tethered, you get knocked up, and a ton of damage comes through. But if you dodge that sword, there's really not much that he can do to follow up on it. Now Salami going in onto Azavi, gains the knock up onto Epps, looking for some more damage. Azavi already blinks out, forced to get out, and the Ion Strike will land. Epps taking a lot of damage, but not going to go down. Nice little back away from Press Tab there. But now Bad News Bears is here to follow up on it. Salami forced to back out, Mr. Cursor as well. Bad News Bears saving his teammates, getting a blink out of that. But no kills coming through in the left lane.
No, it's gonna be time to reset as well. Look at the amount of gold that Cursor has on. They really need to find some way to spend it on some items, and I'm sure they're gonna be able to with the shop and spawn. Complex just picking up their blue buff. And we're going to be looking at those neutral objectives again soon. That second Fangtooth is going to be up in about 20 seconds. So everyone is looking over to that pit, trying to reposition and pre-position themselves. Looks like Prestab is going to be in a better spot to catch anyone trying to get into that pit. They're very far forward at the moment.
Yeah, Epps gets a lot of good damage down on Salami, but no kills. Bad News Bears, of course, is here to sort of back up his team in the enemy jungle before taking it back. Just making sure that wave can get in without too much pressure. And it looks like Prestab are going to have the early rotation onto that Fangtooth if they decided to, but it's actually Indo Complex who starts it up alone without the help of his support, seeing Epps back. So should be pretty free from this case, especially with Bad News Bears taking that red buff. They're just going to give it away.
I mean, we're talking about Chimera, right? It's crazy because the amount of wards and amount of vision they had around that Fangtooth pit, they really should have known this was going on, but I guess they missed it. Will be a almost free Fangtooth. They do get it again before Bad News Bears can even get close, and that's a fight ensuing with the wall and the cage already up.
Yeah, Salami takes a lot of damage, but manages to dodge the hook out. Now they're just trying to run away, but the stun ball gets Salami locked up. Epps takes the kill. A little bit too far forward to try and take the fight there. Really nice cage from the Decker. And Wumba on the other side of the map gets the 1v1.
Yeah, very nice. He's got that elimination. They equalize the eliminations that happen across the map. Of course, that support elimination is going to be worth a little less than a solo elimination. And they got the Fangtooth. So all in all, looking with the lane pressure and everything in a bit of an advantage for Midnight Anthem at the moment. Nothing to write home about. I mean, we're still talking about a fairly equilibrium game, with the exception of course, those two Fangtooths. But we are going to get into a place where those team fights are really going to start happening, right? That second mini prime is closing in, or at least the transition to the last mini prime before full prime. And the third Fangtooth then as well. We're looking at roughly the 15-minute mark usually for that phase change of the game towards the mid game. And that is really where one of these teams, they're going to win a big fight usually. And that should set them up for a strong mid game. Doesn't win them the game necessarily, but it can snowball into that.
Yeah, and Midnight Anthem looking to really push their lead now, going for that mini prime. We can already see people starting to converge on it. We do see Bad News Bears does have the hunt advantage here. Indo Complex has not really been farming as much, so if they wanted to go for a steal, they could definitely try to, but it looks like both teams are just going to back off here. Don't really want to coin flip around this, especially with Epps being over here. Having your carry on this side of the map and having the Drongo on the other side means that it's a bit harder because any fight lost is going to be that much more instrumental.
Sometimes you talk about a little bit of a ward spot. This is a ward ocean. They've got so many around that pit. If either team doesn't know the other team started prime, they've done something wrong. Both junglers definitely want to remove those wards, but right now there's just a lot of heroes around there with the Colosseum on solo lane. This is a potential for a fight to ensue.
Yeah, and Epps is already forced to blink out. Bad News Bears lands this UR2 to get some good damage. Wimba blinks in, looking for Epps, and he will find it. Now trying to back up a little bit. They don't want to get hooked under tower, all of them dodging around, and the hook will miss. Really nice plays there from Wumba, looking for that blink, going for more. Bad News Bears thought that he might be able to buy enough time with that skewer, but not quite. And Risbro takes them the tower to even out the gold a little bit.
Yeah, we do see that rotation, right? Like teams will opt to do that sometimes. You send your solo laner to the dual lane, your ADC to the solo lane, and that change in like who was where really was an unbalanced situation. But it does mean indeed that you get that tower on that dual lane. You do see potential for Risbro to walk back into that lane, by the way, as Mini Prime is being started and taken as well. It's going to be on Indo Complex, because why not? To let your jungler have some stats. And in the meantime, we still see that Drongo inching forward past the gold buff to try and get that tier 1 tower after they lost their own.
Yeah, but Rizver's already back there to clear that wave, answer back a little bit. But it is nice. You have that Drongo getting a lot of solo XP, and with Epps going down in the side lane, this Drongo is now going to start being able to push that lead. And if you're Midnight Anthem, you're pretty happy with this situation, right? You have the Fangtooth coming up in about 2 minutes, give or take. You have that Mini Prime already down, so if you're able to push this even further, the next fight could start to blow the game open. Right now, though, still pretty even, so really on you to push that advantage and get it.
But it is a really big deal, right? Because we talk about like the solo XP that Drongo's been getting, and honestly, they're the only ones that are giving their ADC solo XP. We still see Eps continuously walking around the map with their Richter, with their support in hand, which means they're just gonna get less overall. And it's also way more resources in 10-bit. So the way that they walk around the map and the way they've rotated has been a little bit less efficient in terms of getting their ADC up. Like there's 2 levels of a difference between them. It's in reality like 1.5 maybe, but it's a really big indication of how big that gap is currently and how big it might still get if nothing happens. So they're really looking for this fight, and they're really looking for Eps to get something out of it, and for Cursor to not get anything out of it.
Yeah, and you can see Bad News Bears looking for the hook in the mid lane, but Big Z just going to portal out. Now Wumba jumps in with the Coliseum, looking for some more damage onto Bad News Bears, who's getting focused down by 4. Will go down immediately. Big Z gets the black hole onto 2 and forces them back out, but mostly just zoning there on the fight. The Make It Rain, though, gets a ton of damage, forcing Big Z to back out there. Cursor now getting some good damage on the wave, getting some poked out by Feppy. But a 1-for-0 right now, not really anything up to push any big advantage, so both teams just going to start to back away, maybe fishing for some more though. Thank you, finally up.
Eps has been poking from the side a lot, and it's been a really good position for them to be in as a shield slam does come in, but gets absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Azavi immediately takes out the kill. Wumba now very low, trying to get some good damage onto Feppy. Eps barely makes it out alive. Wumba as well makes it out barely alive. Big Z now trying to get damage onto Rizbro. Eps is still there. They need some more damage, but just going to take the back. Big Z going to take the portal out. And a 2-for-1 is not what you want to see if you're Midnight Anthem when you thought you had full control of that Fangtooth.
Yeah, exactly, and especially when you see that Eps is alive and also is getting the value in these fights, it's not what you want, right? You want your Drongo to be the one out damaging them, to outplay them, and in that situation, Cursor got way less done than Eps did. So that lead they were just talking about is shrunk a little bit. It might even lead to Prestab being able to get this Fangtooth, although there are a couple of members, and I'm more than a couple for Midnight Anthem coming.
Yeah, Wumba immediately goes into the Coliseum, trying to get some damage onto Eps, but it's press tab with the Fangtooth. Eps goes down immediately. Indo Complex roars onto Rizbro, trying to get some more damage with the ambush, and there it is. Bad News Bears gets caught in the black hole. Goes down to Wumba. 3-for-0 right now, and Feppy and Azadi just not there. Not respecting the timers on Midnight Anthem, who just run back and immediately take that fight, even if they don't get the Fangtooth.
It's good communication because they did decide to do it and then they did it, but maybe they should have done it with 5. Maybe they shouldn't have done it at all, but at least they committed to it. They did get the Fangtooth. Of course, you can definitely question whether it was worth it or not if you look at the results of that, because you're still going to give up a bunch of eliminations, not get any for yourself. And while that Fangtooth is nice to get, and you do deny that 3rd one for Midnight Anthem, it's maybe not as big of a deal as it would have been if it was like a Primal Fangtooth, for example. Got to get some resets. Of course, we're waiting for this old Prime proper to spawn. The next Fangtooth is going to come up at some point. No one really has a clear way of pushing any lanes in at the moment, so we are waiting for maybe the last tier 1 towers to fall, and that should be about it until we get these neck neutrals. Because, of course, the towers are very much in favor right now of Prestab.
Yeah, and also some interesting build options from Midnight Anthem. You can see the Drongo going for the Viper first, actually. I remember having a massive argument with F6 about this. It's more when you're looking for scaling and you're going to be hitting a lot of tanks rather than the Vanquisher looking for a lot of damage early. And it definitely leans more into that crit build. And Wumba actually goes for the Mutilator first rather than just going for that augmentation straight into the... I'm forgetting the Berserker's Axe. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
And Cursor now going for the Spy Splitter. So some interesting options here. Looking more into that scaling damage than just getting that upfront snowball.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, those item choices can matter a ton, especially in a match like this. And if you are looking at a team that has more tanks in them, or more tanks that will try to deal with you as an ADC, going for those anti-tank items is usually a better option in that situation, especially in the early game. But in the end, if you're going to get 5 items, you got a lot to choose from. And these ADCs, they don't usually flex that much in terms of which items they pick. It's more the priority that they go for, like which do you get first, which you get second, etc. So it's good to see that they are thinking about it, at least. They're not just mindlessly building the same thing every game. That would be very shameful, I'd say.
Yeah, and you can see it too with the Basilisk from the Chimera. The big thing is that armor reduction applies onto the target rather than giving a buff to you. So when you have triple carries like this, where you have the Drongo, you have the Zarus, you have the Chimera, and you have 3 of these high physical damage characters, that armor reduction is going to help out all of your other carries to do more damage as well. So it's much more of like a team play, saying that we're going to fight as a team, we're going to fight together. So I don't need that individual power because I trust you guys to help me out with the damage where I need it.
That's I mean, that's pretty much what the item does, right? Yeah, sorry, like I'm just listening to you talk, and it's great. That being said, you know, like we said, we were kind of looking at these items, waiting for this, like the continuation of what they're actually going to do. This mid tower is finally going to fall. It was about time, according to the math, like Midnight Anthem finally getting that one going. But they have been late with catching a couple of these tier 1 towers. Like the dual lane one is still up, for example, but Risbro might not be getting out of this one.
Yeah, some good damage down, but they're not able to finish him off in time. Bad news bears with the skewer onto 2. Zavi landing the stasis bomb as well to get some more damage, but both teams just going to back off. They're a bit too tanky. Risbro barely alive, but you see Mr. Cursor there in the jungle was able to get the 1v1 onto Epps and take out a carry before maybe a crucial objective. The Orb Prime is up at this point, but with both teams so low, they're probably not going to be able to start it up.
Probably not. It shouldn't be... I mean, you're obviously missing their ADC, but you do want to not risk it, because of course there's more than just the Epps that can do damage. Feppy with that rain has been doing a lot of damage with the ultimate, of course, and you got to be always careful about those stun ups and the general CC that you can get out of that Kwong and the Richter. They are going to walk into the pit now. They're going to start trying to do this Orb Prime. It's going to take a lot of damage this early in the game, and they have been spotted by this ward, so there will be a response most likely.
Yeah, already started up with the Fangtooth. Feppy looking for some good damage, and Womba's already chunked out to half. It can be very dangerous here, especially in this pit. But they do have the Black Hole available if they need it. Tons of damage down. Salami already locking up Risbro, and the Black Hole onto 3 people gets a ton of damage. Womba now with Coliseum onto Risbro, but forced to back off. Indo Complex chasing Feppy down on the backside. Now it's all low health bars for everyone, but no one down so far. Bad news bears trying to chase it out. Epps finally gets Salami on the back end of the fight, but not going to be able to get anything more out of it. Womba finally goes down to Risbro. Risbro not going to bleed out to those rad rounds, thankfully, but Womba will be able to land that spear onto Bad News Bears and trade out at least 1 kill. But with Epps still alive, they might be able to take out this Orb Prime.
Nah, they won't be able to. Their tanks have no HP. They have to reset first. Like if you see your Kwong sitting on a sliver, you cannot take that, and none of your team can properly tank that. Maybe with a Narbash, you can do a quick heal up and keep going, but not in this situation. They will go back into it. They might like just re-engage after they've reset because they have some respawn timers, but they aren't that long yet in this point in the game. So we're just looking for the next team fight that's going to happen around that pit, I'm assuming, as the Primal Fangtooth is up and Press Tab thinks, you know what, we're going to trade objectives because they're probably on the Orb Prime. But what if they're not on the Orb Prime? What if they're looking at you in the Primal Fang Pit? And that's exactly what's happening. So they're choosing to back off once again. Oh, that would have been a really fun one to see like if they can take it in time. But they're going to go back to the Orb Prime Pit because now Midnight Anthem isn't there and they value their objective more, it seems. So it looks like we might just be in for another fight as both these teams keep sort of waving back and forth between the two objectives at this point.
Yeah, currently it's really just a big dance to see, are they going to trade, are they going to fight, what are we doing here? But with wards on both sides of the map, both teams kind of know what's happening. They see each other walking through mid, they can see what side they go to, so it's mostly just baiting one or the other, try and walk in. You go first, no, you go first. And it's actually going to be Midnight Anthem that goes first, trying to get some damage onto that Fangtooth, but immediately backing off. Trying not to take any risks. Risbro looking for something on the back line. You won't be able to find it now. Salami with the engage and the jump down. Call onto Risbro, who's getting very, very low. If they're able to finish him off, that's one tank that's able to get taken out. The Make It Rain comes down, chunks out Big Z, but he's not going to be able to get it before Indo takes out Risbro. Now it's Feppy alone in the middle of 3, taken out. Epps manages to get Indo Complex on the dive, but it's currently a 1 for 2. And with a very low front line, Midnight Anthem could definitely look for more. Salami goes in, tries to get the stun onto Epps. Is locked in the cage. The steel wall is going to make sure that Epps can't get any more damage off onto him. Bad News Bears lands the hook for some good damage, but Epps takes too many rad rounds and is way too low to continue fighting. Midnight Anthem with a pretty solid fight there, forcing Press Tab back, and they might be able to lock an objective off of this.
Yeah, this rotation, they're like, oh, we're going to bait Primal Fangtooth, and then as a team rotate to the mid lane because someone is still going to be coming from that mid lane. They managed to catch 1 out, catch 2 out, and indeed with that lead, they should be able to go for this. There is a opportunity for Bad News Bears to steal this. They have the hunt, and the jungler is not there for Midnight Anthem.
Yeah, Bad News Bears does see them on it, but now they're actually going to pull off, just trying to bait Bad News Bears to come in, maybe look for that steal, lock them up, but... Yeah, both teams, that Primal Fangtooth does so much damage this early into the game, right? When you don't have that many tanks, when you don't have that many items, you're not full build, and you just have to be really careful because it acts as an extra 6th member against whatever team is taking it. So even if you're ahead, you're still outnumbered. Have to be very careful.
Yeah, for sure, and especially if that steal is only level 9, right? Like, yeah, your Zarus is pretty tanky, and your Chimera might be able to heal up a little bit with the passive, but there, like you said, it's not even just the items, it's just also the levels and the full HP bar that is missing at the moment. Just need a little bit more oomph in order to take it that quickly. Also, in terms of damage, just not fast enough. But with these lanes pushing in now, because it feels like Midnight Anthem should be having the lead here, they still are not pressing into the lanes as much. They're really looking for this objective. And if anything, they're not really playing that aggressive. I would have expected them to go a little harder on a couple of these things, but they're really playing very conservative and very calculated almost, which is not something we see that often from them.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where the game, like, even if you have a lead, if the game's not blown open, you can't really just do whatever you want, because you're still at risk of dying and throwing the game away that you have an advantage in. But all it really takes from Midnight Anthem is one good wombo combo, right? They have that Coliseum and that Black Hole that can combo together into a Steel ultimate, so you have to be super careful, because one 5-man Black Hole is all it takes to just win the game on the spot. Xavi looking for a bit, but might have pushed in a bit too far as the call comes out. And Indo Complex immediately one-shots him before the fight even starts. Azavi getting a little bit too antsy there and might have just thrown away the Primal Fangtooth.
Yeah, they definitely might have, but there's still, again, if both hunts are there, there is an opportunity. And your Decker, while providing a lot of spatial control, not as big on the damage at least, on the health pools. Good skewer from the Rick Trap to the Coliseum.
Yeah, and the Black Hole goes on to 2. Eps is able to get out of it, but Bad News Bears is not. Feppy able to trade out a bit of damage with those missiles, but it's not going to be enough. One boss still, Salami, sorry, looking for it. Lands a 3-man knockup, but doesn't have the follow-up there. So he's just going to get one shot, trying to maybe buy time for his team. Big Z does not have the Black Hole, so has to be very careful here. Wumba, though, blinks in, gets the stun onto Epps, and some really good damage now, trying to chase out. Looking for it. Big Z needs to land one more, but Wumba will finish it off with the spear. Feppy goes into make it rain to try and dodge something out. Brisbro on the back end, taken out by Big Z. It's only Feppy alive, and he'll go down as well. 2 for 4. In favor of Midnight Anthem, and when it's only the Decker alive, that's probably going to be that Primal Fangtooth. Azavi doesn't really have the damage to take anything
there,
out.
Right?
Yeah, maybe.
Try and throw an orb in there. Or maybe go.
Oh, getting really good damage down. Cursor has to blink out of it, but now it's gonna. Ooh, he's gonna be in the middle of 2 though. I don't think he's gonna be able to get any more. Azavi blinks, tries to get more damage, looking for the Primal Fangtooth to finish him off, and he will actually get the Flamethrower, looking for even more. And the Primal Fangtooth is on to Big Z. Azavi using that Primal to his advantage, but Big Z lands the rock as he takes the portal. Bad News Bears misses the hook just barely, and Press Tab buying just a little more time in this game.
Just a Decker will probably not do it, right? The famous last words. Well,
famous last
Decker
words.
Might as well do it on their own. I mean, it's what you said, right? Like that Fangtooth will just act like an extra teammate for you if the other team is in the pit first. So that was a lot of extra damage. You have to see your cursor blink out there, because otherwise they go down. Still find the elimination on the next one. Like it just keeps on going with this Decker. And Decker, a very slippery character, has a lot of tools to deny, to slow, to just cage someone in. Of course, the stun comes through, jumps up with the passive boots, and now it's all of a sudden Press Tab in the pit. Is anyone gonna react? We have a couple here.
Yeah, and Big Z might be looking for one. I gotta say, Azavi, I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game, but Big Z has good game as he goes in, Black Hole onto 2, able to take out Rizbro, and I think they managed to secure the Primal Fangtooth as well with the steal. Now Feppy takes out Salami on the back end, but Epps is left all alone to die to Endo Complex and his axes. With the Primal Fangtooth and 4 down, this should also be Orb Prime, at which point you just have such a big advantage, and you might even be able to push the game. They're going to walk over here, and Azazbi, you might have been able to take it with that Primal. You might have been able to get that first clutch, but I don't think you're going to be able to walk into 4 people in the Orb Pit.
No, that shouldn't be happening. If that goes wrong, if they get that Orb Prime somehow, they manage to steal that, we really can just pack up and go home and call this tournament a win for Prestap, because that would be insane. Player of the entire cup would already have just been decided with that. Not going to happen, though. It's going to be Orb Prime for Midnight Anthem, and that puts them in such a strong advantage. Like you said, the double buff is alive. They're going to start running down lanes, getting towers, potentially getting inhibitors, because they got some time to work with. And now we can really look at what's been happening, right, between a couple of these different players, because while the CS is really good in the side of Epps, somehow Cursor is still 3 levels ahead because they've just been around being able to do things solo a lot more. And that's a crazy difference if you look at it.
Yeah, and currently, I'd like to point out, a perfect game for Mr. Cursor. Has not died once so far. So even though he's been left alone, has been playing it very safe. And you can see the scaling builds start to come in, right? Has the Viper, has the Demo, has the Dust Devil. So looking at those 3 crit items, we might be able to see an Imperator last item. Obviously, buff all that crit damage, get a bunch of extra down. We were talking earlier about blowing the game open. I think it's safe to say that at this point, Midnight Anthem has currently blown the game open.
Yeah, they're going to walk onto at least a couple of tier 2 towers. Again, the inhibitor might as well also be taken, and you're going to see Press Tab just sit back and not take a fight unless someone really steps too far forward. They're going to try and deny these inhibitors and these towers to be taken, but they really cannot afford to actually take a fight. They are solidly behind right now. And we even have Indo Complex pushing another lane, so it's a 5v4 on over here, and still they're going to feel too threatened to go in.
Yeah, and Salami absolutely only caring about Epps. 3 armor items versus 4 magic damage is a bit insane, but I mean, hey, if it works out and you're making sure that Epps just can't kill you, I guess it's been working. You can see Womba also went for that Crystalline Curious rather than a 3rd bruiser item, so just building a little bit more tanky, knowing that his carries are going to be able to get those damage off in the fights, and now going to be starting to knock on those inhibs. Indo Complex was able to push in that right lane and get some good damage down. The Steel Wall here is able to buy time for those minions, but Bad News Bears looking for the skewer, not going to be able to find it. Feppy getting some good damage off onto Womba. Seal trying to back his team up. The Bag Z goes in, tries to find it, able to find 2 so far. Mr. Cursor as well, tons of damage out. Salami, a little bit aggressive there, but with 2 kills already on the board, they might be able to try and look to siege out some more. Rizbro looking for the sword and some good damage, but not able to get a kill with the ultimate. Big Z forced to back up. Cursor's already looking at that mid inhib as well. And once the triple inhib goes down, once you have those supers pushing in, 30-second death timers might be enough. Midnight Anthem currently looking for the game. The jump onto Rizbro gets some good damage off, but he won't go down. Salami also very low. Just need to buy a little bit more time for waves, and you'll be able to finish this game out as they're going to start knocking on the core. Feppy, last chance to try and clear the waves, get a little bit of damage down. Womba just buying some time for his team to hit that core. Doesn't need to go down. And Midnight Anthem, in 33 minutes, takes the game.
What a well played for them, honestly. And I think, like, again, a really big part of this is it's twofold, right? Essentially, the biggest part of their strategy, or the biggest part of their execution, came down to Salami pretty much not playing with Cursor most of the time. Like, Cursor just getting to free farm on their own, and then Salami providing so much value in terms of CC and blockage around these neutral objectives. That was a really strong play from Salami. We had a beautiful Decker counter trying to come in at some point that did get a lot of results. However, it was not enough to pull Press Tab back into control. So very nicely done for Midnight Anthem. I cannot really wait to see what else they're going to do this tournament.
Yeah, and congratulations to Mr. Cursor for that perfect game there. Played incredibly well all game. Really backed up his team there. Azazbi, really nice plays around that Fangtooth. Some really great bombs, but not enough to pull his team back in. And we're going to see Midnight Anthem actually advance over Press Tab. Some very nice upset here, I think, for a lot of people. I think a lot of people sort of saw Rizbro, Epps, and Feppy on the same team going into this, thought they were going to be really, really strong, but going down to Mr. Cursor and friends. Great plays. Congratulations, guys. But for now, I think we're going to have to throw it back over to our desks. Stick around and don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Noctisera and Man of Class, on top of their game as they always are. But yes, big shout out to Mr. Cursor and his friends. Cursor with the perfect game. If you know, you know. Cursor's probably done more for this community than any of us combined, but I think that game really came down to objective control. Joe, what did you see out of Midnight Anthem?
Yeah, so Midnight Anthem had just some really great control of the objectives. Like with the Chimera pick especially, allowed them to just go for early objectives. You see time to time again that Chimera, as soon as Phase 2 is up, he's running towards it already because Chimera is just such a great solo objective killer with that health regen. And even when it comes to the mid to late game team fights, when you're playing around Primal, Chimera can have his health regen really survive the Primal Flame Breath by like the Phase 2 right there. So it's just honestly the objective control with Midnight Anthem from start to finish right there.
Did you have any notes from that, Moogie, that you'd like to point out?
Well, Press Tab didn't show up for the first 3 objectives, so they got sneak up. Then Primal Fanctus, MVP of killing multiple player by himself. And of course, like Desirous, like he was 100 kill participation at 18 minutes, in the end 80%. So maybe Desirous we were talking about like was important for that match.
I think that it may have been as well. We are going to go to a quick break before we come back with our next game. But before we do that, I want to remind all of you, if you like what you're seeing and you'd like to support us, we do have a GoFundMe that is going towards the prize pool and helping out the PCC. Hit ! support within the text chat there in Twitch to get the link. Send us over some things. We promise all of it goes into improving PCC. We can only be as good as we are because of the help from the community. And speaking of the help from the community, we appreciate all of the people that have come in here. It is the PCC's Twitch channel's Twitch affiliation anniversary today. We would have never made it there without all of your guys' support. We all love Pred. We appreciate all of you guys coming together. We will be right back with our next game. Welcome back, everybody. We just saw Midnight Anthem take down Press Tab in Group 3. Here we are going to jump back to Group 2, and we've got a really good one for you here. We've got Dirty Lake and the boys. A tiny bit of an underperformance yesterday because of Lauber not having any sort of power over there in Toronto, but back at full force today, going to get up against Flow State, who ended yesterday as our second-placed team, the highest in this group. The winner of this qualifies for our main event on April 20th. Loser of this is going to have to win one more game in order to qualify. But what are you expecting to see from both of these teams, Mugi?
Well, to be fair, I do expect Dirty Lake and the boys to pull like the same performance as they done in the match we've seen right before, first match of the day. And on the side of Flow State, I didn't get the chance to catch them, but like I remember like a lot of their players come like from Deja Vu, and they were like previous PCC6. It was like their first event, and they keep impressing me because they just like progress so fast. Recently also Simba moved from mid lane to the jungle role, and like 2 weeks ago I remember Simba was struggling with 50 CS, like 5 CS per 10 minutes, and now suddenly like he's just amazing at the role. He has improved so much in the past 2 weeks, so I can't wait to see like how they are going to fare against like a veteran like Dirty Lake and the boys, and kind of like the new squad that just arrived and keep getting better and better. And it's definitely going to be a clash of titan.
I think so too. Joe, I know that you had a lot of interest in the jungle matchup that we're going to have here, and kind of the way that they pick their heroes and who they decide to prioritize. DLAB has been really playing through North, and Simba's been a good addition to Floor State. What do you see coming here?
Yeah, it seems like for Dirty Lake and the boys, some of the main win conditions is just North popping off on his carry picks, especially the Kalai, and I think it's pretty obvious at this point that North can pilot the Kalai super well, so I'm almost expecting that Flow State wants to ban out the Kalai, because Simba's not really a Kalai player. He can play like the Chimera, the Victor Rampage quite well, but not really the Kalai, because it's very hit or miss for the kind of jungle players we have. So I think if you can take away the Kalai from Dirty Lake and the boys and leave North on a more kind of traditional like jungler pick, I think that gives Simba more room to contest on North on even grounds.
I think so too. I think another pick that we need to look at as we are going into this draft, we've seen Dirty Lake and the boys pick up Drongo within the first rotation or two every single game. We've got some hero stats for Drongo here. Played in 49. How many games did we have yesterday again, Mugi?
51. So almost every
51.
single match, like Drongo has made an appearance either as a pick or a ban.
Perfect. Yeah, you see 84.3% pick, 11% ban. Only 2 games he wasn't picked in. 60% win rate. Maybe DLAB had a little bit of inside information, could feel how strong this hero is, and that is why they're prioritizing the way that they are getting him over onto Lakeinator. So watch for Drongo to be one of the first teams picked. Once again, I want to reiterate, the winner of this game does qualify for our main event on April 20th. Loser has to get through one more game in order to make it. So this one is big. You either get done with it, your day is over, you get to sit back, relax, and prepare for who your quarterfinal opponent is going to be, or you got to get sweaty one more time. You got to get into it, fight for your life one final time. So we got to get this draft going. We got to see who's going to be the first team to qualify on camera here today. And it looks like the bans and picks should be coming in shortly.
I assume in terms of ban, we're looking at, I assume probably like Argus from one of those two teams. And then like probably like where Joey was mentioning, maybe a Kalari actually like from the side of Flow State, because we see they probably like first ban, first pick if they're on the left side of our screen, which means that they can like afford to let the Argus open in a sense. So that could be like something they want to remove. They don't want to have to deal with. North is an absolute monster on that. Is also like playing against a Kalari when you are not like super proficient, like your communication is not as wonderful as it can be. And here we see the Kalari is being banned immediately. Like Kalari can be dealt with, but that requires a huge amount of synergy, and maybe a team as recent as Flow State that still like don't have like those many months of playing together don't really want to take the risk and deal with it.
Yeah, because like I said, Mugi, not only have the coordination to shut off the Kalai, but you almost have to build a team comp that can shut down the Kalai, and that can be pretty limiting if you have to deal with that like limitations on how you want to drop that out. So honestly, expand the Colossus so you have more flexibility in team counts, but also take away such a power hero from North on DLAB is also a super smart move. But I'm very curious to see what DLAB would be banning right here. Maybe they'd also answer with their own player-specific ban on Flow State right here, because as much as the Argus and the Rampage and the Quan's like been such a huge performance in this kind of tournament, at the same time, if you can remove like some of the main winning conditions on the other team, you should definitely go for that too. And we see right here the Bellica ban coming through. Like Bellica has been like a very high priority pick, but not really a ban at all. So kind of seems like they want to ban that flex pick from Flow State, so they don't have that Bellica to play around.
And that's also like another thing I just like realized, like it's a 7th game of Dirty Like and the Boys, and that's the 7th time that they are second pick. So I don't know if they're winning every single coin toss and they decide like to go second all the time, or it's maybe that other team actually like love the first ban, while like we have a little bit of action on the side of Lens. We said the doggy, but yeah. So I don't know if they just like really like that part, or if they just like, and all the team prefer first pick and they have like really like their solution set up for them. But another thing I kind of like is we can see like in previous events sometimes there was like one pick that was clearly like above the top and all the teams were kind of forced to ban it, and here I feel like we have a lot of strong pick which kind of opens up those ban. And usually when we're getting into those drafts it was very easy to say like, okay, that's gonna be the ban, but now it's kind of open and we see Flow State deciding to snack pick the Argus, which is like we have said before, many teams consider that Argus is utterly broken. Other team kind of realize that he has maybe like some weaknesses and that you can actually exploit weaknesses. So let's see if actually Dirty Like and the Boys is one of those teams that actually managed to figure out a little bit the Argus, or is Flow State, thanks to their Argus, is going to be able to get like a huge control of that game.
Yeah, I really like the Argus pick right here from Flow State, because one of the weaknesses of Argus going to mid lane especially is the Bellicus, and we saw DLAB banning out the Bellicus, so Flow State, wait a minute, we can just pick Argus mid and we don't have to worry about that Bellicus just one-shotting with the ultimate. So almost maybe a slight mistake on DLAB, not realizing that the one of the main heroes to shut down Argus mid is Bellicus. So actually a really great pickup by Flow State for that Argus, but he can always be still flexed in the support role depending on the matchups we can see. And yep, as DLAB has shown time and time again, they love the jungle and the first kind of pick, so the pickup right there along with the Saris, it's going to be a great flex in the off lane, just being able to win almost any matchup. Also good in the jungle too if they want to flex him in there instead.
And I remember like Dirty Like and the Boys against Indecisive yesterday picking the jungle Zarus first, and yeah, they have like that pocket Zarus support for Toasty. So this Zarus is like can really be jungle, offlane, or support, and you never know until the end of the draft. So I guess that's one of the reasons they love that Zarus pick for themselves, because it's really like a flex pick. On the side of Flow State, I would assume like maybe here we're gonna try to secure like one of the jungler we want. Here all the jungler are open for Simba. They have access to the Rampage, they have access to the camera, they do have access to the Rictor, like everything is completely open. And then maybe the Argus can still be flex on the support or the mid lane, but actually you're going to secure like Rictor Decker. 3 character, when you combine Argus, which has a stun, plus like the pull, plus the slow on the ultimate, a Replash, plus a Skewer, plus a Silence, plus a Decker stun, plus a Decker second stun, plus a Cage, like it feels like Flow State said, okay, you let open like all those heavy CC character, we're gonna play a comp that makes you hate your life about playing the game, because you don't get to play the game, it seems.
Yeah, we're already kind of starting to see these different like game strategies coming into play. DLAB going for the more flexible picks, so they have more options, while Flow State is hard locking in with the Argus Rictor Decker, because that's most definitely a Decker support. Rictor can still maybe be flexed between jungle and offlane, but that's definitely an Argus mid if you have a Decker already locked in with there. So Flow State just saying that, hey, we're gonna pick all the CC, you know where we're going, but that's still not gonna stop us from just making one life miserable on DLAB's side right there. So I almost want to see if DLAB still kills like a jungle pick right here. Chimera is actually a great option because you have that self cleanse, so it's actually one of the better junglers to go into the Argus with the Decker, because he can at least self cleanse that 1 CC, but if the fight at the CC afterwards, he cannot like deal with that much.
And indeed, and here I feel like maybe like one ban that we can maybe look for on the side of Flow State is Narbash, because To be fair, like it's very hard to play into like the Rictor, but it's a Decker support already being selected, and Narbash fare very well into the Decker because Decker can be aggressive, but it's very easy to be safe. Not a lot of damage coming from the Decker, so you can sustain, and suddenly like your Chimera plus Zarus, plus all this passive healing when you get CC, like makes suddenly your frontline that will get deleted by any form of CC survive a long time, and you already have like this kind of like 2 Bruiser plus Narbash plus double backline carry comp that can like really work well, and I think that's something that maybe Flow State want to avoid because that could be like actually dangerous for the type of gameplay they're trying to go. But I decided to remove the Sevrog. We all know Lauber from being like a very, very scary Sevrog. And here also like that means that they respect the fact that Toasty can go on the Zarus support because Sevrog is definitely like a targeted ban for the offlane. And so they consider that the Zarus is not the offlaner for now. So Flowside decided to play like it a little bit like more risk-free by removing like this very strong pick from Lauber and maybe like forcing Dirty Lake and the boys to reassess a little bit their plan with this Zarus in offlane because now we're more limited on this offlane pool.
Yeah, we like this Sewa ban right there because DLAB really wants to kind of lock in the more frontline. I know the Chimera and Sailors are great kind of frontliners for the most part, but it doesn't hurt to like grab another one if that's a Sailors support flex right there. But what Flow State really lacks is kind of like the high consistent damage. They have the August kind of locked in right there, but they really want to lock in like another source damage source, so like maybe if that's a way to offlane, they can try and get something in the jungle. But see Dean Laving banning out the Quan and then picking up the gain. It's very like a kind of DLAB team comp right here. They have great utility, frontlining, dive potential, and then the gain that can fall all the way up right there. So it's going to be like the August and Gideon mid. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how that kind of would turn out right there.
And it's very interesting because like the DLAB team composition is almost exactly like so far it's exactly the same as we have seen Midnight Anthem play the previous match. Like we have like 4 characters that are exactly the same, trying to look like for this very like divey type of composition that also like offer like pretty good objective control thanks to the camera, but also like a lot of lane control because like Gideon can clear wave super fast. Drongo, like why is he prioritized so highly? Because he's very strong at fighting, he's very strong at clearing wave, he's very strong at objective control thanks to the gag grenade and the amount of damage he's dishing on objective, so it kind of offer a lot of things. And here once again we're gonna see like the Kira into the Drongo. I know Joey, you are a super fan of that matchup, and also like the Greystone being secure, so we kind of tuned down a little bit on the CC aspect and decided to bring like a little bit more beef, a little bit more damage because we already have enough lockdown.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, Flow State have more than enough CC right there, so I think the Greystone is a great pick because he can be like the main source damage dealer. He can do so much damage in the backlines if he gets on top of them. So it was going to come down for Flow State trying to get the nice CC on the backlines and then just having to follow up by the Greystone or even Kira, which once again I'm not sure why people love to keep picking Kira against Strongo. I really don't like that matchup, but again I guess they really like the one more combo that Kira can maybe bring to the table. Imagine like someone can CT lockdown and then you have a kill ultimate just kind of like willing away on that target right there. So again, Flow State looking to do like the one more combo strategy, but DLAB also looking like they have a very good like flexibility all around. They have some one more combos, but also I think they have some great durability and damage on all the kills. But seeing the phase pick right here, which we don't really see that often. The only time we really see phase is when Professor's banning it on the first round of every single game. But it almost seems like but that's actually such a great pickup because against all the CC with Richter, Decker, and August, you kind of look at your Drongo and be like, hey, let me pick this phase, let me protect you more so you're all feeling a little bit safer. Or even if it's not the jungle the phase is going to be attached to, it's going to be the Chimera, and a phase Chimera duo is like a very deadly combo in those mid to late game team fights.
It is. So the big question I have looking at this draft, how is this Gideon going to ult? Is there any way he can portal in and use this? Mugi, what's the strategy here for DLAB?
Well, I feel like it depends on what you're going to use your Gideon. Of course, you can go for a more like bruisery type of build, but I feel like you might end up like lacking maybe a bit of magical damage if you go into that route. So I'm not sure the Gideon can afford that, but you still already have the Camera and Zarus to create like a lot of chaos. So you're not a primary engage. You have to wait for the chaos to start like scare the enemy team, and then so you can find some ultimate and probably try to ult through walls, because these black hole actually like damage and pull people through the walls, and so you have to find like some angles that is harder for you to get CC by.
It is interesting. Joe, do you have any closing thoughts before we kick it over to our casters for this?
No, other than I think the win condition of DLAB is just protecting the backline with the Guardian jungle. Like, they have the phase. The phase's main primary job is to protect the backline, or even empowering the frontline with the Chimera. So all eyes, I feel like, is going to be on the phase and how she can enable DLAB's team comp right here.
I think so too. So this will be the last time we see one of these teams today. Once again, one will be qualifying. We'll have to watch the other one again in a fight for their lives. But to get us into the game, we're going to kick it over to the legendary duo of Ego and Falcon.
Gamers, welcome in to PCC7. We got DLAB cooking up against Float State. It's going to be your boy Ego here rocking with you, but never rocking alone. Alongside, I got the man, the myth, the legend, seeing the game from a different perspective. It's going to be my boy Falcon. Man, how are we doing today? Are you excited?
I am very excited. We're going to have two very, very good teams. We haven't really seen that much of Flow State recently this weekend, but we have seen a lot of DLAB already today. And I actually really like both of these team comps. They do different things. Flow State are looking for those engages, whereas DLAB is looking for that disengage. And it's going to be really a game of cat and mouse, especially for Toasty, who is going to be your primary member to try and keep Lakenator alive.
100%, man. And, you know, looking at that draft throughout alongside the expert members of the desk team, there's a singular letter that kept popping into my head. It was C. And at this point, I do not know if the Flow State lads know what any letters are past it, because they have C, C, C stacking on this team in between this Richter pick, Argus, as well as some of the early aggression that Decker is going to be able to provide to this composition. Do you think that this is going to be pertinent and them maybe getting a little bit of early game momentum even during a little bit of the farming phase of the game here, Falcon?
Honestly, like, looking at the comp, yes, there is tons of CC, but when you actually look at lane matchups, it isn't as simple as that. DLAB with Avi Picker is going to have control over that mid lane. Rye is going to have time to stack up. He's going to have to get those levels, make sure that he can get that particle shredder online and get those mana items so he can actually be useful in these team fights. And if you look at the dual lane, yes, you have the Decker, you have the Richter combo for the ganks, but Jay is playing that Kira, who is going to be in trouble against this Drongo. They can't ult at all, they're not going to have the wave clear to deal with Lakenator, and Toasty is going to have a pretty good time just dealing with it. As I say that though, they get the first damage onto Lakenator already.
Yes, sir. And, you know, this is a team that very much so knows how to handle aggression and respond in kind with their own DLAB, a combination of famous players here within the PCC or just the competitive scene in general. We know what Appy Picker, North, and Lauber especially are all capable of. And now it really does come down to the execution. But standing across from them, Flow State knows what they're capable of just as much as we do. Now, we're going to be looking to maybe counterplay into some of these engagements that they've become notorious for a lot of the time, playing through their junglers such as North Falcon.
Yeah, but Simba's not bad either, and overall, it is going to be a interesting setup. I think North definitely has the advantage playing the Chimera against the Richter. He can do a lot of damage against him and will have a faster wave clear. And we already can see him going for the invade, but he's going to beat Simba.
Yes, sir. As now Simba's going to be put onto the back foot, but North is going to be looking for more. We do see back foot coming from off the side here. It's going to be Gucci looking to create a little bit of space, and the body block is actually going to force out the blink. It's going to have to be an abandonment of the mission, as North is actually going to be the first one to go down, but the smoke is not quite over yet, as we do see Jay pivoting onto the back foot. Simba, maybe a risky exchange, but he does get the whiplash, and it is going to be enough to rip through the HP of not one, but another, and a third member of this composition. It's going to be DLAB, who is going to be getting a little bit cooked here within the early phases of the game. A great play coming from Flow State, who seemed to be in the zone.
Guys, we're 3 minutes into the game. Come on, just have a chance to breathe. I mean, I love how North did go for the invade. He has got that advantage against Richter. We saw how strong it is. But Simba was able to link up with the dual lane. Jay managed to get those max stacks, that vengeance on to North and completely blew him up. And with the basically exactly the same time the blinks coming out of both junglers, it did lead to the first blood. And then from there, it just felt like a bit disconnected from DLAB. The mid laner, Picker, was not in a correct position. I was able to connect up with Grussy as well, and the 3 kills are going to be a great lead for the side of Flow State in this early game. Though nothing is definitely bad yet for the side of DLAB. They can still come back into it. But early game advantage, that's definitely for Flow State at this point.
100% here, man. Flow State definitely finding enough flow here, but not anything subtle. They're like a Russian river, getting a little bit of a rundown with the damage. And I just keep thinking back to this moment, how confident, how trusting of your team do you have to be the Richter within this situation, just getting a little bit of that shielding coming off of that passive from not taking damage for an allotment of time, and then being like, I think I Riplash you into me with maybe 50, 60 HP. I am confident my team is going to be able to lock you up, and they did not only do that, they locked them down as now over into the solo lane, and we're going to see a little bit of action. It's going to be a leap as well as that forced blink now being expended out of the solo laner for Flow State Falcon.
North only had to show his face to make Blink go out, so that is going to be a good advantage for the side of Lorber. That means once he gets that level 6, unless Peak has got Assault Gates, he is going to be stuck within that Colosseum, making a early game 1v1 kill a lot easier for the side of DLAB. So it's not looking all too bad, and now with Fangtooth on the board, we have to see if either team wants to look for it in the early game. But looking at these duo lanes, I don't really expect it. Both of them do want to farm up. Jay is going to be playing that Kira, who, never mind, is going to immediately start the Fangtooth.
Oh man, they are looking to make these dinos go extinct. This is a squad that is more than proficient at being able to lock down the space around these neutral objectives, as we do see Toasty as well as Lakeinator aren't even going to bother rotating, as this looks like it may be a free neutral objective with the burn through, and that it will be, as the first Fangtooth is actually going to swing over to the Roin side team with the Flow State. Now a fight is being picked here, however a disengage does look like it is going to be able to go through, as over into the solo lane we're going to see a little bit of a fight back up. North backing up Lobber into the solo, and we know that Blink is not going to be available. However, we do have the Flower that is going to be up, and will that distance was made going to be enough? And it looks like it may be, as Lobber has to abandon the kill, Falcon.
North had to go for a gank there. Peak was pushed up far enough, but Simba's going to get a return gank onto Toasty. Whiplash is going to come through. That is an easy kill for Jade. Lakeinator is stuck in the cage, but against the two of the duo lane from Flow State, he should be able to walk away quite easily. There's nothing left for, well, they've run out of CC at that stage of the game. So again, just another win for Flow State in this early game. Picker is coming over though, and he has got that black hole.
Yes, sir. Ultimate is going to be up. Jay doesn't seem to be too aware of the rotation, but he is now, as he's going to be taking a little bit of damage. We do see Simba. What? The Riplash is going to be offline, and it's going to give Picker the space he needs in order to disengage and maybe make a rotation back to his mid lane, as Toasty is going to be rejoining his carry within the dual side here. Falcon, a lot of action here, pumping out early. These teams feel like they really came to fight. However, only one of them has been able to execute, as we see North once again making a rotation, but a big stun here coming out of Argus is actually going to lead to to be another kill that is going to be able to go in favor of Flow State. But at this moment it is going to be a 1-1, but soon to be made a 1-2, as it is going to be a 5-kill lead for Flow State Falcon. They are going insane here within the early game.
I don't know why I knew that North was going to be there, but that rotation was perfectly timed. He used that chance for Picker in the dual lane to push in the wave and then make a rotation on his own. Peak did go down, yes, but he got 2 extra kills on the side of Vi, who is playing that Argus, who I have seen be an absolute monster in that mid to late game. And any sort of acceleration is going to be great for the side of Flow State. This is basically a perfect early game for them, because we can't even forget they still took that early Fangtooth, and now they have a head mid laner, they have a head dual lane. I mean, DLAB need to do something in this game.
They definitely do. And, earlier within this game, we were comparing the Flow State, these gamers, these competitors, these victors in the past, to a river. You can cross it, but you gotta be wary of that current. But DLAB right now has found themselves underwater, and they're looking to get any form of value they're able to find. However, Lauber having a lot of pressure put on him as Simba is maybe looking to make another rotation, but showing a little bit of face is going to be enough for the solo laner of DLAB to disengage, reset, and maybe played a little bit safer. We have seen throughout this game so far just all the proactivity being within the hands of Flow State, as now it looks like North is going to be looking to get active. The stun coming up big over the top end. It is going to be the black hole that does get expended, but no value is going to be derived from it, with the exception of taking the blink out of Argus's pocket. He's going to be a little bit more unsafe here, as within the solo lane, tanks are going to do what tanks do. It's going to be a little bit of a skirmish that is not going to result in too much pressure being given either way for Falcon.
I'm surprised that Cole hit from North. It looked like it was completely out of range, but that hit meant that the blink was burned from Y. At the same time, Apipiga also used that blink because he used that torn space into that river for a reason that I can't really figure out, I'll be honest. And with both mid laners losing their blink, that does give a chance for either side to Fester. With Lauber continuing to have advantage in that solo lane, and by having to reset, they are going to start that mini prime up. The side of Flow State is coming over though.
Yeah, man, it does not look like they want to give this up for free, as we're going to see the Greystone Peak in combination with Argus on this Bree, making their way over. The Coliseum is now going to drop down, as Argus is going to be chased into the corner. Nonetheless, it is going to be DLAB who is going to be able to pick up the objective and maybe a life here. However, the first one that goes down is going to be Lauber, as Bree is going to be able to pick it up. Space created, though, from the Decker is going to be able to save them from the onslaught of CC and damage that has been coming out of either side there. Falcon, man, got to get a little bit of a breakdown of the back end of that team fight.
The ultimate from Lauber was good, but it meant that Simba was still in that. He could get towards the Orb Prime. But unfortunately for Simba, as he walked in, the Orb Prime did its knockback attack, and North was able to immune it using the Invigorate. But Simba was not, and at that point in time, the hunt was enough to kill it, so he did get that Orb Prime onto himself. They did lose Lauber in the back end, but for one death, or a mini prime, you are taking that every single time. But because he spent too long around that 5 camp, he's not going to be back in time for the second Sanctooth. And DLAB are nowhere for this.
Yeah, it does look like they're making a slow rotation over towards it, but capitalize the word slow there, as this is going to be an easy pickoff. However, North getting his way over. It's going to be able to utilize the blink to get a reposition over the top. Now, Appy Picker with the black hole, and you know, when things go in, they do not come out, because that is going to be 2 kills that's going to swing in favor of DLAB. Playing the space over to the side now. It is going to be Greystone utilizing the link in combination with his blink in order to possibly make it out, but in hot pursuit, it is going to be an ocean of blue, as DLAB are going to be looking for more, but looking they will not find Falcon. Nonetheless, we do see Flow State once again pick up one of these neutral objectives in that thing to back to back. They are just building up some of this advantage, and it looks like DLAB is just trying to respond.
Yeah, just a slow response coming from the side of DLAB. They were nearly there. If they were maybe 10 seconds faster, they could have definitely contested it. North going for the blink and did get 2 kills. Y is going to go for just a kill on Appy Picker. He has got the ultimate, and it only took 1 shot. That Argus is online. He has 4 kills. Going back to that Fangtooth, I mean, they don't gain anything out of those 2 kills either, so Flow State are still in a good position. They are on that Fangtooth point, because if they get that 3rd Fangtooth, that is their win condition at this stage of the game. And although DLAB, no, they're still in the game, they still have North, who is pretty ahead with this mini prime. That is not going to be up for this 3rd Fangtooth. So they are going to be doing this straight 5v5. And with Bride this ahead, I don't see that happening.
You know, we don't use Rennie here on the podcast, but I will say Argus does some damage. Take that as you will. As you said, it only took 1 shot, and he just absolutely eviscerated, eradicated, some would say, just removed him from the game. He's a deleted file at this point. So it is no surprise that we're going to see North looking to put a little bit of pressure onto the mid lane. However, Simba is going to be there to be able to catch him off with some CC, but the black hole does get expended, as we do see the skewer does only catch 1. Both mid laners are going to fall, but remaining is going to be both junglers. North in combination with Simba standing tall, and they're going to just be looking for a disengage after a little bit of a scramble. A little bit of CS does find its way into Simba's pocket. Nonetheless, it is going to be a 1-to-1 trade, it looks like, for Falcon at this point of the game, as we're making our way towards 14 minutes.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the shutdown goals he gained from killing Bry is going to be immense. That's probably around 800 gold just from the shutdown for North. It would have been great if it went onto Appy, but either way, North can definitely use that money effectively come this next Fangtooth. And yeah, it's going to be hard. There's no real towers been taken either, so although there's been a lot of fighting, the only real objectives that have been taken was those 2 Fangtooths and that 1 mini prime. And it has been quite a slow game at this point of the time, just because there's a lot of scaling happening on both sides, especially for that Argus and for this Stronger. They do want to get at least 2 items online for this next Fangtooth, because that is definitely going to be, I mean, it's going to be the change of the game. If DLAB gets it, they can get back into it. If Flow State secures it, they are 100% in the driver's seat.
Oh man, the driver's seat at this point, they're trying to push DLAB just straight up out of the car, as Lauber is going to catch the back end of a rotation here. Once again, Greystone going to chase him from the lower, while now Bry is going to be able to close some of the space on top, using some of that verticality to try to create some space for himself. Will be able to create a little, but what really scares off Lauber is actually going to just be the damage, as North now finds himself getting involved. It is going to be a retreat for Flow State, with 2 members being able to get underneath the tower. However, I spot me an Appy Picker onto the back line of the tower in between that tier 1 and tier 2. Does translate a little bit of damage, but not enough to complete the black bar. But Lauber hits those, lobbing out the damage and finding himself a kill on the board. While over onto the back end, it is going to be Simba in the face with score, and the damage does throw him off of the cliff. Not coming up big, as Appy Picker also gets a kill. That's going to be a 2-0 smooth trade going in favor of DLAB here for Falcon.
You want to come back into this game? That's how you get back into the game. Lauber was a javelin user in that fight. He just managed to completely snipe away Peak, using that extra execute damage coming from his Spear of Near. Bry was able to survive by backing off, but Simba was just caught by the 2 members of DLAB there. They were just able to rotate. They got the first tower of the game as well in that mid lane, which is surprising considering how far Bry's ahead. And with the Fangtooth up in a minute, they are in complete control of this side of the map. North is going to completely remove all of the warding from Flow State at this stage of the game. And the dual lane of Flow State as well is pushed under tower. So this is going to be Flow State walking into DLAB, and that is the perfect situation for them to be in.
Oh man, 100%. We haven't seen it yet within this game how earlier within the phase, let's say 1 or 2 Fangtooths ago, it was a very proactive Flow State that allowed themselves to get that positioning. Now they are in a position where they're going to have to fight into it. And how are they going to be able to handle it? As we're going to see Lauber as well as North jumping onto the backline. This is going to be Jay, who's getting oh so very low. However, fighting into it, it is now going to be Greystone, not taking 1 but 2 and 3 members onto the backline, forcing a back trot from multiple members of DLAB, with one of them now falling down. It does look like we're going to be seeing a rotation onto that 3rd Fangtooth, and you said it yourself a little bit earlier, the win con is to kill off the Dino, and that is exactly what they've been doing oh so very proficiently, as it looks like Appy Picker hopes to complete a miracle, but here there is no miracles, only advantage, and all that advantage in the pockets of Flow State. Falcon, this team is on a rampage here as we're making our way to that 17-18 minute mark of this game.
He just made so much space for the side of Flow State. Lauber got a good engage on the backline using the Colosseum, but Simba was in the way. Peak was able to come around the side and just walk down Appy Picker, Toasty, and Lakeinator. And he barely took any damage in that fight as well. So by the time he had to return back to his team, both Lakeinator and North was Lauber was dead. And I mean, without a jungler, you are contested in a Fangtooth. They have gone through that 2nd extinction phase for the dinosaurs at this stage of the game. And now Mini Prime is also up, and you can see Simba, Jay, and Grizzly are all around here, but so is North. Then again, if he's on his own, the best he can do is a steal.
Yeah, man, and you know, that is a tall task to try to attempt to do here, as we are going to see F8 not even going to be contested for that mini prime here. Now maybe looking to spend a little bit of their money, as we do see it is going to be F8 Simba on this. Richter pick was going to have that prime buff for the time being. A very, very large part of what we have seen throughout this game has been that CC control, but also it can't be overstood, it can't be overstated, the damage that has been coming out of Argus on these backline to frontline divisions has been absolutely massive. Lauber doing all he can in the face of some solid damage, may have a little bit of advantage here now that that rip latches off and North is making a rotation off the back end. Peak here looking to peak some damage as it is going to be a commitment on to Simba. That prime buff is looking to go down, and with the skewer being a little bit offline, it is going to be relegated to a simple kill, a 3-on-1 that is going to exclusively give them some advantage here. Falcon, what do you think we're going to see them do with it?
I don't think they can do much with it. At most, they're going to take this solo tower in, the tier 1 tower in the solo lane. The more important thing is just getting the pick, making sure that the mini prime is off the map, because there is plenty of towers still for Flow State to get. If anything, DLAB are ahead in that front. We have got 2 towers already. And with mid tower still up for side of DLAB as well, that means that they can control their jungle. That means Flow State can't really do that much in terms of warding around there either. So they have still got a lot of consistency in the mid lane. Though with Bry being this far ahead, if there's any sort of 3-man grouping in the mid lane, they can probably easily bust it down. But I don't expect that to be anytime soon.
Yes, sir. As we do see, the map is a little bit spread out at this time being. These players enjoying the combat, I'm sure, but also knowing that they need to put some priority on getting this farm. And farming has been something that both sides have done relatively efficiently. For the neutral objective, the Flow State Warriors have done it near perfectly, taking that first Fangtooth on spawn and soon after with the second, and successfully swinging the third off of a contention set up by DLAB here. I want to get into your headspace a little bit, Falcon. You do see this game a little bit differently, some would say, from the Falcon point of view. What do you think DLAB needs to do to be able to flip one of these team fights? Does Argus just need to go down? Do they need to prio Simba, then immediately look for a fight? What do we need to see DLAB do here?
Argus is definitely the priority. I think if North and Lorber can link up and get the kill onto Bry, that is going to put them in a good position. Lakenator is still pretty fed at this point. He hasn't got the most CS in the world. He's only got around 160. But if he gets stuck 2-3 items online, he can deal with the side of Simba and Peak. As we talk about that, Lorber is in danger, but he is going to blink out. North is also around, and they're going to re-engage.
Yes, sir, and the Coliseum is going to come up as they're going to be looking to put 2 members down from the Flow State Warriors. The HP bars are dropping so very low, and the Limbo bar is going to cut them off at the neck as it is going to be a 2-0 trade that does go in favor of DLAB, who is cooking up now. Using some of that advantage, we are going to see a rotation over to the big prime buff. Right now, the Flow State gamers are in a situation they were hoping to avoid. It is going to be 3, maybe hoping, praying to get a nab here. However, they have some advantage, and that is going to be Bry, the Eviscerator, the Obliterator. But it is not going to be enough for this instance, as the neutral objective is going to go over in favor of DLAB Falcon.
I mean, it's trying to get back into the game. That's one way of doing it. They killed the jungler, they killed the off laner because of the rotation from the dual lane, which was perfect timing. The grab grenade from Lakenator meant that Peak could not go into a Stoneforge Soul, and that saved that teamfight so much. And as soon as Sur's dead, they couldn't really do anything. Primal Fangtooth is now also spawning, and all 5 members of DLAB are alive with that Orb Prime buff. And even with the 3 Fangtooths on the side of Flow State, this is not necessarily a good fight for them to take, though it might be a required one, because a double barrel buff at 22 minutes into the game will make the inhibitors fall.
100%, as it is going to be North looking to make Jay fall, maybe overextending a little bit. It is going to be caught out. It is going to be a deprecation that does come up in order to limit the space to some degree, as North goes and looks for the backline. Big skewer does get used, as now it is going to be Peak once again looking for the 1v3, but he is only going to be able to find a 1v2. It's not quite over yet, as Lauber is going to be looking to lob some damage. The Coliseum comes up as once again they look to knock Simba down, but with the blink expended, it is going to be the Flow State gamers who are going to be able to create a little bit of space for themselves, but will it be enough? Because Lakenator is going to portal, blink, and Jay will survive, but only for a moment, as Happy Picker picks up not 1, but 2 kills for DLAB. They are cooking after a slow early and mid game. Falcon, this team feels like they're coming alive.
They are doing exactly what they need to do. North may be a bit too aggressive, but the blink on to Jay was enough to make sure Jay could not basically do anything in this fight. Bri also took a sizable amount of damage on the side of Lorber, and Peak was perfectly kited. He had to use his ultimate earlier, and then the Colosseum afterwards meant that he was completely locked down. There is no jungler for the side of DLAB, but neither is there for Flow State, so this should be an easy primal thankfully for the side of Flow State. And considering how delayed it is compared to the Orb Prime, they are going to have some time where the Orb Prime is going to run off, but the Primal Thank does stay. So again, fighting into this is not a good idea for Flow State, and they have basically lost most of their lead. Another thing I do want to have a look at, because we haven't done it so far today, is have a look at the scoreboard, because I want to have a look at the CS between both teams if we are able to do that at any point, because I feel like both teams are farming quite well. Actually, as I say that, DLAB have 100 CS lead compared to the side of Flow State. This is why I think that they are able to do this much, because although they were behind in kills, behind in objectives, they were still farming up, they were still getting those items. And at the end of the day, that is what makes you powerful in this game.
Yes, sir, 100%. I cannot agree more. You can do all the damage, you can get all the kills, you can even get a couple neutral objectives, but if that farming is not efficient, if there is a gap on the CS, well, the other team is always going to have an avenue to put themselves back into the game, and that's something that we have seen DLAB do throughout the entirety of not only this tournament, but their stretch here within the competitive scene. They are going to be able to lock themselves down some minions, as we are going to see Lakenator here looking for a reset, and Happy Picker looking to steal a little bit more of that gold, of that advantage, as it looks like they are going to just be looking with Primordial Flame to maybe reset and look for a pick before starting to make a play on a couple of these tier 2s or inhibitors that are going to be left up. Falcon, as we make it to this stage of the game, Flow State has been hit with the Uno reverse card, and I would even say a +4, that hand size looking a little bit full. They find themselves in a seat where I was asking you about DLAB earlier. They now have to set up and execute, keyword being execute, a great defense who has, all for this team that has now just picked up so much momentum for Falcon.
Yeah, and they still haven't actually recalled and spent most of their gold, because they have gained so much from just taking these objectives. Flow State still has tons to take on the map to actually gain this much gold, and DLAB, although the kills and the CS have got an advantage either way, it is these turrets that are going down which is causing the most of this gold advantage for DLAB at this stage of the game. What Flow State really need to do is still just continue playing around Bri. Bri is still fed. There is no way against that. He is playing Argus. He is going to be able to kill the entirety of DLAB in a team fight. But if he isn't in the correct position, if DLAB can just jump on him and Flow State aren't able to support him well, it doesn't matter. So that is what they need to do, and most likely the next team fight around the Orb Prime will decide on who wins this game.
It is going to decide who wins this game, but also who is going to be able to proceed into the finals, as whoever loses this matchup is going to have to continue sweating, work a little bit harder in order to keep the dream of making it to the final bracket alive. And right now, one thing that does need to be touched upon is the resiliency that we saw out of DLAB here within that earlier segment of the game, losing those large neutral camps in the Fangtooths, as well as falling behind, if I recall correctly, 5-1 on the kill board at one point within this game. They just continued to play their game, and now they're doing exactly what you said. They're kind of playing behind North, as well as some of their other engagers, such as this Arch, who's been expert at breaking up the team fight, as well as his FaZe, who may be an unsung hero of this match, being able to create separation for the absolutely fed Lakenator to be able to free cast the strongest spell in the game, and it's called Bullets, being able to share through some of this HP. But now Bri, looking to get some damage off on North, is going to be able to force out the Blink Falcon.
I don't think North needed to blink there. I do think he blinked because he didn't know where the rest of Flow State was. If he got caught by multiple members, it might have been a disaster, and he cannot afford to die at this point. And yeah, I definitely agree with you. Toasty has been doing great this game. He has been able to keep the back line of DLAB alive, and I mean, FaZe does feel very underrated in the current sort of play, because DLAB has played it once. I believe Cess played it yesterday. Zihi went on against Indecisive. Professors refuse to play against it at any point in time because they always first ban it. And we are kind of seeing why. All Prime has now spawned as well. Primal Fangtooth is going to be up within 30 seconds, so there is a chance for teams to trade out those objectives. Of course, All Prime is great for sieging and those extra stats, but Primal Fangtooth has so much damage connected to it that any sort of team fight, they will just be able to win. And DLAB wants that. They want to be able to win these team fights. And it looks like Flow State are going to concede it and go and try and do the objective of the All Prime. But they might be a bit late.
Yes, sir. Looking for a little bit of a one-to-one, a one-to-one trade per se. You can have that Primal Fangtooth, and we will take the Prime, but the rotation possibly a little bit behind. Nonetheless, they are going to be able to pick it up. 1-2 with the Prime, 1 with their Primordial Blaze. Lauber is now going to be looking for a fight here as the Coliseum does come down, but the damage is not going to be there immediately to be able to follow it up. It is going to be a Black Hole that comes out of the Gideon. However, not getting one. It is going to be the backline and Simba on the front line, who's going to be the first one to go down, as it is going to be a combination of Bree as well as Decker, who are going to catch the bad side of North's dual axis. So much damage, and even more so much CC being able to split up the team fight utilizing that Coliseum. This is going to be 3 members down here, Falcon, and it is going to be DLAB who are looking for inhibitors.
They are definitely getting this inhibitor. I don't think they'll gain much more because of the way Stage Peak did a good job. But they don't care about the other inhibitors. They're just going to go for the end. There's 2 people alive on the side of Flow State. It's not a massive minion wave. Fly has got good wave clear. So if he can get and deal with it, it's going to be good. But Lorba is just going to completely isolate him. Peak is also on the back line. The damage is going to go on to the core as long as possible. But the damage is enough from DLAB. They do not care about the rest of the map. They are going to take this game in a dominant fashion from that mid game. As soon as they got that All Prime, it was their game, and they are going to be in our main event in 2 weeks' time.
Yes, sir. Congratulations to the lads, Lakeinator, Toasty, App North, the entire home, and being able to confirm their spot here within the finals in just 2 weeks' time. Falcon, you said it 1-1. You can have the early game because we're going to take the mid, we're going to take the late, and we're going to take the win, and we're going to take our spot. In 2 weeks, we're going to see them progress. Wow, we may see Flow State, but they're going to have to work a little harder for it. Falcon, an amazing game for them, and congratulations and thanks to both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Flow State did play well in that early game. They got ahead. They did what they needed to do. But it was some overextensions getting picked in that mid game, especially for Simba and Peak around that All Prime did lead that to eventually fall. And although Bry was fed, he just wasn't able to take part in these team fights. Of course, they are going to be able to play in the lower bracket finals for the final spot from the groups. And I mean, I really want to see what the desk thinks of that game, because DLAB, they played from behind and they played it beautifully. So I'll see what they can say on the desk.
The main thing I want to say, Falcon, never give up, never surrender. Even when fighting from behind, we've seen DLAB have a bunch of very good defenses in previous PCCs. There was one seeding round, they had gotten behind Team Rogue. They were down like super hard early. They ended up being able to come in, defend that. We see a repeat of that, and why DLAB has one of the reputations of the best late game defensive teams in it. Mugi, what's your takeaway from what we just saw and DLAB being our first team to qualify?
Well, like Flow State was like playing super well. The early game was super clean, but as a team, when you're facing a team that starts to steamroll you just have to still do what you can, which is basically keep your CS up, try to trade some stuff on the map, and your goal is not to fall too far behind. So when an opportunity presents itself, you can actually try to grab it. And that's exactly what Dirty Lake and the boys have done. They kind of survived through that tough early game, not falling too far behind, and suddenly they got a couple fight that go their way. Suddenly they get an All Prime, they start to turn things around, and suddenly they're in control of the game and they never let go, and they simply like managed to pull the W at the end and kind of managed to prove something, that with Lauber they are undefeated.
That's a good point. Joe, what do you think about Flow State and what happened to them within that game? Where do you think it started to go wrong?
Yeah, like Mookie mentioned, the other game was well executed. They even predicted the North invade on Chimera and where they pick up 3 kills early on. However, things started to get a little shaky in mid to late game where it seemed like they were trying to make plays, knowing that they were ahead. However, all their lead was actually mainly on the Argus. See there on the scoreboard that Argus by far had the most kills and most damage on their team, with Jay kind of being just there, right? And it almost seemed like they really needed play around the Argus more than anything, but they were making a lot of side lane plays without the Argus. And when you don't have your main win condition there, that's where when you think you're ahead, you actually just make some really bad plays on the mid to late game side. So it was just kind of really shaky. They really need to play around the Argus a lot more, I feel like, but I don't think they were doing as good a job they could have right there.
I completely agree with you, Joe. So that does, like we said, put DLAB into our main event. It also sets up a very good and determining match between two of the better teams, in my opinion, with Roguenin having to take on Flow State for the final spot from the group. Before we get into that, we've got another one that will determine who is qualifying between the Chefs and a team that I should definitely know who they are, and I'm very upset with myself for not knowing, but hold on, I've got it, and I'm going to stall while I talk. It is Midnight Anthem, who we saw win the second game of it. That's going to be it for Moogie and Joey. I want to give these guys an opportunity to say goodbye and plug some of what they've got going on. Can we start with you, please, Moogie?
Well, thank you for having me. Of course, you can find me on Twitch and also like on YouTube under Mugiwawa. But more importantly, like if you're interested in getting better in the game, go check my website, predacademy.com, where I put all my guide and also like some tournament write-ups to all the good stuff about the competitive scene of Predecessor.
And Joey, why don't you plug what you got going on?
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. You can find me over on YouTube at JoJoShirley. And you can also find me on Twitter at JoJoShirley for more up-to-date stuff from me, or if you want to see dog pictures from time to time over there.
Perfect. So like we said, congratulations to DLAB for qualifying. We will be back in just a second with the Chefs taking on Midnight Anthem. North over here in the dual lane once again. Zihi is going to get silenced, going to get pulled. Has to use the double jump and the blink, but it doesn't matter. Neff's going to snipe him down, put him on the board, F6.
Toasty blinks forward, finds the skewer. Toasty pulls him back, and the villains pull ahead.
Big shield slam from Nitro onto Free, knocking them all up once again to send them back down. The Professors will secure their spot in tomorrow's semi-finals.
The Shinbi spotted offense the offense. I think this is going to be a trigger because now they have the numbers advantage. They might lose an in-hit, but if they get this neutral objective, they can easily get the pressure back.
But look at Rebel Oasis. He's in on the core. You fought, you lost. The Chefs with the back door take game one.
The back door on the first game of semis is absolutely criminal. As we do see a Fang Tooth fight gonna happen, all 5v4 here.
Blink forward, Skewer comes through, and the villains steal it away. But good God, the damage is insane coming out. The villains are getting shredded. Bry matches the effort, and with the flamethrower burns their lives away. A 2 for 3, the Fang Tooth to the villains.
It looks like an Orb Prime fight is about to break out, while Import is going over there to take a consolidation prize. Snoop is in a bad position. He is getting Coliseum. He is locked out of this game, even with the shield slam coming down to try to escape. It's actually going to help making Shin get a kill onto 6.
Professors get nothing. They lost a 3v4. EWT wants everything on this map, and they are going to get it.
Happy Picker Toasty and Briar all on the way. They're going to look toward the collapse onto Import. Make It Rain just blocked by a well-timed wall coming out from the steel. Even the long arm of the law can't get the kill on towards Import. Even worse timing, stay alive. Lorba still frontlining to the go in, sees opportunity, gonna throw Pablo back into the mixer, and Pablo is gone from the play. Lorba comes up big. We've got a grand finals on our hands, folks. The villains answer back 1-all in this best of 5. But even worse timing, still pushing forward. Import with the up, down finds 2 with the knock up, and this might be the fight they were looking for. Toasty next on the chopping block, gonna take him down, and that means there's no one left to stop even worse timing taking this core. The crown's on the floor, pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head. Even worse timing are your 2-time PCC champions.
Initiate hug mode. Would you like to stop hug mode? You have selected no. Hug mode continued. Remain calm.
Welcome back, everybody. I am still Lance, and I've got a new pair with me here as Grady and Tang have joined me. Tang, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Introduce myself, sorry.
Okay. That's fine, Grady.
Tang?
Go first, please.
No, I'm good, Tag. You're the veteran. I'm so sorry. I had to unmute myself, so I'm a little off tempo with you guys.
Okay. Yeah, we're perfect. Yeah, I'm Tang. I'm casting for PCC. Like I did one of the earlier games today, and before that I was playing as well. I was on Immune. I did win the second PCC, but yeah, just full-time casting, or not full-time, but like casting for PCC now and for Fang Booth. Just having a good time.
And Grady, why don't you introduce yourself to anybody who doesn't know you?
I'm the goob that interrupted Tang on accident, so first of all, there's that. I stream on Twitch. I stream pretty much every day, so a lot of people know me from that. I've also been playing in most of the PCCs. I've played with DLAB, I've played with Rogue. I've probably played a couple other times, and I can't remember who I played with really, but I'm always a second or third or eighth place Andy, so that's me.
Well, we're super happy that we were able to steal you away for this event, and we did just see DLAB make it into our main event. We don't have the other two groups being followed live on the broadcast, so I do just want to give an update that both Professors and Indecisive have won their groups as well, going 2-0 on the day. So Professor's still 7-0 so far in this event. We have 3 teams that have qualified, but we are about to get our 4th, as the winner of this game between Midnight Anthem and the Chefs will determine the 4th team to qualify for it. Grady, do you have any expectations for what we'll see in this match out of either of these teams?
I expect the normal strong showing from the Chefs. I will say Midnight Anthem has been doing pretty well so far, so hopefully they can show us what they got in this game.
What do you think, Tang?
Yeah, I think Chef's probably quite the overdog, I think, but in Midnight Anthem they put on a strong showing against P-Tab before, so definitely a lot of known names in that team as well, right? I'm thinking of Wumba that did win the very first Brotherhood tournament, right? So definitely some good players as well, but the Chefs, I don't know, like looking at Cold, at Sihi, at Seismic, at Mav and Sneaks, kind of a stacked roster after all.
I think so too. Before we get into this draft, as we should be pulling it up any second now, Tang, do you think any of these heroes in specific will be prioritized by either of these teams?
I mean, I could always give like the easy answer, right? Which is the Argus, of course. Like people love playing that one. Is maybe a bit overtuned. We just saw Bry absolutely rock that hero, and otherwise, like I think the Richter might be high in prio as well for this one.
Perfect. We should be getting into the bands as the draft is ready. Grady, I know you've had a little bit of familiarity with some of these Chefs players as you've gone head-to-head with them a couple of times. Who's kind of like the highlight of that team, in your opinion?
I mean, of course, everybody's definitely going to give it to Cold. I mean, Cold is definitely the backbone of the team. They've done a lot of Protect the President comps, and it's worked with a lot of success. Sneaks recently transitioned over to the off lane, and he's actually been doing really well. So I give him a lot of props. And, Seismic and mid, always holding it down.
Yeah, and we see the Beleka being banned now, so we jump right into the bans and we see the Beleka being banned away, which is pretty smart, right? Like we talked about the Argus just before, and the Beleka would actually be one of those lane counters, right? So if you are Chefs and you do not opt to go for that ban for that Argus, then Midnight Anthem is just gonna get that one in the first pick, potentially, without sort of the lane counter in the mid lane.
Yeah, Beleka always just a safe ban, very strong character. You can flex it mid, you can flex it support. It's going to do well no matter where you put it. I'm interested to see what the Chefs are going to ban though. Argus, Richter, Ramp, all very strong bans to make sure that Midnight Anthem doesn't pick one of those up.
Yeah, definitely. So one of the big bruiser heroes could always be the ban, but instead they go for the Howitzer ban. So it might just be a bit of a match-up thing that the Howie ban is going to go for, but now with that I'm expecting Midnight Anthem to just go ahead with that Argus first pick. Now that 2 mid lane champions have been banned away as well, it just kind of opens up that draft a lot easier actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ban out the chefs, right? They have very open hero pools. And then even if you're looking to pick something up here, you have to make sure that you're picking something up that's going to be strong for your team, not necessarily something that's going to deny the chefs, right? Like, Sneaks has been really prioritizing Kwang throughout this tournament, throughout the Swiss stages. So, that's a character that you can always try to take away from him in the first pick here. Argus is good in mid and support. So you could always look to pick him here as well. Or Richter. You can't ever go wrong with Richter, right? Big Rick with the hooks. He's a game changer.
And with like most of the priority picks still being open, obviously first pick, first ban. Now we see the Argus being picked, but that leaves like the Rampage open, you just mentioned it. It leaves the Kwang open, leaves the Saras open, a lot of big picks. We also know that chefs, having picked up Seismic, love the Gideon as well, as we see the Kwang being locked in. But also heroes like the Saras also proved to be really impactful. Just having that big teamfight ultimate and together with like potential mage lockdown as well could be really impactful. But Kwang being picked up could be offlane, could be jungle as well.
Yeah, definitely hard to say, pretty flexible, but with how well Sneaks has been playing on it, I feel pretty confident it's going to go over to the offlane. So I'm interested to see what the chefs are going to lock in for their second pick as well. Will it be AD? Will it be, like Ramp or Richter? Will it be a mid laner even? Very interested to see what they do here.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the two mid bans, it kind of pinches that role already quite a bit, with the Argus being picked up as well. So yeah, you said before, chefs can hardly be banned out, but if we go later into the drafts, it's always a possibility. But instead, we go for the Richter pick, with a flex pick that could theoretically go into 3 different rows, but generally we do see it in the support role.
Yeah, I can't imagine seeing Sneaks piloting this one in the offlane, so I'm thinking this is going to go to Mav or Zihi, both of them being pretty strong Richter players, so I'm excited to see either one of them piloting. I'm going to assume it's probably going to go over to Zihi, and the Richter pick is nice too because it does reduce the amount of control that Midnight Anthem can draft with that Argus. A lot of teams have been prioritizing very, very strong control comps with centered around the Argus, so I really want to see what Midnight Anthem pick. Maybe like a Decker, or something along those lines to pair well with that Argus.
Yeah, definitely. The Argus could still be in mid or support as well, right? So maybe they don't really want to ban pick a support quite yet, to maybe leave that flex open. But as we mentioned before, mid pool pretty pinched already. Now we see the Kai and the Drongo being locked in, a safe ADC together with a sort of jungler that has early control, easy objective control as well. Can just sort of clear pretty fast in the early game, but potentially falls off in the late game.
Yeah, very strong core 3 for the team comp of Midnight Anthem so far. Lots of map control with the Kai. I'm thinking they pick up that Kai, assuming that the Richter might be going into the jungle, or just because it does well into the Richter. Drongo, always a safe AD pick, as we saw earlier. It's been getting, like the pick ban rate of it right now is, in the 80 percentile. So very, very high priority pick for all of the teams so far in the PCC.
Yeah, we just saw in the DLAB series that they love to pick it in the first rotation. Now Midnight Anthem up to do the same, second rotation, but it still counts. The Drongo being picked up. We are waiting for chefs to pick one more character. Could still be pretty much everything, honestly, with their 2 heroes being sort of flex. Now we go the Seismic Classic, we go for the Gideon pick. Now we transition into the banning phase, which we see instantly the Saras being banned away.
So it looks like chefs were doing their homework, or they were watching the broadcast earlier before their game. They saw Wombaw's stand-up performance on the Xerath. They said that Xerath might also have a decent matchup into the Kwang. So Wombaw, no Xerath for you this game.
Yeah, definitely. Xerath being banned away. It's also like one of those skill matchups as the Kwang, right? So might as well just get rid of it. Kwang generally has pretty good lane matchups in that offlane if it really does go there. Midnight Anthem does have another ban. Like here, I'm sort of like thinking, like, what do they want to ban away? Like ADC is still open, could always ban that away. Otherwise, is most likely gonna be the jungle pick also still open. A bit surprised that the Rampage actually made it through this far, so that could be one potential ban for Midnight Anthem, since chefs is gonna have. Wait, actually, Decker being banned away, excuse me, and then the steal being picked up?
The Decker ban is definitely a very, very interesting one for me. I would have liked to see an AD ban because it's safer. You don't know where this Richter's going, right? So it could still be flexed into support. So Decker could very well be just a wasted ban. But Decker being something, I guess, that Midnight Anthem just doesn't want to deal with. They don't want to take the chance of the Richter jungle and the Decker support. This Steel pick into the Kwang, very interesting. I don't see this matchup all too much, and we haven't really seen it too much in the event so far, unless I'm mistaken. So very interested to see how this is going to play out. I'm assuming Kwang is going to be in control of a lot of that lane. But now we have Chef's next 2 picks here. They need to still pick up their AD, and we still got to figure out where this Richter's going. Is it going to be the support, or is it going to be the jungler? So the next 2 picks are going to help us figure that out.
So, Gracia, I might be completely wrong here. Like, I'm a bit confused by the pick order here. But yeah, Kira being picked up, so is the Greystone. So, a Kira Richter lane most likely, and then the Greystone most likely in the jungle actually. Could be offlane, as you mentioned, but Greystone, or like Kwang, is one of the heroes that Sneaks really likes to play in that offlane. So, is most likely gonna end up there. But yeah, pretty strong dual lane, honestly. Kira Richter. Like, if the Richter hits a pull, it just seems to be nights out for the Drongo, most likely Steel lane.
These 2 characters are pretty deadly, however, there is a very low priority lane, right? Kira low clear, Richter low clear, and he's a melee character as well, so he does have to get dangerously close to those minions, and, you know, Drongo can always pull those minions back and make it a difficult time for them to lane. However, if they do hit that hook, like you said, you know, we are going to be seeing some kills. I will say, however, with this draft, I'm pretty sure this Greystone's going jungle. Knowing Mab, he really, really loves that Greystone pick into a Chimera jungle. It is a very strong matchup. And then we see the last pick for Midnight Anthem going to be the Narbash. So Drongo, Narbash lane. I do think the Kira Richter will have a decent time, especially having that big hitbox Narbash for the Richter.
Yeah, I thought that the Steel was actually a better matchup into the Richter than the Narbashes, but now the Steel is gonna be in the off lane, most likely against the Kwang, which is also not necessarily the best matchup for Wumba, especially against Sneak's Kwang. But yeah, that being said, looks like an interesting way to round out the draft. The Narbash provides a lot of late game scaling with the Chimera maybe giving the sort of transition through the early to mid game. Then hopefully, if they're still alive at that point, it can be Narbash just being the game changer for them.
So we have our compositions locked in. The winner of this qualifies for our main event on April 20th. Loser has to get through another game in order to get to that spot. We do have our casters ready. We do have the game ready. So we're going to throw it over to Spooky, Mars, and Tedium.
Thank you so much to Lance and the desk. Thank you for Grady for making an appearance today. First time we've seen him here at the PCC. But TDM, one thing we have seen many times has been the chefs. Throughout these tournaments, they've made plays after plays upon plays, and they've consistently been one of the top performers. Going up against Midnight Anthem, I say one of these teams certainly has their work cut out for them, but there's something to be said for the fact that they're both here.
Yeah, the Chefs so strong, in fact, that they almost were the 5-0 team yesterday. They ended up falling to the Professors, but still really, really solid performance coming out of them. Midnight Anthem also a relatively solid performance. I think they came out of the Swiss stage in 10th or 11th place, so they're also quite strong. They had 3 wins, 2 losses, but now they're facing up against a pretty strong opponent here in the Chefs.
So, just taking a look over these drafts here. Obviously, we've seen some high priority picks come out. We've seen, obviously, this Kira a few times today. Drongo has obviously been a very strong pick. Just in general, I won't even say throughout the tournament, just in general, Drongo is a very strong pick. Looking at the draft for Midnight Anthem, right? Drongo and this Narbash in this dual lane. Argus in that mid lane as well. Tons of safety and power there. Up against what the Chefs have drafted, where do you think they're looking to find their actual advantage in this game? Because make no mistake, like Tang said, they're a little bit of an underdog. Not unwinnable, but they have to approach this with a clear plan. And it might just be aggression right out the gates here.
Well, luckily for Midnight Anthem, they do have that Argus, and I think Argus is incredibly strong. They also have this Drongo, who's been a priority pick for most of the event. We see DLAB picking it in the first 2 spots every game, pretty much. We see other teams doing similar things. Drongo has become a really strong pick, and into the Kira, when it comes to that late game, when it comes to the point when there's ultimates online, Mr. Cursor is going to be able to cancel out Cold's ults pretty easily. Salami, though, is going to be a bit of a victim until that point in the game because he is huge and Zihi can land a hook easily. And that's exactly what he's looking to do, just zone out the enemy duo lane.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous early game for Midnight Anthem. They have to watch their positioning very carefully, make sure they're not stepping up too far. Because as you said, Zihi, he is always looking for one of those pulls. Salami does have the funk to kind of try to dissuade some of that aggression, but if you get pulled in, you're not really too happy about that, even if you land the stun afterwards. Meanwhile, this mid lane, Sej already taking a little bit of an advantage here. Out-trades the Argus. Gives himself some pressure. No kills just yet, not forcing any resets, but it could open up some potential rotations coming out from the jungle.
And the first rotation going into the jungle is this little bit of an invade coming from Indo, or it could be a gank onto the back. No, just an invade here onto the 3 camp. He elects not to go for the blue camp because, of course, Mav is in the area, and Mav would have spotted that out. But where he is right now on that 3, he's not seen by anyone.
Yeah, so far, so good for both sides. Some skirmishes on either end of the map. But right now, it's mostly just looking at the farm, trying to make sure you're scaling upwards. Probably looking to try to get some ultimates online. As you mentioned, this dual lane is a little bit dangerous, but over here, Indo makes the first rotation, and it's just like you said, Salami gets pulled in. Kuldacia somehow alive with the barest sliver of health. Midnight Anthem have to walk away. They don't fall for it, but they might in the mid lane. Biggs in some trouble, has to blink away. He survives for now. 3 minutes in, sparks fly, but no fire.
Yeah, they don't get any kills on either side, but Indo is looking to get that blue buff, and with his entire duo lane around him, he's going to be able to secure it. Salami very lucky that he didn't die, but even luckier is Cold, who survived at, what, 1 HP? Oh, the rad round's just not enough. He might not have even had it. He was relying on the Drongo passive.
Now Kuldacia resets, comes back to the lane. Gets spotted on a ward. Careful, avoids the thunk. Able to walk back in. Now it's back to parity on this lane. Midnight Anthem is pushing forward in that lane. That means they're in a little bit of a dangerous position. It could open up a potential gank. Come out. What do you think? Where do you think we're looking to really find some aggression? Obviously, Mav on this Greystone, does he want to just farm up, get the ultimate online before he's making these ganks? Or do you think he's looking to try to get someone ahead early?
The Chefs have really prioritized getting these Fang Teeth really, really early. They've been snowballing off Fang Teeth pretty consistently. He's looking to get a fight here on a Wumba, but with the tether missing, Wumba should be safe to get under his tower. But yeah, as I was saying, really focused on getting these Fang Teeth, and I don't expect them to be any different this game. Chefs are the more experienced team, so once they, start going with their action plan of Fang Teeth, I think I just expect them to continue to keep their foot on the gas once they start.
So that now falls to Midnight Anthem to try to get ahead of that. Try to find some kind of advantage around those Fangtooth pits, or at least even footing, so they don't give things up for free. The question is, how quickly can they rotate over that pit? How many people are they willing to put towards it to answer the Chefs there? The Chefs have shown they can take an early start to these games, or they can play a longer match. Biggs a little bit of trouble here. Mav making the rotation. Not many places this Argus can go. Wumba has to try to find a way in, but the Richter pulls him back. Rock on the head. First blood comes through. And the Chefs start things off 5.5 minutes in.
Is Zihi a supporter? Is Zihi a jungler? What was he doing in mid already?
Hey, he's got places to be and people to pull, and he's apparently looking to get the Chefs started up on something here. And apparently it's what they needed, right? They get the kill. They finally break open that mid lane. We've seen quite a bit of aggression between these two mid laners. Seismic throwing out a lot of damage, but not able to always confirm that kill. This is a nice step forward for them as Wumba also taking some damage. Bull Rush gets him back under tower. Not in a great spot there either, because look at Seismic. He's coming around as well.
Yeah, Chef's just constantly on the rotation. It doesn't matter what lane they're coming from. They're always looking to get someone else in another lane.
Yeah, that's just the 1-2 combo there. Seismic, 2 rocks, 2 kills to his name. 2 kills for the Chefs as well. So far, Seismic has been the one really setting the pace of this game. He's been just so very active around the map. But Indo trying to make a rotation, try to even things out. Looking for Dacia, jumps forward, but the dash is good. Funk hits Zihi, but that's not the target you really wanted, so it's just going to be a back off, and Biggs not really in a position to do much here. Aggression should be finished.
Yeah, they really just don't want to let Chefs get onto this Fangtooth as, like, they just don't want them to start it yet. Sai now using the black hole in the middle of the jungle onto Biggs, who does go down. Cold gets a kill. Doesn't go to Seismic this time, but probably going onto Cold. Definitely looking better.
And Goldacia now on the board as well. 3rd kill for the Chefs. I mean, you said, who is Zihi, support or jungle? But apparently, it's just the duo lane in general that likes to leave that lane and get active in mid. Biggs has been the target of a lot of aggression so far. And it hasn't felt like there's been really an answer from Midnight Anthem to try to slow that down. Biggs has fallen 2 times now. What do they do to try to rein that in? So now we might have to hold that thought, because there's another rotation happening. Mav coming over to this duo lane. Flash doesn't quite connect, and Salami burns the blink to get out of danger. They're okay for now.
Wumba is having a bit of a tough time in this lane, and that's
very valuable. It gives them some kind of answer back. Now with that rotation, maybe just what you were talking about. Mini Prime being looked at by Midnight Anthem. The Fangtooth being looked at by the Chefs as well. Seismic around the Mini Prime is going to push Indo away, which means there is no trade here. It's just a 1-for-0 side. Jumping forward, look to drop the black hole. Can the Chimera get back out? He can somehow survive that one. But Goldacia, all the way from the dual lane, makes a guest appearance on the right side of the map and finishes the job. Now, the Mini Prime should go the way of the Chefs.
I really loved what they did there. They knew that Mav could get the Fangtooth all by himself, and instead of helping on that objective, Zihi and Cold rotate all the way to the Mini Prime, and they make sure that the enemy Chimera cannot secure that. They get the kill as well, and now the buff is all but theirs.
And Biggs trying to find a way in. Imdo and Wumba are coming around, but they don't have a way in. Look at all the damage coming out already. Seismic puts the support down. Sneaks wants to keep on running, but he's done his job. He's bought all the space they need. Whiplash very close, but the cleanse is good. Keeps Indo Complex from being another death marker on the side of the Chefs. Chefs nonetheless beginning to take over this game. We're only 10 minutes in.
And Cold's the one who gets the Mini Prime, so this tower is going to fall really quickly. Potentially even the duo lane tower or the off lane tower, wherever he decides his next victim is going to be. They're going to be able to push down another tower. I expect another one to go down.
Yeah, Mav over here keeping his duo lane alive. It's going to be a reset from Goldacia. Spend some of that gold they just made. Right now, I mean, it's hard to say what Midnight Anthem can do to kind of slow this down, because every lane right now is struggling. They don't have a good place they can put their attention. And so it feels like maybe they just have to try to force something in one of these lanes, right? Maybe overload one side of the map, as the Chefs are so keen on doing. Wumba might finally get one back. Is he going to go ahead and dive? He just needs one more hit, but can he get it? The tower says no. Sneaks runs around, survives, and it's just one more casualty for the Midnight Anthem.
Big Z tried to get an ultimate onto the Kwang, try to secure the kill in trade, but Mav's in the jungle, and Mav is killing him instead. Salami now on the run. He's getting slowed by Mav, but the healing might be enough. Seismic in the area as well says, Salami, you're going down. You're going into the meat grinder.
Man, the Midnight Anthem is really starting to look more like a eulogy at this point. 8-1, 11.5 minutes in, and now the Chefs take down another one of the towers. This is a clean and clinical performance from the Chefs so far. It's just a matter of keeping it up, and we've seen time and again, the Chefs are not ones to let things slip as the game gets going. These guys are ones that once they find a lead, they know how to press that and keep up all the aggression they need. So Tedium, I have to wonder where the Midnight Anthem draws a line on this game. Where do they go to try to slow this roll down and keep themselves in the game?
Look, Midnight Anthem, they have a team composition that I think is really good in this team fighting stage. They've got a Narbash for healing, a walking fountain, if you will. Also, his ultimate, certainly a strong team fighting ultimate when he's able to use it effectively. They have an amazing team fight ultimate, but they, of course, need to make it to that team fighting stage, and that is what Chefs are really inhibiting them from doing.
Yeah, it's really kind of looking grim for even reaching that point. I mean, the Chefs have pretty much come out of the gates already in the team fight stage, right? We're 5 minutes in, and Z has said, you know what? I'm kind of done with this whole support business. Side laning? What's that? I'm going to go all the way to the mid lane, pick up a kill. And Coldacia sees that and says, you know what? Maybe the lane phase isn't all that important. Let's go to the mid lane too. I want to be there. And it's just leading to this cascading effect now where the Chefs are up 7 kills over Midnight Anthem. And as aggressive as they have been, we have not seen a clean answer back from the Midnight Anthem so far.
Yeah, I think Midnight Anthem is going to be looking a little bit desperate. I think they're really going to want to make sure that they are active around the next objective, whether it be the Mini Prime, whether it be the Fangtooth. They can't keep giving these up to the Chefs.
Can't keep giving them up, but it's also feeling like they can't step forward at this point. I mean, 8-1, and Anthem has been losing these team fights, right? That's undeniable. They have to find a way to find some kind of picks, but the way that the Chefs play this game, they've got so much vision control. It's hard to catch one of them out. They play together so nicely. It feels like the only target they do have is Sneaks. And Indo's going to come in, look for the gank, but he is 3 levels down. Wumba is extraordinarily low. Could fall very quickly. His Sneaks is turning some damage back around, but he's not able to get enough onto Wumba. And finally, Indo Complex puts him down, but now Seismic is in the area. Throw rock, doesn't quite connect it onto the steel. Salami is still level 5, rotating in against the level 10 Seismic. Luckily, not enough there to follow up on. He's going to have to walk away. Seismic going to pressure this tower.
Wumba is a lot braver than I will ever be. I really thought he was going down in that fight.
Same.
Going in at such low HP, I think he got out at like 10 HP. The Kwang deals a lot of damage and has a lot of control and gets shields. Like, I really thought that the Kwang was going to be able to take down Wumba, but, well calculated by him. Good pick, and that's exactly what you said they needed.
Indo now looking to get aggressive onto Mav. Z, he pulls him away from his jungler. So now the attention turns onto Z himself. Skewer comes through. The shield is good, but is it good enough? Doing a lot of damage here, and Coldacia comes in, clutches up, puts Salami down. 1-for-1 now as Wumba also makes the rotation. Z falls, no supports in this fight. And Indo's still going in, but he's very low already, and he does not have enough to save. What a black hole! What will the event horizon as their chances of winning this fight just disappear into the cold darkness of space?
They have to commit so much to kill the characters on Chefs. 2 lives on the Greystone, and he gets out on his second life at like 10 HP. Zihi barely makes it out, and then he does get killed in the end on the runaway. But they kill out the support, and they burn so much. It bought so much time for the rest of the team to rotate, and the black hole coming out was absolutely immaculate.
Stellar performance, if I might say so myself. Perfect
wish I had
placement
gotten
on that
that.
ultimate. And that's just the Chefs, Tedium. They are so patient and well organized. They play together so cleanly. That fight could have been very bad for them. Indo had a good engage, and it was Zihi clutching up, finding that pull to get the jungler off of his own jungler and buy so much time. And like you said, the Midnight Anthem just cannot burn that much and not get anything out of it. They end up taking, what was it, a 3-for-1, I think, by the end of things. Now 12-3 in favor of the Chefs. We're still not even 16 minutes into the game, approaching the third Fangtooth, approaching relatively soon or Prime. Before we get to that, there's still objectives to be taken as Mr. Cursor, it's a Greston. Sneaks, not able to secure that one, just buying time for this last mini Prime to be taken by his team.
And this mini Prime should secure them one of the tier 2s. I'm eyeing that mid lane, half health on that tower, but Mav looks like he's eyeing the right side. That's where Wumba is, and that's where a potential victim could be.
And Rip Blast connects the lobby! Is just dead meat at this point, thrown back to the deli. Kuldacia finds that one. There's not a whole lot they can do to answer back. This is just pressure for the Chefs at this point. They've got the mini Prime. They've got everything they need to start taking these towers down. Wumba is a brave man stepping forward trying to block this push. I don't think he can do it by himself. The team also not going to be able to rotate in. He's taking some damage. Eventually he should just back out. This tower will fall.
That's 2 tier 2 towers. I only expected the mid to go down, but Wumba cannot defend all by himself, and Big Z cannot defend from the ultimate coming out from cold.
That is just tragic. He was so close to finding the kill, to finding the shutdown, but the purge is good. Keeps Kuldacia alive and able to push, rather reset and rejoin his team. His Midnight Anthem now have to group around his inhibitor, try to find a defense. Indo jumps in and pushes. One back out. Mav, not in this fight anymore. Seismic, he looked at by Wumba, but I don't know what he can do. He goes forward and drops the black hole. It sets up for Zihi, who finds the skewer. Bull rush pushes him back out, and Seismic goes down. You've overstepped and you've overstayed. Sneaks now a target. Indo wants to run him down. The rest of his team is coming, but look at this. Kuldacia on the way back up. He's bringing the damage, but he gets knocked up. Sneaks damage out, up and down from Steel, does find the kill. Now he has to contend with the Kira, and the Kira is hitting hard. You can stun, but you can't live. Biggs returns one. This one has been an over-aggression from the Chefs. It's a 3-for-1, and the Midnight Anthem are singing their tune.
The Midnight Anthem team is looking pretty strong in that team fight stage. Yes, Chefs had used a lot of abilities, but they did still have that black hole. It didn't matter, though. A lot of the healing coming out of this Narbash, it's starting to become impactful. That Steel ultimate, it's always going to be impactful. And this Chimera, he's got healing as well. This team fight is pretty strong coming out for Midnight Anthem, and it's exactly what we just saw.
Got the healing. Kuldacia does have the anti-heal online. Tainted Rounds are in the build there. But notably, Kuldacia wasn't
in that fight, though.
there at the start of that fight. He wasn't able to apply that anti-heal before the aggression. And really, it feels to me like Seismic just got a little too eager there. Now Mav also getting eager, jumping on in, takes a crap ton of damage. Indo burning away, and Kuldacia finds the first kill of this fight, but now has to contend with the Argus. The Particle Shredder shreds the health bar and finally puts this Kira in the dirt. A 1-for-1 trade, but Midnight Anthem lost their jungler, and now keep it on going. Seismic comes through the top, finds the black hole, and it's so much damage. Wumba limping away as Mr. Cursor not even able to get active in that fight. Just stands back and has to watch it all happen.
Look, Seismic has been doing insane things with these black holes. Yes, he kind of went a little too hard on the right-hand side, but every other black hole that I've seen this guy put out has been, as you said earlier, stellar. He has been a key to their team fights, and obviously Zihi with the pull and the skewer has helped that even more. The control that's coming out of the Chef's team is really, really strong, and they're not just controlling the enemy heroes, they're controlling the map and they're controlling these neutral objectives. I said it at the beginning. They want to get 1, they want to get 2, they want to get 3, they want to get 4, they want to get 5. They got 5 of the neutral objectives already, and it's not going to stop. I expect the Primal and your Prime to fall to them as well. Chefs are cooking.
just past the 20-minute mark here, TDM. That means the Orb Prime is very much in consideration. And with this rotation, it's a no-brainer. You know where the chefs want to go. They are looking for it, but they know the Midnight Anthem likes to step forward. So they're on the hunt now. They're looking for any pick they can get here. But they're not going to catch anyone here. Wise enough to take a step back, maintain control over the map. Just get the vision down, get ready for this pull. Sneaks. A sneaky play here, does catch Wumba, and here comes the rest of the chefs looking to cut him off. Make sure that Midnight Anthem cannot give Wumba any support. He jumps in, he's looking for Koldacia, who's already taken a bunch of damage. Has to blink away, but he's being chased down. The black hole comes through, but it's not going to keep his ADC alive. Wumba still limping around at the end of this fight. Chefs are still answering back out. 2 for 2 so far. Might be a third one going down as Biggs cannot find a way out. Mr. Cursor trying to get out. Use the shrapnel cannon. He's being chased down by Sneaks and Zihi. Boomerang comes through for the slow, but it's not going to be slow enough. Mav still going on deep. Somehow alive despite how deep he's gone. And at the end of things, it's only Indo still alive. This dive is just not working.
Yeah. Chefs, protect the president has always been their play. They love to protect Cold. And in that fight, Cold had to burn everything to stay alive, and still Indo Complex blinked past everyone to dive him. You don't need to necessarily... Killing the president doesn't necessarily make you win the team fight, as we just saw. They burn a lot of stuff for Cold. They make Cold burn a lot of stuff. But in trade, their entire team burns away as everyone else on the Chefs collapses on the people that Indo Complex left behind.
It's this problem, right? Because you've got the president you're targeting, as Koldacia, but then there's also, like, the vice admiral, that's Seismic. He's still putting out plenty of damage. And you've got, like, I don't know many military terms, like co-commander or something. That's Zihi, just pulling everyone away, directing these fights, and keeping Midnight Anthem from actually accomplishing anything on these dives. Sure, you can select your targets, but there's just so many targets. They're just running you down as well. Mr. Cursor cursing his fate. He just goes one down. That should open up quite a bit of the map now for the chef. So right back to the Sword Prime. Start the shred. I don't see any way the Midnight Anthem can comfortably step up to this one.
Oh, not without Cursor. He's a lot of their damage. ADCs at this stage of the game are going to start dealing good damage, so they're going to have to give up on this Orb Prime. That's another objective, going to the side of Chefs.
And this is one of the biggest ones they can possibly get here. Orb Prime around all 5. Still only 4 left to defend. Now, Mr. Cursor will be coming up about 5 seconds here. But it gives the chef so much time to just step forward and start positioning for this siege. And with Zihi here, who can just pull people away from that inhibitor, what does this defense even look like? I don't know if the Midnight Anthem can step forward.
No, they can't, but that steel wall is really good for them. They can, of course, block out all the damage coming out of Cold.
Well, that's an ultimate down in Indo. Looking to try to get aggressive, but he's taking a shred ton of damage, being pushed back. Somehow Koldacia does go down as Zihi tries to find the skewer, buy him some time. And answers back. Indo drops down on this one. The black hole opens up once again. Not going to finish the kills off, but Salami so low and goes all the way deep. Pulp out of the inhibitor. That is just a wipe. Only Biggs left alive. That could just be the end of the game. Right there, TDM. 4 still strong for the chefs. 1 alive, none alive. Seismic finishes it up, and that's the game.
I am just a little disappointed that I didn't get to stay the line I was cooking all game. I was going to say chefs know how to handle Salami, but of course I didn't get the opportunity. They finished the match way too quickly. Chefs with the win in their group.
I mean, I would say that that was a good time to say that. They definitely do know how to handle Salami here. Did not get to have much of an impact whatsoever. 1-7 is your support. 1-6 is Wumba on that frontliner. And you can't hardly blame them. There's so much pressure being put towards them, being pulled out. And they were just so far down. There wasn't really anything they could do. They did their best to keep their team alive. And it did lead to some fights, you know, kind of going their way, or at least falling a little bit even, but there's only so much you can do with that deficit.
There's also only so much you can do against a team that not only has such strong players, but has such strong players who have played together for such a long time. They were a team that played really well in our last event. They've just constantly improved in each event, and they're looking like one of the new top teams, one of the new top contenders. Chefs are looking scary.
Yeah, Chefs have consistently been incredible in these tournaments. They are not looking like they're slacking whatsoever. I, for one, I'm excited to see how they do going forward, but that's going to be all we see of them for today. Got more matches coming up, but first, that's going to be it from Spooky and Tedium.
Bye.
Thank you, Spooky. Thank you, Tedium. That was quite the match out of the Chefs, who become our 4th team to qualify for our main event. Grady, what went so well for them that game?
I mean, it all started with that 5-minute rotate from Zihi and Cold. Zihi getting that big hook onto the Argus into the first blood onto Seismic. Then Seismic running over to the off-lane tower. Big setup from Sneaks getting another kill, and then it kind of just snowballed out of control from there. Seismic was all over the map, applying pressure everywhere. Big ults in the jungle, really helping his team out. And I mean, that's the Chefs as a whole had just outstanding performance all over the map.
I think so too. They were everywhere. Tell me about these early roams and all of these different things that they did, Tang. They were everywhere on this map.
Yeah, I mean, don't give Seismic the Gideon, bro. At this point, like, he just loves that hero, and he was just everywhere. Honestly, it's also comes off the back of like a winning duo lane, right? Like with Cold and Zihi winning out on that lane, kind of draft dependent on as well, right? Like with the Richter playing into an Arbage is a pretty free lane that also allows them to leverage that into the mid lane, and then they unlock Gideon, and then the Gideon can just absolutely dominate the map. And then in the late game, like, actually in the early game still, right? Cold secures the first mini prime as well, and then Cold is the big win condition, and we see Indo use everything to get rid of Cold, but then you still have a really ahead Seismic, right? And then you have Sneaks as well pumping out the damage. Then suddenly it's just the Chefs in the pole position to win the game.
I think so too, and like I said before, that is our 4th team to qualify for our main event so far. We have got Professors, we've got Flow State, we've got the Chefs that we just saw cook up an excellent performance against Midnight Anthem, and we have Indecisive making it as well. We are about to get the last game from Group 2. We will see the conclusion between Flow State and Roguenin for the final spot from Group 2. But before we do that, we got to take a little break. But before we take a little break, before we get to the next game, don't forget to type in ! support into that. Donate to the PCC. Help us keeping Predecessor going and keeping the competition alive. We will see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back in, everybody, from the break. We hope you enjoyed the music, the tunes, maybe some ads if Choice decided to run them for you. We have a big matchup coming next. The loser of this one's day is finished. Not only is their day finished, their tournament life in PCC7 is finished as well. We're going to have Flow State taking on Roguenin, and we're going to do just a brief overview of the matchups for who is in each of these lanes. We've got Peak taking on Bondred in the off lane. Simba's going to be up against Jax in the jungle. Bry versus the classic Wangle mid lane matchup. Jay, who's kind of been having a pretty mean tournament, taking on Haru, and then Grussy and Penguin in the support role. We're going to pull up a little bit of stats because we've seen a lot of Richter contention throughout this. We're going to take a look at how he has done so far. See him played in 49 games so far, and as we said, there was only 51 of them, so Richter highly contested here. 60% pick rate, 35% ban rate, and a 58% win rate. Grady, what makes Richter so strong?
I mean, Richter is the king of control, right? The king of displacement. You hit one hook, you're pulling someone completely out of position, and most of the time you're pulling them into the entirety of your team. You're locking them down with that skewer. So Riplash into skewer combo plus the silence. Most of the time you hit that, you're guaranteeing that at least one person's dead.
I think so too. He can just have such a huge impact, so strong from level 1 all of the way through level 18 and, 5 items as well, soon to be 6. Thank you, Ometa. But I want to talk about just the state of this group 2 that we've been following. I feel like this had some juggernauts in it. 3 teams that everybody expected to make main event pretty much no matter what, with Roguenin, Flow State, and DLAB in. Only one of those last 2 can make it, as DLAB has already qualified. Flow State came into today as the team with the second most points and the second best spot from yesterday, now 1 game away from being eliminated from this tournament. Can you talk to me about Flow State a little bit, Grady, and tell me how they've gotten to this point and what they need to do in this game?
Yeah, absolutely. So Flow State, formerly known as Deja Vu in PCC6, they recently roster swapped a couple of people. So they used to have Mercy as their jungle. Now they have Simba. They used to have BKB as their offlaner. Now they have Peak and Bry replacing Simba as the mid laner. So a little bit of a roster swap. They've still had a really strong showing. Yesterday in our Swiss stages, they played out of their 5 games. They only dropped 1 game to Professor, so 4-1 record yesterday. Absolutely amazing stand-up performance. Bry definitely in charge of the map in the early to mid stages of the game. I don't care what anyone says. That guy is everywhere, and if he's allowed to do what he wants to do, he's definitely he's putting a hurt on the other team. Simba so far favoring the control frontliney junglers. The duo lane of Gwissy and Jay always holding it down. They usually lean more towards damage heavy style, like they like their Kiras over there, the Twin Blasts, the Drongos, and then Gwissy playing the caster supports, a lot of Bellica, a lot of Decker, sometimes mixing in a little bit of Richter, but Richter's been going more so towards Simba, and then Peak doing his best to try to hold his own versus a lot of the strong offlaners, and he's been doing pretty well.
I think so too. And we talked a little bit earlier about for our very first game about Team Roguenin and how it is that, hey, if we're both single at 30, we're going to get married type of team put together. Tang, give us a little bit more details about this.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unholy creation between Rogue and Ronin. Ronin, one of the, if you don't know, one of the longest standing teams in Europe. And Rogue, obviously a known quantity in NA, and now they just mixed. It's basically the bottom side from Rogue and the top side from Ronin. So we have Bondred in that off lane together with Jax in the jungle. That's like the Ronin core, sort of. Both are known for being pretty aggressive, especially Jax. He just loves to be in the enemy jungle. We've seen some target bans against him as well. He loves playing the Chimera, for example, just leverage that early game in order to get those leads and then just transition them into the late game. Then in the mid lane, we talked about the guy that Wangles the best. It's of course Wangle himself. Usually loves to play those control mages, but honestly plays everything. We saw him on the Morigesh today as well. Just overall, just really solid in the mid role. And then we have Haru and Penguin on that dual lane with Haru the ADC for Rogue, a long time sort of member. Usually doesn't really necessarily solo carry games, but he is pretty solid at just playing smart, at getting those sort of macro leads. And then Penguin, sort of newer to the scene, does have the mechanical talent, but sometimes goes a bit too far in. Definitely Roguenin has a lot to prove, have lost against DLAB, sadly today already. It did look a bit rough at times as well. Meanwhile, Flow State was actually a pretty close game that some could argue they should have won as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, they both lost to my boys on DLAB, and the winner of this is in, the loser is out, but our draft is ready for the most pressured game so far in PCC7. Who were we expecting to see this start with, Grady?
As far as bans go, very strong bans that I would like to see, probably Argus or Richter, whichever one Flow State doesn't want to play for. It does look like they really, really do like that Richter, so I'm really thinking we're probably going to see an Argus ban, just so we can make sure that we get that Richter pick first without giving up the Argus, but it is a Kwong ban, so getting rid of the Kwong so that way neither Jax nor Bond can play it, so they can pick up their first pick safely without giving up something they don't want to play against.
Yeah, now Roguenin with the bans. We saw Bryce Argus before, so I don't think that they necessarily want to play into it. It was kind of a masterclass performance against DLAB. We saw it before, but now it is their time to ban. I personally would definitely expect the Argus ban, but that leaves a few other priority picks open to be picked early, right? We're thinking about the Rampage, I'm thinking about the Bellica, and also the Richter that we were highlighting before, right? 60% win rate, sort of on a tear, really volatile hero, but if it hits, then it's just really, really insane.
I have a feeling that over on the side of Roguenin, we're probably going to see a more EU-style draft, being that we have 3 EU players with Penguin, Bondrewd, and Jax. Argus being the ban from Roguenin, very smart ban. We don't want to give that over to Flow State. And Bellica as the first pick, very nice flex. Bry and Gwissy, both very strong Bell players. Then we see Rampage being picked up for Jax over on Roguenin. Very, very strong jungle pick right now. I know that he's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure on the map, and Jax is very good at doing that.
And I think it sort of what you just said, it just fits pretty well into this draft. Like we see Bellica, sort of like one of those picks that NA really loves. In EU, we like it as well, but maybe not quite as much as NA does. But we are just in love with the Rampage. We love the Frog Monster in the jungle, throwing those rocks around. So Roguenin just instantly goes for that pick. Now, we also have a second pick for Ronin. Like, I'm thinking like maybe the mid-spool. Like, we did see the Argus ban and the Bellica pickup. So if you want to go for a counter pick, it could be the Howitzer, or we go for more of a bruiser sort of pick. But instead, we see the DLAB Classic with the Drongo in the first rotation.
Very surprised to not see Richter in the top 3. Not a first pick from Flow State, and not getting picked up from Roguenin. We instead pick up the Drongo when that Ramp-Rick combo is really strong, especially when you have Rampage playing through the duo lane. We do see that Flow State does pick up the Xerath. We still have another spot. I know that Flow State really favors the control heavy comps, so I'm probably expecting to see either a Decker or a Richter. Hopefully we get to see one of those. That is definitely the Flow State style of play, and we're gonna see here in just a second what we end up getting.
Yeah, or potentially even both, right? That would be kind of insane as well, with the Richter being able to be flexed in the jungle together with a lot of hard CC and other rows is usually the recipe to disaster for the enemy team. But yeah, as you mentioned, Grassy, we see the Richter being locked in, so that could go in the jungle. It could still go in the support role. So with the Bellica, Xerath, and Richter, all of those are flexes. Really hard to know where exactly they go. But a hero where we are pretty sure where it goes is the Howitzer, probably in Wangler's hand in the mid lane for Roguenin. Now we swap over to the bans. So with 3 picks on each side, we have a ban for Ronin, we have a ban for Flow State next.
Just like you said, Flow State very intelligent with their first 3 picks. 3 characters, we have no idea where any of these are going, right? Rick in the jungle, Rick in the offlane, Rick in the support role. Xeris also we've seen in support, jungle, and offlane. Belica, of course, very strong flex, so very nice. We don't know where any of these characters are going to go. However, on the side of Roguenin, all of these roles are locked in, right? Rampage, jungle, locked in. Drongo ADC, locked in. Howitzer, mid lane, locked in. These characters, we're not going to see them anywhere else. One thing that I would like to see, okay, the steel ban, very nice. Try to get rid of some extra frontline, extra beefiness that the Roguenin could bring. Looks like a Gideon ban out from Roguenin, so they really think that either Belica is 100% going into support, or they just want to kind of kill that flex option, right? Like they want to disable different mid picks that they could use in order to flex that Belica over. So very interesting to see there. I will say, picking that howitzer after seeing Richter locked in is absolutely bold. Every mid laner knows that howitzer and Richter is living in Howie's head rent free. Big refrigerator, easy hooks. It's definitely going to be a scary time for Wango in the mid lane.
Definitely gonna be a scary time. The question is, can he boop better than the Richter can hook? We're gonna have to wait and see, but yeah, Gideon being banned away hopefully forces the Belica in the mid lane. At least that's the thought process for Roguenin, because that matchup is actually pretty Howie favored, with Howie just being able to outrange the Belica in most circumstances. Now we see that Mural being locked in for Roguenin, so a bit better dive options together with Disengage for the Drongo and Howitzer. So maybe if a Richter hook connects with that Reversal of Fortune, you can actually buy a bit more space. Flow State though answer with a Kira.
Yeah, a very interesting draft so far coming out of Roguenin. Very little CC, and most of the CC that we have is a single target or very small radius, right? We have Howie Boop as our CC, we have Ramp Rock as our CC, but outside of that, we're really looking at some slows, some soft CC. Whereas over on the side of Flow State, like I mentioned previously, the name of the game is control, right? We have Xeris, we have Richter, we have Belica, lots of zone control, lots of CC. Somebody gets hit by CC, they're going down 100%. Maybe the Muriel shields can save them, and that might be what they're looking to do. But yeah, very, very interesting. We got even more control on top of the control. So I have some more control for your control. We have Decker, Richter, Xeris, Belica. That is an absolutely devious and scary team comp. We have you in the front to back. We have you in the picks. Roguenin definitely have to be out on the lookout for all the CC.
Yeah, I love this, especially with the Kira as well, right? With the ultimate, you can just lock her in a cage, and actually 2 cages together with that enemy team. Yeah, a lot of lockdown on the side of Flow State. Roguenin answers with a Greystone, so maybe a bit of dive that could go. Actually, at this point, with the Rampage being picked up, it is gonna go into Bondroot's hands in the offlane. Honestly, against the Saris, I'm personally not the biggest fan. I think Saris just walks over the Greystone, but maybe Bondroot can prove me wrong. Yeah, with those 2 teams, I honestly have to agree with Gratzi. I don't really see Ronin unless they get the leads early, unless they can actually leverage that Rampage to get those sort of early kills. I don't really see a way for them to win out in those team fights towards the mid to late game.
Flow State's feeling like that exhibit meme, right? Hey, dog, we heard you like control, so we put some control in your control so you can control while you can control. We'll see if Ronin can try to break the rules and get away from this. But to take us into the game, we've got Spooky Mars on the double duty 2 games in a row, but this time he's joined by Mana Class. Take it away, fellas.
I think Spooky has not realized that his mic is muted, but that's all good. Spooky, are you good?
I think I'm good. My apologies both for the muted mic and for taking away the dog cam. I know that was probably very popular in chat for a little while there, but we're here to bring some class to the action with Man of Class joining us on the cast here. Mano, and we've seen the drafts. We've seen these teams a few times already. Just walk me through what you're thinking here as you're looking over these drafts.
I mean, I think the desk put it really well. If Roguenin does not manage to get an early lead, or at least, does not really get behind in the early game, then they have a shot, but it's going to be a tricky one to pull out. And honestly, when you look at a team that is running wow, look at the early invade already. When you look at the team that's going to go with the Muriel, you really want to build that power up as fast as you can, because Muriel only gets stronger when the game goes on. Like, we're looking at a fairly scaly composition and in one situation, but also at a composition that kind of needs to get some value in the early game. They need to just not get behind. They just pretty much what it comes down to. If they can't get behind, it's going to be in trouble. Flow State, though, I mean, they've got so much to work with, both escape and lockdown. And what do you really have to work against that if you're Ronin? You've got one stun coming up from a rampage, and that's about it, right? Like, there's a little bit of silence with the Drongo. You got some protection from your Muriel, but they have a lot less of those larger tools to work with. But with that global presence of the Muriel, you could maybe look at more of a split push going on, which could be a very interesting thing to go for if Flow State keeps grouping up.
Yeah, it really feels like that once these fights start, Roguenin has a composition that's pretty much designed to just kind of stay in the fight and try to outlast the enemy. It'll be a question of how durable they can be against the lockdown that Flow State has built up. And already over in this right side of the map, some small trades happen. Bonju not taking the better end. Peak, who hits level 2 first, was close enough to not give too much of an advantage either way here. So if I'm looking at trying to get a lead in this game, right? If I'm Flow State, I'm looking across the map, where do you think I'm putting the first signifiers of aggression?
You'd have to look towards the mid lane and a duo lane. I don't think that solo lane is going to do anything until the Greystone hits level 6, and even then, you just don't have the damage to outlive against that Zarus at the moment. But Wango could very much do a little bit of mid laning here and get something going for them. Just hopefully they can get enough going that at least it will be a little bit of a lead. And with the mid lane being ahead, they can also start rotating a little bit more, helping out in that solo lane and that duo lane where necessary. So that might be where this game is won and lost for Roguenin.
And mid laners do like doing the mid lane things. Well, some small pathing heading over towards this mid lane. Wangle may be in for some company here. So he's aggressing onto Peak with Jax, but Jax get pulled back by Simba. Wangle immediately blinks out, but he's followed immediately by Peak, who secures the first blood. Jax now trying to return the favor, see if he can get the 1-for-1, but the rest of his team is on the way. Flow State not willing to give this one up. A blink for blink comes in, and Simba locks Jax down, and Peak gets 3.5 minutes into the game. Flow State starting off strong.
The one sort of light you can get from this is that you get some more farm going for your Greystone on the solo lane, but that must hurt. That's gotta hurt. Getting that double kill, not getting anything in return other than a little bit of pressure on the solo lane. And now Haru's under fire.
Yeah, Haru blinks out, but he gets followed immediately by Jay, who finds the kill, puts one more on the board. Penguin now under duress, just needs a little bit more damage, doesn't quite connect, and you saw the ability come over the wall there. Brian made the rotation, just a little bit shy of connecting on that one.
That would have really been, I would say, even 4 minutes in, that might have already have been the nail down the coffin if you also get that elimination from Bry. But with these rotations from Flow State, again, the main advantage you get from this, if you are Roguenin, or can get from this, is that they are aggressing on a part of the map. Another part of the map is therefore less occupied, aka you gotta get some map control out of that. And we could see a situation in which Roguenin just manages to push objectives better in terms of the towers, and that the lanes open up a bit more as a result. That hasn't started happening just yet, but that is a potential conclusion of what Flow State has been doing.
Well, Roguenin, for their part, send Wangle over to that right side, try to catch some more farm to make up the farm he lost after that death. Does come back, doesn't hang around too long. Still feels like Roguenin are kind of in a catch-up state, right? Wangle's slightly behind as expected after you die there. What with the aggression that Flow State has been setting, we're going to see another one coming out from Gwassi. Doesn't quite connect on the plasma ball there. Wangle should be alive for now. it's just across the board, aggression and rotation, and the pace is being set by Flow State right now. I mean, just look at the minimap. You can see over there Peak stepping forward, trying to get aggressive in the right side. Jax trying to find something over here on the jungle, but all he can do is de-ward and secure his own camps. I don't know, like, is it to the point where Roguenin is starting to see this game slip away, or do they still have plenty of time and room to just slow things down, farm up, and be in an okay spot?
Their main glimmer of hope currently is that Bondrewd is not falling behind at all, which is something that can happen to Bondrewd at times, like as a player, but he hits the first level 6. Now he can properly fight against Peak because he's got that second life going, and Peak hasn't hit the ultimate yet, so he can do it pre-Colosseum. We'll have to be worried about this Richter coming in, though.
Uh-oh, Simba is here. Oh, he doesn't have any way to get into the ult. He gets silenced out, and Bondrewd falls. It doesn't matter if you hit level 6 if you can't use the ability. That's just one more for Flow State, taking advantage of everything. Now Jax, next rotation in, looking for Bribe, but the knockup comes through, buys this battle cut a little bit of time, trying to find a way back. Blink is good, Boulder doesn't hit, and Bry gets to survive. One more day, one more gank.
Once again, though, 2 lanes in which they hit the level 6 first. Might not matter if this dual lane gets blown up, though.
Haru taking so much damage, that does not secure the kill. Haru just barely alive by the end of things. The cage just kept the Muriel away from being able to do anything there. And this just looked like full control from Flow State.
It's a really rough matchup if you're essentially blocked from doing anything you want to do. Both those steel walls, but as well as the gates that our lovely Decker puts up. Jack's still able to de-ward, though, able to keep that river nice and clean, nice vision up around the Fangtooth pit as well for Ronin. They're doing a lot of things right. They're just not finding the same eliminations that Flow State is finding.
As long as they're keeping up on their farm, it should be okay. Jax makes the rotation, comes on in, double jump up towards Peak. I don't know, he gets out of this one. Slow comes through from the Stoneforged Soul, back down, but Jax is the only one diving. Colosseum is not going to do the job. Jax takes some shots, but walks back out of the tower, and finally Roguenin on the board.
And the sooner that we can see Peak rotate to other lanes, the sooner, like basically the sooner they get the tier 1 tower, the sooner it's going to be good for Roguenin. But currently they are about to lose this first Fangtooth to Flow State, which is going to be a big boon towards their team. Simba just smacking away, finding that hunt, and getting the Fangtooth down to the ground. Meantime, we do... yeah, like I said, got the first kill on the board for Roguenin. They finally showed that they can actually do some damage. But again, it has to be in that solo lane or in that mid lane that we're really looking. That duo lane, not really now able to do much other than just farm and sit back a little bit. But at least they haven't really lost too much in terms of the XP lead, or loss, rather. The only one that's really ahead is Decker for some reason, because, well, they've been everywhere.
So... I want to talk a little bit about the value of that first Fangtooth, right? Obviously, it's the first objective. It's a pace setter. We'll have to come back to it here as Peak, once again, under duress. Boulder straight to the face. It's going to push him back. He does take the blast seed, gets himself a little bit further away, but Jax keeps on going forward. He's by himself. His Bondrewd has already disengaged from this. Now under the tower by yourself, you get the kill, but you trade out 1 for 1. Simba not able to do the damage. That kill credit does go to Peak. I don't know if that's entirely worthwhile.
I mean, all the lane XP is still now going to Peak, which is really good because they get to just keep on farming, which is a really big deal. Bondrewd. Bondrewd on that Greystone doesn't have to fight as long as they don't, get forced into it. So they keep growing as a hero, which, because of all the pressure on the Peak has not really been able to do as much of. There's been not a lot of rotations from the Zarus. There has been no eliminations from the Zarus, and the way they play around that solo lane is why. Whether it will be enough for the late game and the mid game is, of course, still the question. But so far, they're keeping the Zarus as contained as you can keep a Zarus, if you want to look at it that way. We do now see Jax rotating through his blue jungle, might go over to the dual lane, even though there's not much to do there at the moment. But both teams really want to start looking at this mini prime if they at all can.
And right now, mini prime feels like it's still more advantageous in Flow State's favor there. Sure, we've seen Peak go down a couple times there, but Flow State is still overall ahead however slightly, in gold and XP, at the control that Simba brings to these fights. I mean, yeah, you can go into the behemoth, but is that really gonna keep you alive through all the damage and all the CC that Flow State can throw out? You have to wonder if it would be more beneficial to maybe just split the map. Do you think Roguenin give up that mini prime and just say, okay, let's make a play for the second Fangtooth, just try to stall that mini prime until it's up?
Haru and Penguin stay too long.
He's gonna go down very quickly. That pole puts him in the dirt. Jay just gets one more kill for Flow State.
It wasn't like they were putting pressure down correctly because I had seen Guasi be in the mini prime pit putting a ward down. So Guasi wasn't there. So you have a 2v1 situation against that Kira, which is good to put pressure on. But unfortunately, the rotation from both the Richter and from Guasi on that Decker came in a little too quickly, and they weren't back enough in time. Did a bunch of pressure on the tower, so at least there's that. But still, a lot of solo XP for that Kira, which is putting a gap bigger between her and the Drongo, Jay.
2 boulders miss. Behemoth is used by Jax under this tower, and he's taking a lot of shots. He should be able to survive it. But, oh no, he gets pulled back in by Simba! And one more shot is all it takes. He said, hey buddy, you like this tower? Take one more.
Every time they think they have enough of an opportunity to get something on a lane because Simba is on the other side of the map or was just there, they instantly, or they just take too long to do it, and Simba still makes it to the other side of the map in time. They can go for that mini prime, take it essentially for free, and 7-3 is the kill score. It's not a giant gap. It's not something that, you know, is insurmountable, but we do have Flow State being ahead. They took both neutral objectives, and they the only thing they haven't really done is put a ton of pressure on these towers. They're still all online. In fact, it's going to be Roguenin that finds the first tier 1.
Able to push that one down. That should give Roguenin a little bit of room to breathe. It gives them a little bit more map control. They can rotate out a little bit more easily. It's not quite as good as that mid lane tier 1 going down. That's the one you really want to see fall. But it's a start. It gets them some gold in their pockets and keeps things alive. They haven't been getting any of these objectives, so at least seeing a tower, a structure on the map go down, that's a good sign for them. Question is, though, how much of a window do they really have here? We've seen a lot of aggression from Jax, maybe some overcommitments. And with this Fangtooth now coming up, I gotta think that's where they should be playing for, right?
I mean, both teams obviously want to go and play for that, but first they want to try and get Bry out of the way. Jax missing the jump, Bry taking the flower to just jump a little further. Does Jax have the movement? Do they have the blink online, for example? I don't think they're going to be able to make it. This time they don't chase too deep, but there will be other players, everyone congealing around this mini prime pit.
Yeah, Peak being forced away by Bondrude. Ripflash doesn't quite connect. That's going to keep Jax alive. Oh, he does. He has stun for his trouble. Shield comes through to keep him alive. Blink comes forward. Simba looking for a little bit more, but he gets knocked away before the skewer comes out. It doesn't matter because Jay stacks it up, pops the dust, puts one down. That opens up everything now for Flow State. Look at these towers. They can start looking at the Fangtooth right after. Mini Prime still around them. This is an easy push.
Yeah, we do get the wise choice, at least, for Bondrude to say, I'm going to keep pushing this solo lane, keeping the pressure on there, get my own XP going. But without your jungler, you cannot really contest that Fangtooth. They took a little time to go there, so there might be an opportunity to jump back in as a 5 if you are Roguenin. And they do have the Xerath missing on the side of Flow State, so there is an opportunity here, again, to push into this pit and potentially catch them as they're leaving.
Did he just steal that? No, he did not. Flow State got it.
Didn't.
I saw a boulder come through. I thought they got it. No luck.
I was really wondering what you were freaking out about, but yeah, no, he almost did it, but not quite. The number quickly went to 2 for Flow State, unfortunately. But they do get some opportunities to push forward at Roguenin because they had to chase them out of that Fangtooth pit. Haru under pressure. The Coliseum comes down, blinks away though. Wango's still in there, but so is Penguin and Bondrude.
Bondrude pushing forward, trying to force Peak out. Rain does not secure the kill. That's going to keep Flow State alive for now. A lot expended from Roguenin. They didn't really find anything at all for it. They kept their team alive. But I mean, that's like the bare minimum you're looking for in that fight. You're at least trying to get a kill there. Instead, you walk away, lose a tower. Fangtooth goes the way of Flow State. Everything is beginning to stack up here, Mano. And it's in favor of
it's very explainable as well, right? Like before you saw Jax going down, Jax gets CC like 3 or 4 times, then they go to the Fangtooth Pit. After that Fangtooth Pit, all Roguenin have is that rock. Even when the rock hits, they still don't have the damage to follow up quickly enough to burst a hero down. They need just one extra little thing, no matter what it would be, but one extra little thing in order to actually get these eliminations. That's why this kill score is the way it is, and that's why Flow State is getting these eliminations, because they can over CC, because they don't have to worry about anti-counter CC. They can just commit. It's fine.
And Bondru getting pushed out as well. And it's like you said, there's just not enough lockdown. They can do the damage, but they can't do the last bit. Angle falling as well to Jay. One more in favor of Flow State. And it's starting to feel like Roguenin doesn't really know what they want to do to answer what Flow State has been putting down. It's been a lot of aggression, a lot of rotations. But I think the biggest thing, Mano, is that a lot of these kills have been picks. They've been finding someone pushed too far up or just by themselves, overwhelming them with numbers, and just killing them very quickly. We haven't seen really too many full-on fights. We saw one, I think, so far, and it didn't go Roguenin's way, but at least looked a little bit better. I don't know, do they need to start fighting more as 5? Do they just need to rotate more members in?
Oh, Bondru might be in trouble here. No, they got the save.
Be a little bit more aggression, but Bondru recognizes he can't keep this one going too much. That jump forward might be too much. Does use the blink, keeps himself alive. Gwassi and Peak are willing to take a step back and watch that one go.
I needed to recharge that mana, otherwise I might have kept going on Bondru's side. To potentially get a little bit of a 1v1 Peak over there on the dual lane. But for now, they are just going to explore their jungles on the red side of the map.
It's a very interesting place. Lots of wildlife to experience, sights to see and enjoy. I've noticed it's not a very relaxing place. Everything seems to attack you in there, but apparently they can fight back, so they're all right with that. On Druid, now making a rotation back into this lane. Looking at Peak, but Gwassi is still here as well. Has to be careful. Might shift the attention. Cage comes down, jump forward. Like I said, once again, there's no lockdown there, and Wangle gets pulled back in, skewered down! And Flow State just punish the aggression and show you why you pick for the CC.
Oh, they had one lockdown, they didn't hit the rock. Gwassi just walks away because Decker is slippery, and now they can go for that mini prime. Don't have to worry about Wangle coming in. Still a lot of damage and just, stuff they can do on the side of Ronin. But have to find an opening to get somebody going, to get a pick off, to get something. But they can't displace anybody, they can barely stun anybody. And all they can do is try and save someone from too many stuns through using the Muriel effectively. But Bondru just running for the hills once again. Waiting for the minion wave. Oh, they got blocked midair.
There's just nothing he can do on this one. He can try to run, but he cannot hide and peek. Coliseum just puts him down. One more to Flow State. 3-11 now as we're 19 minutes in. As we're approaching this 20-minute mark, I think it's pretty clear what Flow State wants to do here. They've got one more Fangtooth to secure, then an Orb Prime will be coming up for them. And they're all in position here, Mano. I don't see a way for Roguenin to step forward and push them off of this objective. Sure, they've got Jax alive this time. Still missing this Greystone. Behemoth is popped. Jax goes in, but he immediately has to go right back out. And that is a Fangtooth for the 3rd time to Flow State.
Yeah, they really wanted to time it right so they could maybe throw the hunt on. That's why they rocked the Richter, so they can get that jungle advantage. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Wango gets hooked once again, gets just blown up right there. I mean, at this point, you gotta start wondering, is Wango just out of position, or is it just that Flow State's everywhere where Wango it could potentially be, and they're just there without him noticing? There's so many questions, right? Bondru's gonna try and chase this down, but if you chase too far, you gotta run into the rest of Flow State. Don't go too far, Bondru. Bondru realizes that they shouldn't go too far.
There's quite a few questions, and so far, Flow State putting down all the answers. They're the ones certainly living up to their names. They've hit their flow state, and they're looking to ride it all the way through. Jax coming in. He wants to try to contest this Orb Prime, jumping over, taking the blast, but locked down immediately. He does it! He steals it away! That one goes to Roguenin! But can they get their way back out? Bond Druid locked in the pit, jumps on over, but it's straight into Peaks, waiting spears, looking to put him down. Richter pulls him back, puts one down, but a 1-for-0 trade, and taking the Orb Prime away, that's a win for the Roguenin.
And look at that sneaky Drongo on the other side of the map. Took away a tier 2 tower, goes into the jungle, and has just taken the red buff away as well. They did their job. They're split pushing. I said it at the start. Split pushing might not be an awful idea. And if you don't lose too much in these pit fights, and if you take away or prime objectives without losing anybody but maybe your Greystone, then honestly, not a bad trade. In fact, that's a great trade here for Roguenin. And this is one of those moments where they at least have stayed their execution, but might even have started an opportunity for a comeback.
Now, the question is, though, Mano, what do they do with this Orb Prime? What can they do? Because make no mistake, they're still quite far behind. There's still 3 Fang Teeth behind. There's still 2 Mini Primes behind. Kills, gold, XP, it's all favoring Flow State right now. I'm not convinced that this Orb Prime...
Yeah, the XP is kind of quite equal, actually. It's just Bonder that's a little behind, but everyone else is looking pretty good in terms of equalizing in levels. So it's not too bad. But yeah, I mean, honestly, the Orb Prime will allow them to either try and team fight where if they really need to, but it also allows them to feel a little bit safer and also to deny mostly the push for Flow State, right? Like Flow State had a momentum going. You said it yourselves, like, oh, they got the Fangtooth, they got the Orb Prime, and then they can start pushing. Now they cannot start pushing because they don't have the Orb Prime. So that's the thing that Roguenin mostly got out of that. But they can also now make sure that every single lane, if they keep like lane phasing for a little bit more, is going to be a bit safer for everybody and actually feel more equal in terms of every single statistic. So let's see what they actually do with it. Bondred, of course, can't do anything to do it with because, you know, they died, but at least these lanes aren't being pushed in as aggressively anymore, and they get to make their own space now.
Well, that's the real question, though, is can they afford to keep laning? They have to start looking to group up with this Orb Prime and try to get some gold off this map. There's structures left standing, and that can be gold in the pockets. They take one down, still one in mid lane, and inhibitors to look at as well. Roguenin look like they're opting for the grouping here.
Yeah, they're trying to find another tier 2 tower. They have equalized structures right now, but they might be able to do a little bit more. If they don't, they could still lose this left tower to Bry, though. I think Bry might just take this away before anyone can get there, unfortunately.
But they should have numbers advantage on the right side as a result of that, but not looking to pressure it. They know where Bry is. They're playing this one slow and safe. Jax maybe looking for a flank as the tier 2 goes down on the left side. Von Druid is the one furthest forward. Into the stasis goes Wangle, and the Coliseum drops on the back end. Haru is a target, but Make It Rain drops fire from the skies. It puts Peak down. Now the Roguenin want to aggress forward. Find a rock. It connects onto Simba. Can they find another kill here? He's very low, but he's still somehow alive. Tick damage not going to be enough to put him down, and the rock goes wide. They still have an opportunity to keep pushing. The angle is reset. Back to base to defend that inhibitor. It means that the rest of Roguenin are also pulling away. We're not going to see any more push.
Yeah, they also see the realization we need to get these lanes on the left and mid pushed out so we have a better placing around Fangtooth. And with them losing the tower just there, they do need to make sure that they reset that wave properly. Bry's going to reset because Fangtooth is up, but that means they might have an opportunity to go for a 5-man Fangtooth start. And it's a Primal as well, but they got to be careful because that Primal Fangtooth, it could just as well be a teammate for your opposition if you're not clever with it.
Yeah, that Flow State, they definitely want to get in on this Primal, but they're going to be wary because the last time they started one of these objectives without proper vision, without proper control, it did get stolen away. So Jax, have to wonder if he's maybe a target for Flow State right now. Try to force him out before they start up this objective to really make sure they can secure it without being a 50-50 here. And indeed, Flow State take a step back. It seems we're just waiting for the right opportunity to get aggressive here. They're back in the pit. Roguenin's still a ways away.
They want to they kind of are okay with Flow State starting the Primal Fangtooth as long as they don't finish it, right? Like, again, at that point, you're essentially saying, hey, Primal Fangtooth, attack the other team. We'll come in later and finish you off and them in the process as well. So that's why neither team is actually going into the pit first. They want to have an advantage of some kind, and currently neither team really has a definitive advantage.
So far, so smooth for Roguenin. They're still 9 kills down on the scoreboard, but you wouldn't guess it from the way they're playing right now. They're playing confidently. They're stepping forward, and they know what their game plan is. Like you said, they want Flow State to start this up so they can get a small health advantage on that trade. Simba looking for any kind of pull here, but no one's willing to give it to him, and for good reason. You get pulled by him at any point here, probably losing a teammate. Roguenin have to make sure they're stepping back, staying safe. Just allowing Flow State to start up that Fangtooth once again.
Oh no, Wangle. Wangle's so alone.
That spot already half health. Coliseum comes down, but Make It Rain does not get him out. Bry just drops him down. That could be the advantage the Flow State was looking for. Bondruid also not in a great spot, but able to take a step back, not get caught out here. One significant damage dealer down for Roguenin. Flow State start up the Primal. Jax on the back end. Bondruid looking for a way on in. Penguin and Haru also coming around. This could be a 4-on-5. Bondruid goes into the ultimate to get skewered. Somehow still alive. Penguin doing so much damage. Simba very low and he gets burned away by the Primal. Jay trades out the Haru. No ADC for Roguenin. That's all their damage gone. And only Penguin left alive. I don't see any way Muriel steals this away.
I mean, they don't have the Richter. There's a small chance. We've seen it earlier today. We've seen it earlier this game from Jax as well. The Penguin's going to get caught out before they get the chance, get blown up as well. Unfortunately, Flow State, they found the lone Wangle. And when Wangle was gone, one of the highest damage heroes on that side, there was so much more damage on the side of Flow State left that there was no way Roguenin could actually win that fight. They started it off decently. They pulled out a lot of resources with nobody dying, but they only found Simba, and Flow State finds the Primal Fangtooth. That's 4 Fangtooths, including, of course, the Primal one. And now they can start roaming around the map again. We're going to look towards the next objective, but they might not even need it to start trying to end this game. Jax with the Unbroken Will's the only one of the few anti-CC tools they have, but they just still don't have a lot of CC of their own.
Wangle stepping up by himself. There's no way for him to get into this Orb Prime. This one should once again go the way of Flow State. I don't see a steal happening here. Simba confirms. Wangle can only walk away. Make sure he stays alive. Now be careful getting out. Make sure he doesn't get collapsed on, but there's enough space. Now, it comes down to defense, Mano. What does Roguenin look like on these defenses?
I mean, look, we've seen it before where I think Wangle didn't quite try that around the Primal Fangtooth. I think they just went a little 4-2-4 forward on that off lane and the dual lane they got collapsed on. But they've been really good at this sort of split pushy style, like keeping the split push alive even through all these positions. Because right now there is a push coming through with a double buff for Flow State. So Roguenin, right now you can't really split push, because as soon as you walk away, you don't even need to send more than one member after it for Flow State. They'll probably eliminate you on their own. They'll be fine. Bondruid, though, already has to use the ultimate to stay alive, but will still fall. No, Spooky. This is not going to go well at all.
Right out of that inhibitor, right to his death. That's gotta break. The defense for Roguenin, middle inhibitor, goes down. Right side inhibitor being looked at. Flow State, I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking at the core as well. They're destroying all 3 inhibitors on this single push. There's still 4 members alive for Roguenin. They still have ultimates. They still have abilities available. It's just a matter of how they can use them here. Minions stepping forward to the core. Flow State want to wrap this one up quickly here. 5 strong. Impatient. Now the damage comes through. Now the push starts. Jax going in first, trying to buy some space. The Coliseum comes in on the back to force Haru out. But Peak has taken a lot of damage himself. Core still getting drained down as Jax goes down. I don't know if they have any more. Wangle falls. It's just Haru, just Bon Druid, and it's not enough. Roguenin fall down, and Flow State continue to flow with the victories.
Oh, it's so unfortunate because you could see it happening from the get-go, right? We said it, they kind of need to be ahead because if they get behind, it's very hard for them to come back, and that's exactly what happened. Even a little split push shenanigan couldn't save them, and with the overwhelming odds against them, they couldn't get there. Roguenin, unfortunately, done for PCC7. They played a fair few games, though. I think they've played more games than they have in any previous PCC, which is great about the current format, but unfortunately, no more games for them. And it's going to mean that Flow State still survives.
Yeah, Roguenin, while they do fall, it has marked a consistent improvement throughout their series so far. We love to see that. It does mean, like you said, Flow State gets to move on. Roguenin is out. And with 3 Undying on the side of Flow State, both backliners throughout the entire game did not fall once. That is an impressive performance. I think everyone's heard enough from you and me here, Mano. Let's toss it back to the desk, because we got one more set after this. Let's have them break it down.
Thank you, Spooky and Mano. One more we do have indeed, but we have to talk about what we just saw from Flow State and Roguenin. An interesting thing, and I know we had a lot of discussions while that game was going on between the three of us. Grady, what's your main takeaway?
I will say a lot of it came down to the draft, in my opinion, right? Like Roguenin, Flow State both facing elimination, not moving on to main event, backs against your wall, and Roguenin decide they want to cook a little bit. I see the vision, low CC, very, very heavy dive comp, but those are very, very difficult to execute, right? Whereas on the side of Flow State, we said the word a million times by now, we're beating a dead horse. Control, control, control. Very easy to execute comp. Not very, by no means is their comp difficult to execute. And we see that not just on paper, but in their gameplay as well. Simba all over the map. We saw this early Xeris rotate, early picks. The dive comp needed to be ahead, right? We need Rampage, we need Greystone. We need them to be big initiation threats, and they just were not that game.
Tang, you got anything to add to Grady's points about what we saw in it?
Yeah, honestly, after this one, I think they might need some glasses, because I can't really follow that vision too much as well. That was a bit rough, especially with Peak getting that early rotation. Honestly, after level 1 and 2, honestly, as the Greystone, you are expected to be pushed in against the Xeris, and then Peak just leverages that, goes mid lane, gets the kill on the Wangle, then they bait out Jax as well, get a double kill, then dual lane gets a 2v2 kill, and then suddenly everything's on fire. And then, as Grazi just said, right, it's such an easy comp to execute. It's just stun, into gray screen, it's just over, right? And then even with a good prime steal by Jax, it just doesn't matter, right? Because at that point, the map is just already burnt. Every 3 Fang Chiefs down, all the gold in the pockets of Flow State that honestly played really well around their comp, so definitely deserved winning this one.
Well deserved indeed, and we also want to say thank you to Roguenin for participating. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing them in our main stage. We have one more team to find out who will be joining. We're going to get to that after this break, but before that, don't forget to support the PCC. Reach down there, push that follow button, push that subscribe button, go over to our YouTube, to our X, to our Instagram, to our TikTok. You'll find us all over the internet, anywhere there is Predecessor content. We'll be right back. Finally, everybody, it is time for the last game of the day, and we got a little bit of a dirty run back for you as Midnight Anthem and Press Tab competing again like we saw them in the second game that we showed. This time, it's much more important. The loser of this, once again, PCC7, is done for them. Winner goes on to our main stage on April 20th. Teng, what happened in the second game? What can you tell us about what made the difference there?
Yeah, so it was Midnight Anthem winning that one, and it was mainly off the back of Wumba in that off lane. Like, he had a really mean Saras into the Quang of Risbro, and honestly just kind of ran away with it, getting an early kill and then just leveraging that to get those objectives. And then also it was on the jungle role as well, because we actually had a bit of a spicy draft with a Richter in the jungle, we just saw before as well, but this time it was against the Kai. And if you've ever played jungle, like if you are against the Kai that is ahead as the Richter, there's just no real way to get away. There's no real way to lock the Chimera down with that cleanse as well. So it certainly was a bit of a player difference at times as well. Obviously really well played to Midnight Anthem, but a bit of a draft gap was apparent there as well.
I think so too. So Grady, other than a draft improvement, what can Press Tab do to win this game and overcome the short fallings that they had into?
I mean, just like Teng said, a big part of the game came down to Wumba, right? Wumba had the team on his back. He generated that lead. He was all over the map. So what they need to do this time is they need to make sure that either they put him down early or they have a good answer to these rotates, whether that comes in the form of better communication, calling out the rotates, or just matching him on rotates, stopping him from rotating completely. Maybe we give Risbro a better matchup in lane so he's able to keep Wumba occupied. But as long as we can make sure that that side of the map is good, then I think Press Tab might be able to bring this one home.
I think that they might be able to as well, and it would feel very good to get the turnaround, get them in the game that mattered. So far, we have revealed 5 of our teams that are in our main event. We've got Professors, we've got Indecisive, we've got DLAB, we've got Flow State, we've got Chefs. I think that's more than what I said. So let's find out who the next one is going to be and get into this draft.
Yeah, definitely. I think like one of the sort of draft things we've seen today was just a lot of Argus prior, especially in the ban phase. People don't really want to play against it. So I might expect that to be banned away again. Argus has not been in competitive play for too long. So first of all, players are not that confident playing into it. At the same time, if you think something is really strong, but you don't necessarily want to play, just might as well ban it away. That's what we've seen so many times today before.
Going off of what you said, Argus, absolutely powerful. We saw Bry completely destroying earlier, so if you know how to play the hero, very, very scary hero. So if we're not picking it, banning it is the safe option. So I would like to see Midnight Anthem continuing on with that theme. Either I want to see them ban it here as their first ban, or they're looking to pick it as their first pick. We have been seeing a lot of Richter prioritization as well. So, you know, maybe if we don't want the Argus, we ban the Argus, we pick up a Richter, something along those lines. I know that P-Tab, Bad News Bears, earlier piloting the Richter, so he definitely showed he's comfortable on the Richter. He's happy to pick it up. Midnight Anthem need to keep that into consideration going into this draft.
Yeah, I think, but if Press Tab wants to go for the Richter in the jungle, I think they need to have an answer for the Chimera, or have an answer for that Saras that we highlighted before as well. Wumba really loves to play that one. So Rampage, though, being the ban for Midnight Anthem, they know that Bad News Bears also loves to play that Rampage, so they're gonna ban that away, least the Argus, right? So if no ban from Press Tab comes in, might just be the first pick for Midnight Anthem, picking that one up. We've seen Big C play that before already as well.
There's still a lot of really good things on the table, right? We have Richter, we have Bellica. Wumba had his stand-up performance on the Xeris earlier, so Xeris could even be a prio. Not normally a first pick worthy hero, but honestly, I could see an argument made here going into this game. We still have Decker, of course, on the board, Argus on the board. So depending on what Press Tab ban here, we could be seeing a very spicy draft going in. I would like to see, once again, I want to see the Argus off of the table, unless Press Tab is confident that Midnight Anthem does not have any strong Argus players to pilot the hero, in which case, you know, if you don't respect the other team picking the Argus, then, you know, don't ban it.
Ooh.
But you do see the respect ban for Wumba, very smart ban. If I'm press tab, Zare's ban is I'm happy with that. And then they pick up the Kwong as well.
Whoa.
We don't know where this Kwong is going. This Kwong could be going to Wumba or to Indo Complex. So very interested to see where that goes. From P-Tab here though, I would probably like to see a Richter Bell. I mean, it's very standard prioritization picks, but very, very strong. And then you give yourself some nice flex options going in your 2 and 3 picks.
Yeah, I actually think that the Argus Bellica would be almost a better choice as well, because then you have the counter pick to Argus together with the Bellica herself, and then you just have an insane mid support duo that you can flex any way you want around. But obviously the Richter we've seen do some decent work in the previous game as well. But honestly, just going back to the game we've watched just now, I think just a lot of stuns is usually the way you want to go for. But instead, we see the Argus being picked up and the Chimera picking that away from Indo Complex as well.
So we did see Indo Complex in, I believe, 2 games so far today, right? Chimera on both games, so he's very comfortable on the Chimera. Taking it away from him is good. We do leave the Richter open, but Chimera does absolutely fantastic into Richter. Argus the same. You know, you can't really walk into Argus very easily. Very easy to punish that Richter. Same thing with the Chimera. Chimera doesn't really care about your hook, man. You hit him with the hook, he's just going to cleanse it. You hit him with the skewer, he's going to cleanse it. So, and he's probably going to walk you down as well. So Midnight Anthem does still have some strong picks on the board. Richter, regardless of the Kai and the Argus being picked, still very strong pick. Oh, you're always happy to have Richter in your comp, especially if you want to put it into the support. And then we still have Bellica on the table as well. We have Decker, Gideon, lots of very strong picks, Drongo even. So I want to see some very strong picks coming up. We got Steel and Greystone. I don't know if I actually agree with those 2 picks. I'm going to be completely honest. We already have Kwong, Steel, Greystone. We're already showing our hand, right? We're looking at where everything's going. Steel probably in the support again. I'm gonna assume we have a Greystone in the jungle and then a Kwong in the off lane, and then I mean Press Tab. In my opinion, Press Tab doing a fantastic job in the draft right now. We have Drongo, we have Kai, we have Argus. Very, very strong core 3 in your draft.
Yeah, definitely. Like the Richter and the Bellica still open, and you go for the Steel Greystone. That is a bit of a bummer in my mind. So now with the Steel being picked up, like that is probably gonna be the support hero. Like I'm expecting the Richter to be banned now, and then they go for the Bellica pick instead. That's what I personally would like to see out of Press Tab. But generally, like the Greystone Steel being picked up when a lot of other priorities picks are still there for the taking. I think that might be a bit of a mistake as we see the bans being mixed up a tiny bit again. The Richter ban coming out for Midnight Anthem and then Press Tab. We are just waiting a tiny bit. Maybe they actually did skip their ban, but otherwise I am actually not expecting the Bellica ban anymore with the Richter ban coming through. But yeah, generally, like you want to target like either the mid lane or the ADC role next for Press Tab, since pretty much all the other roles have been picked up for Midnight Anthem already anyways.
Not really sure what we can see coming out from Press Tab as their second ban. Definitely either going to be an AD ban or a mid ban. Gideon, always a strong ban. Murdoch, always a strong ban. Maybe even Twin Blast. I would like to see Press Tab pick up maybe a decent frontliner going into this, because we don't have very strong frontline, but we have a lot of damage, we have a lot of aggression, so honestly they might be able to get away without going too much frontline. And they do lock in Gideon, very, very strong mid pick for Feppy, so we have a lot of aggression coming out of the mid jungle duo. And then we see Gadget, Twin Blast being locked in for Midnight Anthem, so we do see we have a lot of meat, a lot of frontline on the side of Midnight Anthem. Gadget and Twin Blast, both very strong scaling picks, so we will be able to make up for our lack of damage. However, like I did say, we're looking to scale, right? We don't really have a lot of early aggression out of any of the characters in the Midnight Anthem lineup. And over on Press Tab lineup, aggression, aggression, aggression. We want to be in your face. We're going to be in your jungle. We want to fight you. Can you fight us back? And we're going to have to see how Midnight Anthem can handle that.
Yeah, honestly, a bit of a disjointed draft by Midnight Anthem, with the gadget being there, but no real lockdown for her, right? Like maybe the Steel Ultimate, but can only keep them in place for such a short time. Bellica not being picked up when it is sort of a direct counter to the Argus is potentially a bit of an oversight as well. No, we see the Sevarog being picked up, like one of those tanky boys that you were hoping for, Gretty. So they definitely listen in to you. But yeah, all in all, a pretty decent dive comp with the Chimera being able to jump in, the Gideon following up with the Black Hole, the Argus being able to delete members from 3 screens away. Might be a bit hard for the Twin Blast to play this. Sevarog providing the tankiness as well.
Drafts are completed. We've got the lineups for the last game of PCC groups, the last game of the day. I love doing this. I'm going to put both you on the spot. Pick a winner right now, Grady.
If I have to go based off of comp and comp alone, I'm going for Press Tab. They have my man Chimera. He's going to be in there swinging his axes. I know I'm a happy guy when I'm swinging my axes.
Tang, it's your turn.
Yeah, I mean, the angry dwarf is gonna dwarf everything, so I'm definitely going for them as well. So yeah, Press Tab all the way, 100%.
We'll have to see who it is, but to take it into the last game of the day, we've got Falcon and we've got TJ. Take it away, Governess.
Governors? Really? Really? Okay, you know what? I'm just going to let that one slide. Welcome, everyone. It's been such a long day of Predecessor action, but what a way to top it all off. We find out the final team to make it through to the main event. That comment just really threw me off there. Cheers, Lance, for that one. But hey, we're going to have fun. It's the TJ DJ Falcon cast, and this is a very important game. They had the rematch earlier on in the broadcast. That one doesn't matter now. It's all about this upcoming match between Press Tab and Midnight Anthem.
Yep, it's down to just one game, the last spot available for the main event in 2 weeks' time. So, no pressure, guys. Good luck. And we'll see what happens. But I think, recently, we have to talk about the Sevarog because, as far as I'm aware, at least on broadcast, it is the first pick of Sevarog this weekend. And, I mean, as a last pick, I don't particularly hate it. It is going to struggle in this lane. But if you need a tank, Sevarog can't really go wrong with it.
I remember we were talking about behind the scenes, kind of thinking like, okay, you know, this Press Tab team really needs to get that solid front line down. I mean, the Chimera is not really the option for that front line. Sure, Bruiser, but you don't really have someone to face tank. It's like, okay, what are the tanks available? And then it's like, hang on, Midnight Anthem have just taken most of them. Take like the Steel, taken the Greystone. It's like, okay, what's left? It's like, wow, we actually guess Sev is like the only thing left here, so it'll be interesting to see. Kind of maybe forced onto that, onto the pick maybe in the end. But I mean, Sevarog, we've seen what the Sevarog can do so many times in competitive Predecessor as well. That scaling, if you need a tank, the Sevarog can provide it. It might be a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Grux is really the only other option available for Press Tab, and I am not too sure how comfortable Risbro is on that pick, but Sevarog is going to be available. I mean, in terms of the rest of the comp, though, Press Tabs is monstrous. You got the Argus already, you managed to get the Gideon, and it's going to be really hard for Midnight Anthem to actually walk into this comp. And the big question for me is the gadget, because there is very little lockdown for the side of Midnight Anthem to actually have this Tesla Dome be useful. So it's going to be really hard for Biggs to actually impact these team fights.
It's definitely something that we saw, especially from kind of shades of last game as well, where we saw in a match between Flow State and Roguenin as well, with the Roguenin squad not really having that kind of that hard CC outside of the Rampage. And if there's one thing that's become apparent with a competitive Predecessor, it's just that, hey, CC and setup does win you games. And yeah, I'm definitely echoing the thoughts there on the gadget. I mean, we can see what the gadget can bring here. I'm thinking you still got that potential. Salami hitting a big shield slam with the Tesla Dome over the top. Wumbar can still hit one of them nasty tethers into surges. There are options here, but it does require a bit more to execute, perhaps, than just that single bit of CC.
Yeah, you haven't got the Colosseum at all. You haven't got a decade, so it's going to be a struggle, and that's for sure. As we cut back to our lovely, lovely faces, as we have slight technical difficulties. But yeah, I mean, there's not much to really talk about considering it's about 20 seconds into the game, so we're not going to talk about that at all. And we go back to like, how do you think the players are dealing, considering this is their last chance to get into the final weekend?
It is a really interesting dynamic, must be said, between these teams. As you say, like, you're imagining the mental at the moment. I think the main thing here as well is that game that we saw on broadcast between the Midnight Anthem and Press Tab wasn't exactly the cleanest. There were definitely some pretty sketchy decisions at times, some kind of crazy plays. Azazvil's Decker kind of springs to mind, the shenanigans around that Prime Pit. So I think there's a lot that can definitely be taken away from that. But ultimately, this is a second chance, really, and especially for Press Tab as well, as they were the ones who lost that initial matchup. So for them, it's all about the mental reset. This is just another game, but there's a lot more on the line because, as we said before, one team, the team that wins here, makes it to main event in 2 weeks' time. The other team eliminated from the event. A lot of pressure on these teams as well. I don't think we can see another scrappy game like we did before, though.
I mean, you say that I expect a lot of scrap. I expected a lot of fighting. Though who that favors, I can't really say at this stage of the game. And I mean, yeah, Chimera as well as the Greystone in the jungle is going to cause early game action. I don't really know where that's going to happen. Most likely, I would imagine around the duo lane of anything, because the Drongo and Tremblas are both very good in the early game in terms of clear, as well as just the poke battles. So if either team wants to get ahead, that is a very good position to be in. Plus, it allows them to get to the early Fangtooths. And we have seen mostly in these games how impactful those are.
Of course, yeah. With that objective stacking, I think as well we've seen kind of a bit of a shift before. So I think in the last events we've had here in the competitive predecessor calendar, at least with like the Nations League and Fang Booth, is that neutral objectives like the Fangtooth and the Mini Prime aren't being taken really quickly. Like, it's not uncommon to see games go a little bit later on and seeing like Primal Fangtooths kind of pop up at like 30 minutes or something. But now in this game, we've had a complete in this tournament, we've had a complete 180 on that. A lot of rapid starts on neutral objectives. Teams much more happy to get that important pick and then immediately transition into neutral objectives.
Yeah, in either case though, we are having a bit more technical difficulties. So what we're going to do, we're going to send you to a quick break. You can have a nice quick music break, take a toilet, take a drink, whatever you need. We will be back in a few minutes with the last game of tonight, and we'll have to see what happens.
Initiate hug mode. Would you like to stop hug mode? You have selected no. Hug mode. Continue.
So much fun.
Remain calm.
We sure are excited for Grim. We're really excited to get back into a PCC game as well and show that to you. We've got a little bit of behind the scenes things getting fixed, getting turned on. Ometa's pushing those buttons for us. Shout out Ometa, we love you. But we wanted to just take this time. We might as well reveal we've got the other 7 teams that have made it. So I'm going to give a brief rundown of it. And then I'm going to ask Grady and Tang, honestly, just some opinion questions. So our teams that have qualified so far is Professors, Flow State, Chefs, What If, Dirty Lake and the Boys, Hive, Indecisive, and then the winner of either Midnight Anthem or Press Tab as we are seeing right now. I feel like those 7 teams more or less are what we expected. I know What If is a new roster to us. They've got our guys Pinzo and Crashy on it. Do you think that team's got a good chance of making it deep into the tournament, Grady?
Well, to be honest, Crashy hasn't been playing in competitive for a few PCCs, so he's got some catching up to do, but they have plenty of time. Pinzo going back to the support role, he was playing offlane, so they're going to have to definitely make up for time lost, so they need to put a lot of time in the lab now that they've qualified. If they put in the practice, I can maybe see them doing it, but it all comes down to, do they have the time, and will they commit the time into practicing?
I think so too. And then Tang, of course, I'm going to ask you about our EU participant. This Indecisive team, we followed them a lot yesterday. They looked pretty dominant in a lot of their matches. They even kind of stomped DLAB in the first game that we had shown, although it was Loberless. We got to remember that it was Loberless. But what do you think Indecisive can do to get a PCC crown?
Honestly, just play as they are at the moment. They look pretty darn strong with Morose and Manq being added to pretty much the EWT roster plus Neft. It's pretty a scary team, honestly. Like, all 5 members of them are like in EU, or like you could make the argument the best in their roster. Now they're just trying to do their best, proving that on NA as well, getting first in their group so far as well.
We also want to mention, at this point, we don't have the quarterfinal matchups for who's going to be playing who, because we need the results of Press Tab versus Midnight Anthem in order to get these. But do you have any sort of like dream quarterfinal matchup you'd like to see? Obviously, we want to see some of the better teams play each other closer to the semifinals, the finals, to make them a little bit better. But of these 7 teams we've seen so far, are there any that you're like really excited to play each other, Grady?
To be honest, I haven't really put a whole lot of thought in it. I would like to see Dirty Lake and the boys and Flow State run it back. I know that Flow State definitely want to see their Salty run back. Because they have been having some trouble against Dirty Lake and the boys recently. Also, I would like to see, probably the Hive versus What If. I think that could be a very interesting matchup. So probably one of those 2.
I think it could be as well, and as much as we'd love to hear the words come out of Tang's mouth again, we'd much rather get back to our casters. We'd much rather get back onto the map and into the final game. So we're going to toss it over. Take it away, chaps.
Thank you so much, lads. Once again, welcome back to the Battleground for Midnight Anthem versus P-Tab. TJ here on the mic alongside Falcon for the final game of tonight's broadcast as well. And already we're going to be jumping in about 2 minutes as well, so we don't even get that. A little bit of preamble. Already seeing some blinks being burnt inside of the solo lane. Wumbar's in a lot of trouble here. Bad News Bears and Rizbo trying to get the damage down. An ambush comes through from Bears underneath the tier 2 tower. Might have just got the kill and is able to get away without the tower dropping. But Indo Complex is here, able to avenge his fallen member, but first blood being taken up. What a start, Falcon.
I mean, we had about 5 seconds before action happened, so that's good. So we can see what the action is going to be in that off lane. Rispo is going to get the farm up as well, so he's going to be able to push at least Wimbar under the tower now. And, I mean, overall, it's 1-for-1. Yes, you get the first blood for the side of Midnight Anthem, which is going to be great for Wimbar, but overall, Rispo, all he wants to do is keep on farming. You can see in this other side as well the power of the Argus and how strong that wave clear is going to be. So Lari can't really do anything as Steel until at level 6, where he does get his ultimate on. So it is going to be a bit painful for the side of Midnight Anthem until that occurs.
Gold buff is going to be secured for the side of the press tab squad, at least, as they're going to go for a quick reset. As we kind of go back to a little bit of normality, we can take a breather and actually kind of talk a little bit more as we've as they recovered from action over in the right-hand side. Now, what's going to comment, though, Falcon, as well, is that we have been seeing a lot in this tournament. I mean, Rispo, I swear, I just want to talk about this point, but you're going to nearly kill Wumbar in a solo bolo on the solo side. Teams are putting a lot of attention in towards this right-hand side of the map. Dual Lane has been left very much alone in a lot of these games so far, Falcon. Do you think we're going to see the same here again?
We already have, honestly, and I think that is a good idea. It means that Rispo, if they can keep him down, that means he is not going to be able to stack up his souls. He's going to have reduced HP, reduced damage, and makes Midnight Anthem's life a lot easier come that mid to late game. Plus, Wimbar has been shown to already be a dominant force in these games, and if he gets ahead, that's definitely the case. And I think overall, teams are wanting to get this off lane online just because it helps so much in those later Fang 2 fights, as well as those mini primes. As honestly, mini prime has definitely gone up in favor, at least early on, and recently we haven't really seen it been taken maybe only once in the first 20 minutes, but now we have consistently seen it been taken twice, which is as many times as you can take it. As we get Indo Complex over, he's just going to hunt the Cyan buff away, and not much else is going to happen.
It has Bears kind of looming in the river as well. Going to follow Indo Complex towards the side of the map as well. As Indo Complex, what about taking a recall there? But Bears is going to be here, and with the pressure coming in from Rispo as well, would be a very easy rotation for the sub-roll to get involved. Just press tab, making sure that Midnight Anthem are aware of their presence on the right-hand side. They even got brought Feppy in from the mid lane as well. Indo Complex being bullied out of this side of the jungle, and this just opens the door for an invade to go.
As we've seen plenty of times before, Gideon has normally got that wave push. He can get that first rotation off in that early game. Diggs is stuck in that mid lane. He's going to push the wave in now, can make his own rotation if he wants it. But if you look at the rest of the map, outside of the dual lane from Midnight, outside of Press Tab, there's not much else really happening. As I say though, Bears is just invading.
Bears has got to be in careful. He's only got the ambush. He's got to jump to an enemy member, and Big Z gave him the hat, and the hat detonates. A kill going over towards that gadget in the mid lane. Felt a little bit like Bad News Bear just overstuck and overstayed his welcome on that right-hand side.
Yeah, he didn't have any sort of pressure from his mid lane. Feppy had to reset his wave. Rispo had just reset himself. So there was no support for the actual invader, because that is what you need. It does look like Midnight Anthem are looking around that Fangtooth, but with the respawn timers being this short early on, it is going to not really be an ideal situation. Instead, we're just going to see Argus continue to do Argus things, and the main difference in this support role compared to the mid we've seen earlier is that he is going to be maxing his primary ability, which is the Dread Nova compared to the Particle Shredder. This means that he has more damage on his stun and a longer stun duration.
We have seen as well that, as I say, that's Argus going in towards the mid lane, but we have seen teams sort of find an answer to it. We've seen players piloting this Argus being on the losing team. Do you think that Midnight Anthem have the tools available to them to shut down this Argus?
It's hard to really say until we get to it. Steel is going to be a pretty good counter, just using that ultimate to completely shut down Argus. You can't really escape when that happens, even with Ether Crystal. And the other side, you've got a good amount of dive with Indo Complex and Wimbar as well. But then again, you don't really want to be using the dive just on the Argus as a support. You've got Feppy as well as Eps, who are going to be doing the majority of the damage in this team comp. And that is really where you need to focus your damage.
He has got to be careful here, though. He did use the taunt space to go aggressive onto Big Z, but one bar makes rotation. Tether going to land with the surge drop as well. He still has the Black Hole, still has the taunt space. Instant follow. Tesla going to come down, combining with the Judgments of the Heavens, but Feppy has got his blink available, able to get to safety, but this opens the door as Press Tab going to start up the Fang Tooth, but it will cost Feppy's life. He goes down to the gadgets, and even here, as there's going to be a fight, it's a dual lane getting involved. Fang Tooth will go the way of the Press Tab squad, but they need to get away, and it looks like they are going to get back into their jungle.
It's hard to really say. One death for a Fangtooth is not a bad trade at the end of the day for Press Tab. It also allows Rizbo to get complete solo farm for a pretty long duration at this stage. He gets side buff as well and has pushed multiple waves under the tower. So overall, I definitely think Press Tab is happy with that trade. It is unfortunate for Peppy. He did look like he got hit by that sticky mine as he managed to run away. It was only on HP beforehand anyway. And now it is definitely going to be focusing around that mini-fight because there's no Fangtooth online. You've got Epps and Azizel who have got that level 6, so are very, very dangerous to gank and pretty safe as well. And Rimbar is still ahead. He has got that 2 assists. He has got that level 7, nearly got that Fire Blossom online. So I think Midnight Anthem definitely want to be looking in this general area.
As they have tools, and I like that One Bar is more than happy to rotate out of this lane as well, especially with the information being given, the call made that Feppy is in this jungle. He's not got his torn space. I'm wondering as well if the squad of Midnight Anthem want to leverage a little bit of the pressure coming out now from One Bar and also from the mid lane as well, Big Z, on that gadget to maybe move in towards that midi prime and look towards rotating from that neutral objective straight over towards the left-hand side in the upcoming second Fangtooth. A couple of minutes away, I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself, but a rotation coming out here from Azazville. And Wumbar is quite pushed up as well. If Chris is going to come down, get the slow, has at least got the Blast Flower, gets a lot of distance, able to jump away and get rid of the rotation, but it might be a bit of a collapse this mid lane on towards Feppy. Got to be careful, but thankfully he's a Gideon. He has a little bit of that mobility to escape.
I'm not entirely sure about rotation because that leaves Epps to fend for himself in that 2v1. It does look like Salami did continue with the rotation as well, so both ADCs are just going to be in that dual lane 1v1 against each other, which is a good situation for both of them to be in. It allows them to easily farm up. And as we see already, multiple members are around that mini prime, and it does look like Press Tab are going to be the one to start it. Because Wimber had to reset, he's only just got back to the red buff, and Indo Complex is nowhere to be really found. So I think this is going to be an easy pickup. It's going to be a question of who they give it over to. Most likely Bears, just to make sure they can secure it, though.
Yeah, Hunt is going to come through and it is going to be secured on towards Bears. You can see that purple hue around his character, but with that grouping up, I was expecting maybe a collapse or a bit of a contest to come out from Midnight Anthem, but they decided to give away. However, still members still sticking around inside of that mid lane. Feppy really having to be careful because not for the first time that we've seen members from the side lanes getting involved very early in this game. These side lanes are not islands. It seems that they have got downloaded that DLC for the rest of the map and wanting to be as involved as they can.
I don't think the carries have, because they've been stuck in there completely, which is fair enough. Same with Rispo, who has decided to take up camping in that solo lane. But now with both main objectives being taken quite early on, we're going to just probably see a bit of farming, maybe some 1v1s in the mid lane or the off lane. And the rest of the focus is going to be on this dual lane, because both dual lanes have got that level 6. And BM Bears have got that mini fight. And honestly, if Decom want to impact any lane, I think if you get this Drongo Archers ahead, it is going to be beneficial.
Going to go for the move anyway. The ambush on towards Salami. Trying to hit the damage. Eve Crystal comes out, buys a lot of time for some damage to come through. And Salami having to use the shield stand to get himself to safety. Big ultimate going to be down, so there's going to be a moment or a window here for Press Tab to have the advantage in this dual lane in the upcoming few moments.
Yeah, Shield Slam is a big cooldown to use just to escape. It doesn't give you that much movement either way. And now because that is down, that means Press Tab's dual lane have complete control, because that is your big engage to try and deal with this Drongo Argus. And you can see here Bears also pushing the way minions under. This is going to be enhanced minion as well. The sealed wall is going to delay this for a bit, but overall this is going to be the first tower taken off the game. You see Biggs also rotating over, but that's not really going to be any use because they have already backed off. And it's a good stuff Press Tab. Midnight Anthem may have the kill lead, But in terms of the macro, Prestab are definitely ahead.
Would have secured that first Fangtooth, got that first mini prime. Now first brick going to be secured for themselves as well. Definitely a different style of game as well. And Midnight Anthem more than happy to group up to try and contest, to try and fight and look for these picks here. But I should say, Prestab just playing a slightly different game here than we saw perhaps in their earlier matchup against the Midnight Anthem squad. Approach that 13-minute mark here as well. Those neutrals really are the main difference at the moment. There is an opportunity here in the complex, going to push on towards and start up the second Fangtooth for Midnight Anthem. But Bad News Bears is here. He's got Salami to deal with though. The Steel can provide a lot of zoning as well, and especially combined with Big Z's gadgets, to be very difficult to just simply walk into the pits with a risk 50-50. Bears goes in for the Steel, and Bears is going to get the secure in the complex in towards the Stoneforge Soul. The Bad News Bears got some bad news, but it's Midnight Anthem squad with the objective steal. Wombar going very low, down to 70 HP and a Dream, but a Dream keeps him alive in order to retreat. But Prestab want more. They see the low health bars. They want to pile on the misery. Ventilate coming down from Mr. Cursor to try and get them back. It's just a 1-for-1, but Bad News Bears gets the objective steal.
I mean, you die, but you take that every single time. That puts you on 2 Fangtooths. That gives a great amount of time. And Risbro continues to just get that solo farm. He has 115 CS on a 7 rocket 40 minutes. That is great to be in. That may not sound like it's much compared to like 10 CS a minute, but you got to remember, 7 rockets early game is complete trash. So having that much CS is great. And again, that could have gone a lot worse for both teams. The Black Hole from Peppy was in a really good position, and Dread Nova did catch multiple people with the Evil Crystal as well. So Midnight Anthem was forced to multiple people have to blink away. And now, again, we're just in the situation. Objectives have been taken. There's no mini prime left on the board. Towers are going to be the next big thing. But Prestab don't really care about that. All they're looking at is the timer for this next Fangtooth.
Also, I just want to bring up that point about the Sevarog as well. Very important to mention that that fight around the Fangtooth was a 4 versus 5. You saw Risbro was on that right-hand side, getting that solo XP. And as you said it, Falcon, I could kind of completely agree with you. It is a little bit of a rough old time for the Sevarog. So just giving him that alone time in the right-hand lane, that could be crucial, especially as we look ahead the upcoming moments in this game. Mini Prime will be spawning soon. We're 5 minutes away from the Orb Prime as well, and we know what happens when this Sevarog is able to get online and find that impact. Midnight Anthem have been grouping up, looking for these plays, but it's just not going their way. They're getting kills, but P-Tab finding that objective lead.
Definitely, and well, it's going to be the mini prime up next grabs, and you're going to have probably both supports come over. What we have actually seen though is quite interesting. Both the mid laners, Biggs and Feppy, have gone over to the duo lane and are just wave clearing whilst the duos have gone into the mid. This allows the supports to rotate easily over to the solo side, as well as have the carries be in a bit more of a safe position if they are left on their own. So, and both of them are obviously positioning for that mini prime to come up. Epps and Cursor have both great wave clear as well, so neither of these towers are in that much danger.
I guess as well is that when you look at the supports, it makes sense for them to roam, but Bad News Bear is going to make a gank over towards Wombot on this right-hand side. Risbro just needs to hit that subjugate. Wombot throws the tether down. He has got the ultimate available. The Fury of the Heavens will teleport him back. This is a lot of time being wasted. You can see, look towards the minimap. The duo lane is on the way. The steal is here. Sorry, Indo Complex is going to be here as well as this fight starts to balloon into a 3 versus 3. Salami goes in for the shield slam. Not going to find the damage. Indo Complex gets that ultimate off the slow field, causing down members, not dropping just yet. It's absolute carnage in the right-hand side. Health bars blinking and bleeping as they're going to try and get away. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Indo Complex underneath the tower, trying to get the kill onto Bad News Bears, who just keeps himself alive. But looks like the kills happened elsewhere. Overall across the map, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Midnight Anthem. Wumbar looking for Bears, but cannot find the judgment.
And Cursor also kills Epps in that mid lane. That means he's going to be able to rotate over. And it only takes 1 auto attack to take out Wumba. Meister, you were lazy back in. You knew Drongo was missing. Get into the death chamber. Off you go. That does leave both teams not really able to take this mini prime. Bears is going to have to reset himself. The mid laners are on the other side of the world, so they don't really know what's going on at this stage of the game. And now we've only got maybe 2 minutes before that can be taken. But look at this Fangtooth timer. It is not too far away, about 1 and a bit minutes off until that happens. So if either team wants to go for this mini prime, they need to do it now, and they need to do it fast.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the call as well. Members of Press Tab going to start it up. There's leading the charge once again. Definitely on playing towards the objectives the P-Tab jungler is, and doing it well. Of course, got that steal and also securing another mini prime for the side of the Press Tab squad. And this is maybe what I was alluding to earlier about getting the mini prime before that Fang2 fight. Bears is going to be really terrifying in this upcoming fight. Fang2 about maybe 30 seconds away. Rizpro is going to be in this upcoming fight as well. So this could be a huge play for Press Tab if they execute correctly.
It's going to be a 5v5 in either case. Wimbar is making their way over now, and you can see that Press Tab have got the advantage in terms of their location. Indo Complex is going to be your main sort of engage for the side of Midnight Anthem, but Press Tab have already started it. Indo Complex is going to have to get in there faster because Epps and Bears are going to do a ton of damage.
Well, Indicom going to jump forward. Bears going to peel away as Slimy goes in with a shield stamp on towards Zazful. Bears gets a double call, and Feb goes with a black hole over the top. So much damage. The Tesla Dome, ults flying either side. It's only the dwarf going to drop as Zazful is down as this fight starts to split. You've got Bears caught between three members. Rizmo is here to help, but so many low health bars. Going to get the killing blow on towards one bar as well. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Midnight Anthem. Once again, Mem's going to get away, but that Fang2 still hasn't been taken. Rizmo going to use the blast code to get towards the tower. Epsto in a world of pain as Salami blinks onto him, and Mr. Cursor going to find a killing show for himself on towards Eps. Fang2 still alive, but the team fight results in 2-for-2.
I mean, it's not it's 3-for-2 actually at this point in time. Feppy is going to get pulled back here, but no one's going to be there in time. He's going to get pulled back. He's got the torn space back online. Cursor just needs one more auto attack to kill Feppy. That's going to be an extra kill for the side of Midnight Anthem. In the complex, managed to get the reset and has returned back to this Fang2. Azazel is the only one around, but without a HUD, there's no real chance of this being taken down. Midnight Anthem are going to stop that third Fang2 being taken, and that's going to be back in the game. And that team fight looked really bad. That black hole was over multiple members, but the Tesla Dome was even better. We doubted this gadget pick, but in these confined areas where the members of Press Tab are forced to move to certain points, the Tesla Dome is going to completely isolate multiple targets. It meant that the Bears, as well as Azazel, were separated from the rest of the team. And when that happens, it isn't easy picking for Midnight Anthem.
I've seen time and time again what this gadget can bring in these jungle fights. Just goes to show you don't really need that hard CC to really have the impact with the Tesla Dome. And, you know, in the battle of the ultimates, just to the left of that Fang2 pit, it was Big C coming up clutcher with the more impactful ultimate there. And, you know, Big Z going back to game number 1 as well. He was on the Gideon himself that time, had a fantastic game, I felt, on that Gideon, getting so much value out of the black holes. And I think with the Midnight Anthem, yes, they have had picks denied from them in the draft, in the contest, not getting the Chimera, the Big Z, as I mentioned, not getting that Gideon as well, but it's up to these members to step up once again, and Midnight Anthem have the kill leader now. Getting that Fangtooth under their belt as well might be a big turning point for them as we move in towards the mid to late game.
It definitely stops the momentum from Press Tab. Pepe is going to try and take this Dura lane tower. With an extra minion wave here, he should be able to do it because there's no sort of extra rotation. But Midnight Anthem knows he's over there. He cannot rotate over. This is going to be a 5v4. They are just going to go for this. Theirs is in the vicinity though.
I mean, he's already stolen one objective. This would be an absolutely massive one to steal as well. Just needs to get in towards the hit. To move forward, he's going to hit forward with a cool, massive, colossal blow into a huge wombo combo from the side of Press Tab. But the fight is still going on. They've already taken down 3. They're looking for more. Ep's going to take down Salami, and Mr. Cursor gets away upon the skin of his teeth. But a massive combination from the Press Tab squad.
Wow. Okay, guys, that's good. I was amazed by the 3-man call from BN Bears, and then Rizmo just poor people with the colossal blow. If that doesn't win a team fight, nothing will. Beppy managed to take the inhibitor in the Dura side at the same time. I mean, Midnight Anthem were doing well. And then Press Tab just basically said, no, you're not doing anything anymore. We're just ending your lives. I mean, what else do you want me to say?
I mean, Press Tab just decided to press the alt button as well. I mentioned about Midnight Anthem, about their individual players stepping up, but P-Tab, oh my word. I mean, Bears is having an absolutely fantastic game on this Chimera pick, and the combination with Rizbro, that's got to be a Twitch clip. That's got to be in the highlight reel somewhere. And that's another big swing. We thought after what happened at that Fang Tooth play, Midnight Anthem were back into this game, but P-Tab just clapped back even harder. This game really living up to expectations here.
Yeah, I was thinking it's the same that it's only a best of one, but now Press Tab have got that advantage. They've got that tier 2 towers to take in the mid lane and in the solo lane, and with the inhibitor down from that duo side because of Feppy's pushing, that means it's going to be very, very easy because Midnight Anthem's going to have at least one person over there making sure that doesn't do damage to the core, and it makes the lives of Press Tab much, much easier to push it in. It's going to be interesting to see if they go for a 4-1 or like a 3-2 in terms of their sieging. From the looks of things, so it is going to be a 4-1 with Wispo in the mid lane.
They just always having to keep a member on towards the left-hand side, but this is where the Press Tab squad, the pick potential starts to come out. There's like the Subjugate, the likes of the Cull, and also this Dread Nova from Azazville playing this Argus support as well. They've taken down Tier 2 tower on the right-hand side, Tier 2 tower in mid already fallen, and out of siege on towards its inhibitors. Midnight Anthem have already won one team fight. They need to win one here. They need to put up a huge defense as well. But the momentum all in the way of Press Tab. Very split here. 2 members for both teams in the mid lane. 3 for both teams on the right-hand side. Many waves do just need to be pushed in. But frankly, Midnight Anthem do have the wave clear on the side with this Gadget Indo complex going so low. Actually has to go into the Stoneforge Soul to keep himself alive. Dread Nova goes for the 3-pointer. Not going to find it though, but the siege is still not over.
At least with Midnight Anthem, the side of the dual lane has been pushed up, so it's not too bad. Azazel is going to go for this Synaptic Obliterate on the cursor, but does not hit his targets, but he is going to be forced back. That does give a chance to Press Tab to push into both the solo side and the mid lane. I don't know if they're going to go for an end. It does look like they are, but Primal Fangtooth is an option if they want to back off. But they're not doing that. They want to end this game. They want to get to the main event. And Midnight
Salami goes in off the tether. Ultimate's going to throw down. This is the fight they were looking for. What about this defense? But X has already fallen. Big Z getting the killing credit. The good combination coming in from one bar. Rizbro is here. Can't find a colossal blow. Mr. Cursor back towards the base. But now it looks like Press Tab just want to shut down his members 1-for-1. It was the perfect setup. It was a perfect engage, but it wasn't good enough from the Midnight Anthem. They can hear the core siren, double subjugate ticking down to their elimination from PCC. Press Tab will be your 8th and final team securing their spot in the main event.
I mean, that game was so close until that All Prime attempt. I don't think Midnight Anthem really needed to go for it there. Yes, you had Feppy on the other side, but you could have just matched it and gone for the 4v4. But clumping up meant that Bears and Rizbro got a highlight reel because of it. And as soon as Press Tab got that All Prime, they did not let go of the brakes. They were knowing where to go and what to do, and that was completely it. I mean, that's our last member of the main event, and I mean, a very good showing to show why they deserve it.
Yeah, and especially as well, coming back from that loss earlier, especially in the broadcast as well, Midnight Anthem getting that win. But this was the game that mattered most as well, that rematch, and it's gone the way of Press Tab. I mean, we spoke a little bit about kind of the mental here, about going into a pressure situation like this game. I really feel for the Midnight Anthem squad as well. I mean, especially after, I'd say, that earlier game on broadcast going their way, commiserations to them as well. But sometimes it just comes down to those highlight moments. And honestly, I don't think you could really account. It's like one of those plays you can't really account for. But when they happen, it's just a moment of magic. And Press Tab, they took down the core when it mattered. And honestly, it's a shame, but it's pretty cutthroat. And that's what it comes down to. What a match. What a way to end it. We're going to throw it back to the desk one more time to close out the show.
In big time moments, big time players make big time plays. Shout out Bad News Bears and my bald brother Rizbro. That was a great game. Congratulations to Press Tab for being our 8th team. Thank you to all of the teams that participated in it today. And Grady, I know I usually am the one asking you questions here, but I know you are the one with a lot of questions right now.
Holy moly, I have some questions. There was some goober activity in that game, and a lot of questionable builds, right? We have Kwong going Fire Blossom, Elefrost, double armor into a 3 AP comp as his first 2 items. TV with Mind Razor, Malady. We got a Steel with Raiment, Flux Matrix first 2 items with a Silentium Crest. I see a Gideon with a Caustic a second item, and then no Sky Splitters from any of the ADs into a lot of healthy boys. So a lot of questions. And then also on top of that, Midnight Anthem. Please don't hold hands in the OBJ pits, please. I'm begging you on my hands and knees. Don't hold hands in the OBJ pits. As you can see, that they got punished very heavily for that. Well played from Bad News Bears and Risbro, like you said. But they had a free fight. No Gideon to intervene in any way or shape, or form. And they still lose what probably was a free orb just because they wanted to hold hands and sing Kumbaya in the orb pit.
Excuse me, indeed. Tang, you got anything to build off of what Grady had told us and the questions Grady has for the team?
Yeah, a lot of questions right there, but yeah, definitely Risbro and Bad News Bears, as you just highlighted. I think those are the 2 members we gotta focus on the most in order to look at the win. I think also, like, we were watching it behind the stage, and we were looking at the Sevarog just winning out in the Quang matchup, starting from level 1, just suddenly having Prio and just being able to transition that, and then Bad News Bears also leading off of that and getting a few good kills as well. And then on the other side, the Gadget getting ahead, but if you are a fat Gadget, you are still a Gadget, and you can't carry games, sadly, on that hero. So it is Midnight Anthem dropping to press tab. Really good showing by them. They have a few titles in their pockets already. The very first one, at least, on Fappy. They're looking to go to the main stage to maybe try to repeat that again.
They are, but to get through it, they're going to have to go through a team with another PCC1 champion, because Crashy's team made it as well. In fact, let's actually pull up all 8 of the teams that have qualified and will be on display on April 20th and 21st. We have got, once again, the Profs, the Chefs, Dirty Lake, and the Boys. Indecisive. Those are the 4 people that won their 4 groups today. The other teams that qualified are Hive, Press Tab, Flow State, and What If. I want to make sure before anybody makes any assumptions, this is not the bracket. These are not the teams that they're going to play up against each other or anything like this. This is just the 8 teams. However, this is 8 very formidable teams. I think it is difficult, even with professors going 7-0, to pick a clear favorite and to pick a clear, that's got to be our 1 seed. That's going to be the person who's favored to win this, because everybody came out and everybody was gaming for it. I do want to ask both Grady and Tang quick. Pick me a sleeper team. Somebody maybe not everybody's thinking about that might have the potential to really come out here and win the whole thing.
If
Grady,
I have
you
to
go
pick a
first.
sleeper team, I guess I'm looking at Hive. Very strong potential with their jungler Nugslit. Warp's kind of a slept on ADC. He's been showing us what he can do. So if he just looks to improve in these coming weeks, he's definitely got a shot. Boink's always a solid support. In the mid lane, they have Atomic, always a strong showing on his strong characters. He does need to branch out from his hero pool a little bit. I would like to see some of that. And then Mr. Guru in the off lane, if I could see him practicing some of his matchups, I could definitely see Hive with a pretty strong sleeper showing, perhaps.
And Tang?
Yeah, honestly, like, if I go for rank 1, actually winning the whole thing, I think Chefs actually has what it takes. I think picking up Seismic and putting Sneaks in the offlane definitely was an upgrade. And I think, like, honestly, the trend from Chefs is, like, they came into the scene and they were, like, good, but they, like, weren't even close to the top teams at the very beginning. And then event after event, they just got better and better. Now they're, like, one of the top contenders, honestly. Like, I wouldn't even say they are sort of a sleeper pick, because they are probably favorites to get into the top 4, but I think they can go even further. I think rank 1 is definitely not too far away from them, and I'm definitely expecting great things from them.
That is how I feel about Flow State. They came in, they were under a different name for PCC5, had a couple different members as well, but had really risen up, and nobody had expected them to get to the semis. I actually believe that they played you, Grady, for 3rd and 4th, as you were still on DLAB at that point, correct?
I can't remember which PCC
In 5?
that was, to be honest.
I think you were. Whatever. We're going to say that you were
Yeah.
because it's better for the lore. But anyways, they've continued to get better, had some names that have really come together. They moved a couple players around, picked up Bry, put Simba out into the jungle. I think Simba was like originally their ADC during PCC5 as well. So he's been all over the map throughout the PCC competitions. I think that they are slept on a tiny bit. You know, they had one, and we're one of the 1 seeds in the 4 groups that they had today, ended up slipping away from that, letting DLAB take it from them. However, I could see Flow State making a really deep run into it. We will be posting the official bracket so you can find out the quarterfinal matches. But in order to be able to find those, you're either going to have to be in our Discord, on our Twitter, follow in our YouTube, over here on Twitch with us as well. You can find us on the TikTok. I don't know if I already said Instagram, but you can find us on Instagram again if you haven't already found us there. We will be posting the bracket soon. We just don't quite have it ready yet. But I want to take a second before we end the day, as it is finally the end of the group stage, to thank everybody. And I want to start with the players. Everybody that participated in this that didn't make the group stage, you're still a super important part to what happens here with PCC. The event isn't huge if we don't get all 26 teams that signed up. The support from we get from the community, the support that we get from you as the viewers, the support that we get from Omeda, everything that we can in order to keep competitive Predecessor at the highest spot that we can is so greatly appreciated from all of you. I wanted to take a second to thank Grady and to thank Tang and to thank Moogie and to thank Joe yours truly for being on the desk with me today. All of our on-screen talent, all of our Twitch mods, all of the people behind it that are helping getting this going, getting the teams their draft sheets, telling people who win, when they're playing, getting the schedule together, Stranger, Monarch, Jolster, Choice. The list just goes on and on. This is a community effort. No one person is the thing that makes this go, and it couldn't happen without all of us. So we love all of you guys so much for being here. We want to thank you so much. Once again, we have not announced the prize pool for this event yet because the fundraiser is still going. We have hit our $1,000 mark, which means we will be doing a PCC All-Star event. The 2,000 or the 3,000 and the 5,000 marks are still obtainable. We are already starting to get close. Push exclamation point support in our chat to go over to our GoFundMe and support the PCC and competitive Predecessor. But with that is all for group stage of PCC7. The first weekend is complete. You can catch us back here in 13 short days on April the 20th at 11 a.m. EST. We can't wait to see you then, and thanks for playing. Oh, actually, we're not done yet. We got to give the shout outs. Tang, tell everybody goodbye and where they can find you.
Goodbye. You can find me here. I do have a stream, but I'm not streaming, so don't even look for me there. But yeah, I think Gratty, I think we can find you somewhere else.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for having me. Everybody PCC from PCC Choice, Lance, Jolster, F6, all you guys. Thanks for bringing me on for this event. Maybe I'll be around for main event as well. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But speaking of main events, after PCC's main event, I do have my own event that I'll be hosting called Grady's Gauntlet. It's a 1v1 tournament. You may or may not have heard of it so far. But immediately following the main event of PCC that whole week, from the Monday to the Saturday, we'll be having banger after banger after banger of matches. We have 16 players. You can catch them in the Grady's Gauntlet Discord. You can find the link in my stream, which I also stream every single day. So I stream Predecessor every day, twitch.tv/Grady. It says underneath my bearded face, you can see my name, twitch.tv/Grady. You can catch me on YouTube, Grady with 2 Y's, not just 1 but 2. And yeah, that's about it. Make sure you guys show up to the 1v1 tournament. We might have some PCC involvement as well with that. That would be super cool to see. So we'll see what happens with that. But make sure you guys also stop in for main event of PCC. That's going to be the 21st and the 22nd of April. Am I right, Lance, or is that no?
The 20th and the 21st. 420, 421.
Okay. 420, 421. I don't have my dates right, but I was in the right ballpark. So 420, 421 main event of PCC.
You got half of it right, Grady. But we want to thank you guys once again for coming out. We really enjoy everybody coming through, all of the chatters, all of the subscriptions. You guys make this all possible. Happy affiliate anniversary to the Prime Championship Circuit on Twitch. We'll see you on the 20th.